Thank you, everyone. Today is our first budget meeting for the 2023 year. It is Friday, December 9th at 9:06 a.m., and I'm going to call to order the meeting. So moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Sam McAdell. Be it resolved that the December 9th, 2022 special meeting of the Township of South Glengarry now be opened at 9:06 a.m. All in favor? Any of opposed? Seeing none, carried. We'll move into the approval of the agenda. Moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry approve the agenda as circulated. Are there any additions or amendments? Seeing none, all in favor? Any of opposed? Carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest that we need to call forward? Excellent. Seeing none, so then we'll move into new business. 5A, Board and Commission Council Member Appointments. Moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Trevor Bougie. Be it resolved that Staff Report 199-2022 be received and that Bylaw 87-2022, being a bylaw to appoint board members of council to board and commission positions, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 9th day of December 2022. Are there any discussions on the matter? Excellent. Then all those in favor of the appointments as they're written? Any of opposed? Seeing none, carried. We'll now move into Section 5B, which is the capital budget, 2023 capital budget and reserve transfers. Before getting going, I believe that CEO Mr. Mills will have a few words, and I'll follow him up with a few words, and we'll move to you, Mr. Jane. Moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that Bylaw 88-2022, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read a first, second, and third time pass. Am I a little early with this one? This is a ratification one, sorry. Okay, so scratch what I just said there, sorry. And we'll move to CEO Mills.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. Good morning, Council, administration, and constituents and others who are joining us online today. I am pleased to be here with staff to bring forward the initial 2023 budget presentation to Council. And first, I want to acknowledge the incredible effort put in by staff and admin in preparing the documents before you today. The purpose of the meeting is for Council to review the capital budget requests and determine which projects will be included in the 2023 budget. It's not expected that we negotiate the budget at this meeting, but instead to have discussion, consultation, on the development of the budget early on. It hasn't been the easiest year, the last few years, as we know, and as we continue to plan for uncertain times ahead, our approach is one of caution, but also flexibility with you. In general, we have assumed that the financial pressures that we're under will continue in 2023. So collectively, we've asked staff to focus on the essentials, look hard for efficiencies, and that'll be within the budget meetings as we go forward, and minimize the requests for enhanced services, and the result capital-wise is the budget in front of you. It has been another difficult year for everyone. We know the challenges that lie ahead for sure. However, we collectively can take comfort in our municipality's low debt and sound financial position. And in the months ahead, we continue to be nimble and diligent as we respond to our taxpayers. So our goal today is to provide the information necessary for Council to begin to make the informed and tough decisions on balancing the community's wants and needs. Pressures will come from, as we know, our infrastructure. We've discussed that many times over the past 2 years, but also considering growth, which will enhance our financial position. Therefore, to meet or balance these demands, we have to manage our finances effectively. Our treasurer and deputy treasurer have worked diligently with the management team and have identified a need for a few things: careful long-term planning and budgeting, financing practices that meet our needs, service delivery review and other data that we're relying upon, and regular financial review and reporting, which we continue to get better at. I'd like to speak to Council about being wary of a few things within the budget process, not to be focused on the short term and reactive, assuming that whatever has been done in the past is the way we should do things. approaching adopting a budget as if its primary purpose is to hold the line, because we have some challenges. The increased cost of living, the increased cost of infrastructure and getting it done, and the supply chain. Looking forward to 2023, one of the biggest challenges we face, especially in a small municipality, and I just want to remind council this too, is that the COVID funding that we received in the last 2 years is not it's not there. So we were fortunate in many ways for what we received with COVID funding, that we were able to use it for things to get us through when there's nothing that we see as staff or our municipality on the horizon for that. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. So in general, thank you for preparing this budget, leafing through it. It's, I'd say it's more presentable than the last 8 years, and that's a compliment to you and your crew. I'd like to thank the service staff, like the people who provide the services, for getting the information to you, Mr. Jane. It's come together very well, and I very much like the way you put together the reserves, kind of like where we are and where we will be. That's nice and clear and easy to read, so thank you for that. I'd like to mention to the public, the reason for having an early meeting like this, is particularly for the capital items, is to best spend your money. The earlier that we are ahead of our 5 to 7 partners, depending if you count the City of Cornwall and the counties, the better rates we will get, because if we're first to get the business, we get the contracts early. So this will drive our decisions to tender, and then we'll come back with some optimal pricing, hopefully, when we meet with the budget again. So I'm excited to have it earlier than I believe most municipalities. And then to council as a whole, I know we often talk about our roles and, steering a boat versus rowing a boat, but I heard one recently about a restaurant, and the way it is we kind of set what kind of restaurant we want and the service levels we require, and staff comes back with the cost for doing it, and through administration and these processes, we say whether we can afford that. A good way to look at that is if we say we want an oyster bar and staff says it's going to cost us $40 a plate, we say that doesn't fit this market, they can come back and say we can bring you a chic burger bar for $25, and maybe we deliver those services. So we have to keep in mind that we set the levels of service for staff. They provide us the numbers to do so. So I look forward to these discussions, this meeting and the next discussion, and what Mr. Jane has lined up. So with that, please, Mr. Jane, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased today to present Council with the 2023 draft capital budget and reserve transfers. First and foremost, I'd like to thank our Deputy Treasurer, Ms. Kaylin McDonald, for her help and support through the designing of this budget. The designing of a municipal budget is a long, arduous, complicated, and nuanced process, and it requires collaboration from all fronts. And so I also want to extend a sincere level of gratitude to all the GMs for all their help and support, and sincere appreciation for their diligence in meeting the timelines that we had set forth. I think we've come up with something that we can be proud of, so I'm pleased to present it to you today. So starting off, the capital budget ensures that the township is able to service the existing needs of its asset inventory while also fostering future development. The capital budget is used to fund the maintenance and renewal of assets and ensure that current service levels are maintained. The 2023 capital budget has been designed using capital prioritization methods that take into account current asset condition ratings and community engagement, with a view of long-term planning of asset maintenance and renewal. We're currently working with departments to come up with really robust, data-driven, long-term capital plans that will drive capital budgets going forward. The reality of the situation is that our capital investment needs far exceed the available financial resources. And so through appropriate capital prioritization, what we're able to do is address the most critical needs first, and then plan in the future for the stuff that is less critical. The 2023 capital budget is broken down as follows. The largest expenditure category is water and wastewater with planned capital investment of $1.37 million. That includes the Glen Walter Water Tower and Replacement Project, which is expected to incur costs of about $1.3 million in 2023. And then also the Lancaster Lagoon dredging, which is expected to incur costs of about $70,000 in 2023. Transportation is the second largest spending category with a total capital investment of $1.285 million, which includes $1.1 million of planned capital road work. Bridges and structures, $580,000 of capital investment is planned for 2023. Recreation services, $410,000 of capital investment is planned. And as we make our way down, fire services, $350,000. Fleet renewal and growth, $310,000. Infrastructure planning, $250,000, and that is for the asset management plan update along with the background studies that are required to influence the asset management plan. Planning, building, and enforcement needs a capital investment of $95,000. Finance, $75,000 for the creation of a long-term financial plan. And corporate services, lastly, with $45,000 for the implementation of the Electronic Data Retention Records Management System, or EDRMS. In total, $4.77 million of capital investment is required for the township in 2023, and that's the draft budget in front of you today. Moving on, how capital is getting funded. So external funding from senior levels of government continues to be the township's primary source of capital investment. In 2023, approximately $3 million of senior external funding will be allocated towards capital projects. Reserve transfers will make up about $1.3 million of capital investment. Financing is also requested as part of this capital budget of approximately $346,000. The direct taxation burden is $50,000, and a $40,000 carry forward from the 2022 budget will also be used for capital investment. The township has employed a strategy to fund capital investment needs using reserves and reserve funds. Funding for capital investment in this manner allows the township to more appropriately plan for future asset maintenance and renewal needs while avoiding undue upward pressures on taxation levy due to heavy capital investment needs in a given year. So in years when capital investment needs are large, significant taxation increases are avoided as funds have been put aside in previous years to fund capital needs. And in years when capital investment needs are less, funds will still be budgeted to be put into reserves to fund future capital needs. And what this allows us to do is to smooth the tax rate increases on a year-over-year basis. What we don't want to end up happening is in years when there is large capital investment requirements, the budget to spike up. And then in years when there's less capital investment for the budget to start coming down. That presents unnecessary pressures on the taxation levy and unnecessary pressures on our residents. What we really want to be able to do is implement a capital planning strategy that allows us to smooth the tax levy increases year over year. The township maintains reserves and reserve funds to be able to fund capital investment needs, unbudgeted operational needs, and as a tool to aid in long-term planning to ensure financial sustainability and stabilization of tax rates. The township's reserves and reserve funds are generally funded through taxation and water and wastewater billings. The township's reserve funds, along with funding from senior levels of government, are the main source of capital investment for the township. Continued budgeting of transfers into the township's reserves and reserve funds will ensure that provisions are being made for the maintenance and renewal of assets while smoothing the impact on tax and utility rates. So as council today contemplates the inclusion or exclusion of capital projects from the 2023 budget, it's important to note that the capital project itself does not generate a burden on the tax levy. The reserve transfers into the reserve to fund capital projects generates a burden on the taxation levy. So with this with this shift in strategy of now funding capital through reserves, Taxation money is taken from the operating budget, put into reserves, and reserves are then used to fund capital items. So really, the tax burden is not generated by the capital project itself, although of course one influences the other. The taxation burden is generated by the transfers being made into the reserves. So as today, Council contemplates inclusion or exclusion of capital projects, a subsequent decision also needs to be made to see what the amendment to the transfer being made into the reserve is, and that is what influences the burden on the tax levy. So I hope that's clear. I do want to briefly touch on long-term debt as well. So long-term debt is an important capital funding tool for municipalities that, when employed with sound debt management strategies, allows municipalities to build infrastructure and support development and growth. Long-term debt allows municipalities to fund capital investment needs while being able to spread the burden on taxation or utility rates over a long-term period. The debt and financial obligation regulation enacted by the province allows municipalities to borrow debt up to an annual repayment limit that is equal to or less than 25% of the previous year's own source revenues. So, of course, the province recognizes that long-term debt is an important tool that is available to municipalities. At the same time, the province also recognizes that using long-term debt can be a slippery slope, and as such has enacted an annual repayment limit, or ARL, that is equal to 25% of the previous year's own source revenues. So when we talk about the township's current debt capacity, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing has set the 2022 annual repayment limit. So the annual repayment limit is made up of the principal and interest payments for the township at $3,311,309. The township currently has no debt on the books. This results in a debt capacity of $23.25 million if a 7% interest rate and 10-year term is used. Of course, the term and the interest rate influence what the overall debt capacity will be. If a 7% interest rate, which is current market interest rate, and a 15-year term is used, the debt capacity increases to approximately $30.7 million. And if a 7% interest rate and 20-year term is used, the township's debt capacity increases to $35.6 million. I do want to briefly touch upon good debt versus bad debt, the concept of good debt versus bad debt. So good debt is debt that is issued to fund projects that increase current levels of service or for capital investment that will result in increased own source revenues. Good debt is issued for investment in new, non-recurring infrastructure needs and assets that have a long-term useful life. It can be issued for investment in activities that can become self-sustainable and generate positive net income. So, for example, recreation facilities and programming. That is contrasted with bad debt. So bad debt is debt that is issued to fund projects that maintain current levels of service, so things like road rehab work. This is debt that is issued for recurring activities that should be funded through taxation and utility rates. A key pillar of sound debt management is to reduce the ratio of bad debt and maximize the ratio of good debt. So that is not to say that no municipality has bad debt on the books, but certainly it is a key goal of sound debt management to be able to reduce the amount of bad debt that is on the books and to increase the ratio of good debt that's on the books so that we're able to fund future development and growth. I do want to also touch upon some market factors. So as we all know, Canada has been hit pretty hard over the last year with really steep inflation, and you'll see some metrics here. So the Building Construction Price Index for residential buildings has increased by 32.6% since Q1 of 2021. So that's for the building of residential buildings. The non-residential building price index has increased by 20.2% since Q1 of 2021. And the Consumer Price Index in Canada has increased by 11.3% since January of 2021. So as I said, we're currently in an environment where our capital investment needs far exceed our available financial resources. At the same time, the budget that you see here today presents the best cost estimates that we have for these capital projects currently. That is not to say that these are hard and final costs, because these costs keep rising, and you see that through some of these KPIs that are shown. So with that, we can begin going into capital projects, unless anybody has any questions. Go ahead.
So looking at those numbers and being kind of administration in South Dundas, it will be hard pressed just to give council an idea of the magnitude of those increases. Is 7% in a year like this increase in net levy requirement isn't as much as it's unpopular, it may be what's required even just to maintain our current level of service, especially when we look, and we've talked about it all through our campaigns, was asset management planning. And Mr. Jane mentioned our levels of financing are here and our needs are here. So how do you bridge that? So this is it's a hard fact to know, but it is a real fact that we have to realize, and I guess we'll move into the discussions with that. But I just wanted to highlight that it is a trying year for all municipalities on that side, because costs are going up regardless. Go ahead, Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you, Mr. Jane. A quick question, when you showed the chart about the township's capacity for borrowing based on 7% interest rate, you said that's a market rate. I was wondering if you could briefly elaborate on if that's the rate that, because as I understood from past discussions, there are different loans that are available through the provincial government that would have different interest rates, but perhaps that has since changed since that information was provided. Thank you.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your question. The 7% interest rate that is shown there is the current bank interest rate. So it's not what Infrastructure Ontario loans would offer, for example. However, that is the rate that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing uses when they calculate the township's debt capacity. So before we move on to the sorry.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Lang, please.
Thank you. Sorry for being late there. Your last three charts there with the price index, and do we have any inclination of what, like we talked about construction price, do we have any inclination of what it's cost us to do our capital projects on, like for roadworks, what has gone up for us since 2021?
Yes, we certainly have that background information. What I do know is that about $3.9 million of capital projects were budgeted for in 2022, and that's not including some of the planning and consulting fees. We have incurred significant cost overages on those projects. Every project that we're initiating or closing right now is incurring significant cost overages.
Would you think we're at 20% or above?
I would say above, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So before we move on to the capital projects themselves, I do want to give a brief overview of where the tax levy is currently projected to be at. So as I previously mentioned, the total taxation burden from capital is not generated by the capital project itself, it's generated by the transfers to the various reserves. So as you will see there, the current draft budget has total reserve additions of $1.563 million. In 2022, the township budgeted $1.502 million of monies into the reserves. Along with the Summertown Wharfs options analysis, which is getting funded directly from taxation simply because there is no Summertown Wharfs reserve that exists currently, the total taxation burden from capital is $1.613 million. The next two numbers that you'll see there are very preliminary tentative numbers of what our operating revenue estimate and operating expense estimate will be. Combining those two numbers together, so when we're talking about the taxation burden and the capital burden, we have a total draft taxation burden of $10.223 million, which represents a 6.777% tax levy increase currently. We can also, take a look at what is happening to the average residential home. So a sample property that is assessed at $215,000 will have a projected lower tier tax dollar of $1,106.95, which represents a $60.64 increase from 2022, or a 5.8% change. So as we're making our way through our capital budget today, if council decides to increase or decrease our reserve transfers, we can show the increases and decreases here and see what the net effect on the taxation levy would be. Again, I do want to caution council that the operating revenue and operating expense estimate is very preliminary. We have not gone through and drafted an operating budget as of yet. When we do, it will be a long-form detailed analysis of every account that the township has.
I believe Councilor Bougie has a question or comment.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So just to be clear, if you can go back to that slide, as it stands at the moment, all of the projects in this budget are budgeted in there. So if we approved all of them, the current tax levy would be 6.777% increase. Am I correct in saying that?
Correct. Again, the operating and revenue estimates are preliminary.
Right.
So what you see here as the total taxation burden from operating, that is a preliminary number. However, if all capital projects are approved, then the total taxation burden from capital will be this 1.613 number.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lang, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thank you, Mr. Jane. See, I think this wasn't in our package, the sheet, but I think this is the most important sheet I've seen in the last week. And I think I'm okay with what we're going to do today. We're going to talk about capital projects. I think we need to do that. But I think it's very, very preliminary. I don't see myself wanting to commit 100% to how exactly we're going to do capital projects until we've got what it's going to cost us to do the day-to-day sorted out. So, I mean, I know it's, and I know you haven't been here long enough, and it's hard to have all those numbers, and like you say, they're preliminary right now. But I think it's important for us to start seeing them, start thinking about them, start thinking about the fact, as our mayor had said, that we're looking at possible 7% increase in taxes. And it's just a fact of life, and I think people are going to understand that because they're seeing it everywhere else in their life. But, so I'm looking forward to talking about capital projects, but I do think that, you know, budget process may be a little longer this year, because once we get the hard, fast numbers for our operating, then we're going to have to maybe revisit the capital things again, or discuss them a little further, or look at different options for how we're going to do them.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Lang. And I believe like everybody would feel that way, even administration, in that this allows them to go get pricing, and then once we have those hard numbers, we can make decisions because.
I'm all for that. I think we've got to get tenders out. Don't be the last one.
Yes, and I believe the city of Cornwall maybe has had a meeting. Other than that, we are the first, so we will be the earliest, and I would encourage this trend. I know it's your first year, there's big changes in the Treasury Department, but the earlier we can get to talking about capital and get those tenders out, the better, and then we can have operations later, because unless we're changing substantive things, it doesn't change so much. Like, save for this year, where we're seeing high rates. Can you also, and maybe I'm putting you on the spot, either this meeting or next meeting, bring back something about past years, like past years' taxation rates, if you have some?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have the past year's taxation levies here. So a few points that I want to address. First and foremost, it is important, especially when we talk about infrastructure-related capital works, to be able to approve those capital projects earlier so that we're able to go to tender in February, March, and be able to start those capital projects in the summer. If we wait too long for those infrastructure-related projects, then of course we can go to tender early, and we don't want to be starting infrastructure projects in the fall. Aside from that, when I say these numbers are preliminary, there has been a lot of discussion and thought that has gone into devising these numbers. So for the operating revenue estimate, and perhaps I can give you a little bit of a methodology, the operating revenue estimate is taken based on a three-year line average of where our operating revenues have been at. For line items that we saw had significant decreases over the last 3 years, we've kept them low and not to last year's budget amounts. So we've kept them at their low actual amounts. And for revenue items that we are expecting to increase based on revised rates. So when we talk about our building permit fees, we did increase those revenue items, although very conservatively. When we talk about the operating expense estimate, that operating expense estimate has a 2% inflation factor factored into it. So we did go through a detailed analysis of what the operating revenue and expenses would look like for the township. Of course, we haven't at this point gone line by line yet. So that's why they're preliminary, but there has been a level of thought behind these numbers. And yes, the taxation levy for previous years is provided here.
Deputy Mayor Lang, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Mr. Jane, I wish I was better in math and I could do it in my head. But if we went back to 2020, what would the percent increase be at what we're projecting here now at 10 point, should have my glasses on, the 10.223 million? What would that have been if we divided that per year? Because we dropped 3% in 1 year, went back up close to the 3%. Would it have been closer to a 2 or 3% increase? Just so the public might realize that, you know, maybe we're going to end up with a 7% here, but if it had been 3% a year all that time, if we hadn't given them a bit of a break during COVID.
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can calculate that number for you here. So this is, the 6.65 represents the overall increase. The annual increase is that number divided by 3 of 2.22%.
So just, you know, maybe good for the public to realize that we had really tried hard a couple of years ago to give them a break during COVID, and COVID was really upon us. Everybody was suffering. So if we do end up with a 7, and it's an if at this point, because we haven't approved this, but it isn't that we're going 7% so much as that we were, you know, we're just kind of catching up to where we had, when we, you know, because we had given them that tax break.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lang. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just one question, I guess, or I guess more of a comment, I guess, is we look at that, I know that number for a $250,000 evaluation on a home is what we've been using, but given reassessments, do we know what's more or less going to be our average as opposed to that 250? They're not reassessing at this point?
I don't believe
then?
they've reassessed since
Okay.
2020, so that 250 or 212 to 250, depending, is the number hasn't changed for assessment.
Okay, so we aren't getting a reassessment this year then through impact?
No, I believe it's 2024, and if you're looking at some of the advertising coming through your social media channels, they're doing a lot to show assessment going up, you know, 100% or 25% in a year, and it's saying, you know, if everything goes up 25%, your tax rate doesn't change, so I would expect the assessments to go up quite high. Again, from a township perspective, we shouldn't really focus on, and it's going to sound administrative of me to say, but you shouldn't really focus on assessment, you shouldn't really focus on tax rate, you should, as council, it's levels of service, taxation, and general good governance. So those are the things, like if we prepare the suite of, or we suggest to administration what we want to see, what we believe the community wants to see, administration comes back and shows us the cost, and then this is that discussion. So assessment is part of it, and it can change, because in 2012 to 2016, you saw a large, no, it was 2016 to 2020, you saw a large increase in farm. And it changed a little bit of the assessment that way. And that's generally where you see the quagmires, because everybody goes up 25%, it hits everybody even. But I think farm went up 100% in that moment, and residential went up, say, 25%. So that's where we saw those big concerns from the farm community.
Yeah, it was more just a comment, I guess, that if we were being reassessed, it could look different, but still, it's at the end of the day, it is the dollar value that we take and collect in taxation, so.
And that's a perfect way to look at it because it doesn't matter. It's what people fill in the pocket. So I appreciate the way you've presented this budget and the way you're thinking, Councillor McDonnell. Go ahead, Mr. Jane.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Mayor, we can now get into our capital projects. So I'll go first as finance. So finance currently has one capital project in the 2023 draft capital budget. It's the long-term financial plan. So I hope council has had a chance to read the project sheet for the long-term financial plan, but I will summarize some of the key items here as follows. The long-term financial plan will address a variety of different items. First and foremost, the efficiency and effectiveness of the township's financial policies and procedures. It will also determine appropriate levels of reserves to be able to fund capital investment needs in the future and set target balances for our reserves and reserve funds. It'll also assess the financial condition of the township and the township's ability to respond to financial challenges such as the COVID-19 pandemic and address uncertainty over the short, medium, and long term. Along with that, the long-term financial plan will also outline effective liability management strategies that are sustainable and promote growth. So with that, I'd like to open the floor for any questions on the long-term financial plan that council may have.
If I may, we'll go to Councillor Jaworski first.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. So in terms of in our package where it says $75,000 one, there's there too. So that is the project funding. That's why we're hiring a consultant. This is something we can't do in-house.
Unfortunately, the long-term financial plan, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Unfortunately, the long-term financial plan is a long-form analysis that really does require subject matter experts in a variety of different fields. So we would need subject matter experts in the fields of debt management, in the fields of investment, long-term investment, in the fields of long-term financial planning, and also primarily in the field of how to minimize funding gaps in our asset classes. Working with an outside consultant also allows us to ensure that industry best practices are used, and those industry best practices really are provided by people, outside consultants, who have had a breadth of experience working with a variety of different municipalities of small, large sizes.
Thank you very much.
If I may, I noticed in this one that you said more funding for 2024. Is that to be, like, would it be anticipated to be 2023 is 75,000 and 2024 is kind of a ... Do you have an idea what that ... would be? Because councils are good at, if we start something, we generally finish it, but you don't want to, offer 75 and then in 2024 be like, it's another 150,000. And subsequent to that, I understand asset management planning is coming through. I'm okay setting us it's in general reserves, so it's going to sit there, waiting to see what happens through the infrastructure budget, because a lot of the numbers that you need will be provided by infrastructure through asset management planning, and it might be prudent to have that plan. As you know, I think it's due 2025, so we can wait to get the good numbers there, and then it might cost a little bit less for us to massage those good numbers, because as I think it was Sylvie Paquette, a professor at Bishop's, would say, garbage in, garbage out, and right now we're collecting good information, so I'd say save it for reserves, but perhaps wait until we get the information for the assets, because if we have good information there, we'll have good decisions for this long-term plan.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, this is a long-term project that is expected to be completed in 2024. In 2023, we're budgeting $75,000 from the general reserve. The expected allocation for 2024 would be about $50,000 from the general reserve. At this point, we're expecting to issue an RFP for the long-term financial plan in late Q3 of 2023, with expected completion of the project not till a year later. And so the next asset management planning deadline is, as you know, July 1st, 2024, which will incorporate buildings and fleet into the asset management plan and set current levels of service and determine current levels of service for those items. Through that, we are hopeful that we're able to also now have really good, robust, data-driven, long-term capital plans. And so you're absolutely right in that one influences the other. This is going to be a long-form project that will require a significant amount of hours. Even with working with an outside consultant, it will require significant amount of staffing hours. and we're not expecting completion of this project till late 2024.
All right, thank you. Another thing I noted too, and it's one reserve that kind of just sits there. I haven't got the perspective because it had been there since 2014. Is 70,000 in risk management. Might want to use that one because I don't know if that's earmarked for a certain thing. I don't know if Councillor Bougie has any history on why that started. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. It might be a no.
I'm not familiar with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
Okay, but it is a funding option because it's kind of a reserve that sits there with no purpose. And I understand that you'll probably be developing reserve and investment policies in the forthcoming time, and it's just one that sat there with no known purpose.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that reserve currently has, or is projected to have a 2023 opening balance of $70,000. My understanding is that that reserve is currently used to hold money in case there are large liability or legal claims that the municipality may be faced with. It's also used to cover any unbudgeted insurance costs. So that's the purpose of the risk management reserve, but certainly council may direct us to use those funds for other purposes as council sees fit.
Great, thank you for that. So I guess with council, this will come back. We'll constantly be saying this, but it will come back at the subsequent meeting. For now, do we wish to have this included in the draft meeting coming up, or would we suggest a lesser amount, removing it and expecting administration to do it themselves, or do you think this is a fair amount to put in the budget? And maybe that's a decision. Go ahead, Mr. Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. It's always tough when we spend money on studies, when we spend money on outside help to do things that you think you have a bit of an idea on. And it happens on the farm too. I mean, we bring in an accountant and you maybe go over your budgets, which you've done yourself. But sometimes it's invaluable, the information that you get from outside people, that things you haven't thought of yourself, things that maybe you didn't look at maybe with the right outlook, because we're all biased on our own operations and what we're doing ourselves. So I think some of these things are important. I'm okay leaving this 70,000. I don't care which, if it comes out of the risk management one, and maybe it is a good idea to have something there, just, if we have a large lawsuit or something like this in general reserves, I guess I'd be fine taking it out of that one. I'm okay with this. I know there's going to be, it's going to seem like a lot in the public listening, and it's going to hear a lot that we're going to do for studies, and, several $100,000 to do our asset management plan and so forth, but some of this is being legislated, has to be done, and some of it I think is just good for us to make sure that I want us to be the township in SDNG that's the most ahead of the next few years, because it's going to be a tough few years.
Thanks, Lou. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lang, and now to Councillor Jaworski and then to Councillor McDonnell.
I think that less than 1% of what our operating budget is, or I guess it's maybe operating is not the right, but of our budget, less than 1% of our budget, to make sure that we have a good long-term view to ensure we don't have blips and valleys and shocks, and ensuring that we have it's meshed well with our asset management plan. I think that that's very reasonable.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess as far as I know sometimes studies seem cumbersome, but they're often required or make a better business case when we are going for funding opportunities, and sometimes you have to spend money to make it, and also it's good practice to review a long-term or have a proper long-term financial plan. There's not a business out there that isn't operating with one, so I'm fine with this as well.
Councillor Bougie, then.
Through Mr. Mayor, I would agree. I mean, it is going to be a difficult couple of years. I think having a long-term financial plan with our asset management plan, having it tied together is an important thing, and having outside eyes looking at the numbers would be a benefit to the whole township. And I do like the idea of possibly taking a portion of the reserves and risk management to fund some of it as well.
All right, thank you. So it seems that 75 for this year, looking towards 50,000 for next year, marrying it with asset management planning, And if I can encourage you as much as you can, don't let it be a book that gets given to you. Have your input. I'm sure it will be the input of you and staff, because the more that you can put into it, the more it means, because you don't just want another tomb on the shelf that we follow numbers, because you're valuable, and the information that our administration has is very valuable to this. So I look forward to what will come with this, and it looks like we're good to go and prepare in the vein that you had suggested. So we now then will move on to Mr. Jane for the next.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. The next department to come up is corporate services. So I'll have our GM of corporate services come and present the capital budget.
Thank you, Mr. Jane. Is it okay if I present from here? Yeah, okay. So the Corporate Services Department is largely operational, so we don't have a lot to bring to the capital budget discussion. That said, we do have one capital project planned for 2023, which has previously received approval by council earlier this year. That being the electronic documents retention management system implementation. So this project is, it comes in around $45,000, which will be funded through the COVID funding reserve. The project will involve the implementation of an electronic records management system. We are on schedule to begin the implementation in January. And it'll be a phased-in approach. We'll start with corporate services and then move throughout the departments to get things up and running for digital records management and file organization. So subject to any questions, that's the one and only capital project that you have before you from corporate services today.
Okay, as it was approved by previous council, I imagine like that is also something we've spoken about before, is data records management, and it is very important. I can assure you that one of the cases taken in 2019, it saved, well, probably hours of going to the basement and back. So this is a time saver over time. And then you also had 10,000 for the election. I just want to talk or get a nod, perhaps. Was that's enough, 10,000 per year to satisfy the next election? Perfect. I saw Councillor Bougie's hand up, and so please go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious as to what system is used now in the current township, and I can see the benefit of, this kind of service as we have just gone through, or in the past with the Glengarry County Archives, bringing our documents to them to be stored appropriately, and then we, in that process, digitizing all of the Glengarry News records as well. So I understand the importance of protecting the records, and I'm just curious what was used now and how will this system improve what is done now?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So presently, our records management is a combination of paper files. So we have several basements at the township office with lots of boxes of paper files. And our present electronic files are stored on our server. There isn't really a standard organization. So, for example, we have a file folder for corporate services where you run into the situation where there's Kelly's folder, or it's not really a standardized organization system. So what we're bringing in is it's through a company called StoneShare, and it's a system that is implemented through SharePoint, which is a program that we presently have access to with our Microsoft 365 licenses. So the benefit of that is it's not going to be an added subscription-based program every year, because we're already paying for the Microsoft licenses. So we're going to be leveraging the technology that we already have. And what it will do is it will integrate our file classification system, which we refer to as TOMRIM. So it's a standardized classification system that will be running in the background, so that the department heads don't have to be trying to figure out, oh, is this an L01 legal file? It'll help them to organize without having to do all of that classification on their own. So it'll create efficiencies. It'll be very helpful to the corporate services department for when we're, asked to pull a file or we're doing a freedom of information search. And it doesn't add a lot of ongoing costs because we're using technology that we're already paying for.
Excellent. Back to you, Mr. Jane.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So moving on, the next department to present the capital budget will be planning, building, and enforcement. So I'd like to invite Ms. GM Haley to come up and present the capital budget.
Okay, good morning, all. Similar to the Corporate Services Department, we don't have typically capital projects. Our department is almost entirely operational. However, there are two projects that I'd like to speak with you about today. And the first one being a possible proposed industrial park. This was introduced to council in late 2021 for our 2022 budget. The municipality owns land that's located north of our Richmond Road Industrial Park area that runs north and then west to County Road 27. There's a portion of this property that used to be a landfill site for Charlottenburg Township. That landfill site is now closed. And with the City of Cornwall running out of lands in their industrial park and with the outstanding demand from businesses looking for space for land, especially close to the 401 corridor. It's unbelievable how many calls that we would receive from different business owners or developers looking for land that's close to the 401, both to accommodate the trucking industry, warehousing, distribution, but also because of the new e-logs that are being introduced by the province that's coming into effect in January 2023, it's really creating more demand for facilities in between large business centers. So this is land that we talked about for years about researching to see if it's something that could be developed. In 2022, council approved in the budget dollars that were to be spent on an environmental impact study as well as surveying. The reason for the environmental impact study is when we look at our constraint maps that's provided to us from the province, there's an area of this land that has coastal wetlands in it. And we truly don't know what those constraints mean until they're investigated or they're validated. So with the budget approval, we retained an environmental firm to complete what's called an environmental impact study. And the purpose of that study is to look at the flora and fauna of the area of the land to determine if there's any constraints that would prevent us from moving forward with development. Most of you are probably aware that engineering firms are very, very busy, or consulting firms are very busy, and projects are not happening as timely as we would hope. So I am aware that the study is complete. I just don't have a copy of the final study. In discussions with the biologists that completed the work, they did find butternut. They found some areas of wetland. They also found evidence of fish habitat. What happens is in the final study, they produce a report with a constraint map, and that's going to tell me where these items have been found. What I do know is it's not over the entire parcel of property. So until we have that report back, we don't know where we can develop. You know, we might have areas of the property that we can completely develop depending on the mitigation measures or recommendations from the biologist. We may have areas that have to be completely avoided. And so, for example, if we go directly north of where the development stops on Richmond Road, I mean, that could be an area that's possibly developable, as well as lands adjacent to County Road 7, or County Road 27, excuse me, that could be developable as well, because the areas where, on our constraint maps, where there's the possibility of wetlands and habitat that could be of need of protection, tend to be located kind of in that northeast corner. So again, until I have the results, I truly don't know. And in 2022's budget, we also included dollars for surveying, but I didn't want to jump the gun and pay for a boundary survey if I didn't know what was developable. So we will be requesting to carry dollars forward into 2023 that are unspent on purpose, to make sure that we're not, spending money unnecessarily. And then, depending on the results of that study, we could be moving forward with a survey. We also could be moving forward with the retention of an engineering firm. That engineering firm would be looking at the former area that is the landfill site, just to determine what's developable or not, and looking at a concept plan. Some of you may recall in 2021, I presented a multi-year presentation of how this could move forward. And we have to treat ourselves as if we're developers in this case. We're not above any of the rules when it comes to the environment or wetlands or things like that. So the reason for carrying this money forward into 2022 and for budgeting for future dollars, or budgeting for future plans for 2023 and beyond, is to investigate if this is even possible. I'm confident the need is there from the industry, from the market. I'm confident that it could generate revenue if we're successful in creating a business park. There's definitely the need. We're still just in the investigative stages. And you'll see in the report that's been prepared that the dollars that are budgeted for is to come from the Planning Department reserve. We have a fairly healthy reserve considering our department is not typically a capital department. The reason why our reserve is so healthy is because we've been putting dollars away over the years for zoning bylaw. In 2009, I wrote it in-house, so it didn't cost any money, so we were able to keep that money in our reserves. And we do a lot of other things in-house as well. So that's why we wouldn't be taking dollars from a taxation for this. So moving on to the next project. The next project would be a new comprehensive zoning bylaw. Sorry.
May I just, I think Councillor McDonnell and Councillor Bougie had some questions about the industrial park.
Sure.
And then if I'm thinking, just looking at the zoning bylaw, I don't, just because we've likely all read our packages, like, I would say it almost seems natural in that we're saving money, the joint programming there. I mean, it would be, you've saved us money to do the same work, so I don't know if there has to be too much discussion on that one if we want to focus mostly on the industrial, unless I'm reading the situation wrong. So if I can go Councillor McDonnell, Councillor Bougie on industrial park, and then maybe we just quickly go through the zoning bylaw after without a comment.
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, just a few questions on I know we don't have the study back, but just as far as for the future of that study, could there be any changes to that, or will it have to be renewed at some point? Or kind of my mindset is around other municipalities that have done this and then start to lose acreage to, in conversation with the RRCA, or example for, for that basic line of being deemed an essential part of the, what's the best way to put it? So having your whatever it is they consider to be essential for fish habitat or whatever it may be, that's undevelopable. What's the potential that area could grow when we start to lose, say, lots or portions of lots after it's done? Is that, because assumingly, if we were successful and in 4 years this is all said and done, we have lots for sale, they're probably not all going to sell in the first 3 days. It's going to take years, but is there a potential we could start losing some of those lots to, based on changes or updates that have to be done to the environmental impact study?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe I understand your question, Councillor McDonnell. So let's say the study is returned, we have minimal constraints, but we continue to advance creating an industrial park, and that advancement occurs within the next 3 or 4 years. I'm not really concerned about what your comment is, unless there were to be a major policy change coming from the province with maybe a major new layer that has to be investigated, and those things we never know. But I'm not seeing that coming in the horizon. But if we sit on this for 10, plus years, then we might have to go back and do updates to the study. I understand what you're saying. Like if you're thinking of maybe some wetlands, and that could be further exacerbated by, could be a beaver dam, could be, you know, something to that effect that just enlarges that. Until I see the results of the study, I don't know if I could truly answer that question for you. But that's something I can keep council aware of. And I was really hoping to have the study by the end of this year. And if it's not in the next few weeks, it's certainly going to be in early 2023. So those are conversations that we can continue. And I'll reach back out to the consultant to see if maybe we can have an update before we do our next operational budget day, which may give us a little bit more information in terms of the constraint layer. So I didn't really answer your question, but it's a tough question to answer.
No, it's just more a concern as far as, I guess, not wanting to spend or commit too much money to it, just like, I want to see this project go forward, but I hate to see us start spending money before we get too much information, just because we could be put in a position where a good portion of this is deemed wetland, or it could start to grow out from that line. It's a floating line, or it's not, it's not necessarily, like, we have a neighboring municipality that has gone through something like that, where they thought they had a good idea of what was going to be their water sink within their business park, and all of a sudden it starts to grow on them, and then you start losing 30, 40, 50 acres on a 150-acre parcel. Your ROI on this has just gone, it's no longer where you thought it was going to be, and sometimes they're not worth it. So it's just a concern that way as far as spending the money, but as you said, we won't know until we see the environmental impact study.
Well, those are all fair questions. So I'll go to Councillor Bougie, then Councillor Jaworski.
Through Mr. Mayor, thank you, Ms. Haley, for the report. I had a couple questions. I mean, it's great to see that the interest is there. Our location is, I mean, it's a great location. We're in the Montreal corridor, Toronto corridor, proximity to the States. I mean, natural gas is there, Cornwall Electric is there. It's a great location, and we own the property, which is a bonus. My question was in regards to, being that it's a former landfill site, is there any limitations that way? I mean, if they approved it to be a landfill site, I know rules have changed. I don't see why they can't approve it to be a industrial park, but obviously rules have changed, and there's the processes that we need to go through. And but I think it's worth the investment to find out those answers before moving on. But that was my question in terms of limitations with a former landfill site. And how much of it is landfill, the former landfill site? Is it the more northern portion to County Road 27, or is it the whole thing?
I don't know if you have those specific questions. Okay, you do? Okay, great. Go ahead.
So thank you for the questions for you, Mr. Mayor. I'll do my best to answer those questions. So in regards to us redeveloping land that was a former landfill site, obviously there's necessary studies that need to be done to ensure that it's possible. I did have consultation with the Ministry of Environment, MECP, and one thing that's important when we're looking at new developments or redevelopments is making sure that we're not creating incompatibility. We're aware of sensitive land uses and things like that. So typically you never want to put a residential development where there used to be a landfill. So when you're proposing an industrial park, depending again on the results of the studies from the previous landfill, they tend to be more like uses. So that was not a concern to the Ministry of Environment in the initial discussions. In terms of the location of the landfill is kind of in the north area of the land, and they used to come in off of County Road 27. I couldn't give you an exact location. I'd have to pull up former reports to kind of show you an exact area, and I'm sorry we don't have that on the map. But one thing that's important, and you'll, again, in 2021, I kind of gave more of a detailed presentation to council, but if we get to the stage where we're moving forward and looking at creating lots, there's one study that's very important, and it's called a hydrogeological study. And the purpose of that is to investigate groundwater for both water quality and quantity to service the park. If we had the results of that study that came back that the aquifer or aquifers in that area are completely contaminated because of the landfill, well, then we don't move forward. And that's why it's important, because to budget this in stages so that we're not overspending dollars. We're doing this responsibly in terms of how we're moving forward. So Yeah, well, we're going to learn more if we get to move forward, both subject to the results of the positive results from the studies as well as council's approval. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Haley. And Mr. Councillor Bougie, I would imagine it's the northwest side only because that's the only unencumbered with trees. So that would be where I'd imagine that. So Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, through Mayor McDonald. My question is with regards to the budget transfer into the planning reserve for the future. I don't remember what the typical addition to that reserve was. If I'm reading this correctly, we're projecting and putting in 50,000. So I guess I would just like some understanding of where that number is coming from and if that's the funding level we're planning on holding over time for that reserve, please. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, you are correct in that $50,000 is getting budgeted to go into the planning department reserve. Really, the purpose of that budgeted addition is to be able to fund the industrial park plan going forward. So the industrial park plan will cost about $75,000 in 2023. That's what we're allocating for that project. However, based on the developability of the lands, that could become a pretty long-form project, which is expected to incur costs of about $150,000 to $200,000. And so those monies are being put aside in the planning department reserve to hopefully fund the industrial. Hopefully, the studies come back positive, and we're able to fund the project to completion.
No, that makes sense. So if I understand correctly, it's 200,000 over 4 years. So we're looking at 50 grand a year for the next. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And if I have just looking at that, like the dot of this development, I did some preliminary look at, and would it be fair to estimate, and perhaps this is not a fair question to you, and it might be going over here, that like per kilometer going through a forest, and with Paragon Road having turned north of there to avoid this kind of area being swampy, would $2 to $4 million per kilometer of road be a fair amount? And this is about 2.4 kilometers. So the road, just to bring the road in there before hydro, before everything, we are looking at, we'll say, rough estimate, and probably low because everything is low these days, like $10 million. It's like, yeah, $8 to $10 million in roads and electricity. So like that is the scope of what we're entertaining, and that is a fair scope to do. There would be required debt for that, and if you're confident that that debt can be paid off through, hookup fees, et cetera, with industrial and not from taxation, that's the drive is to not make this a tax-funded adventure. It should be a develop-funded venture because growth pays for growth. And then just looking at that map and some of the conversations we've had throughout the last several months is we have to think that this is kind of the last patch of unfettered forest south of the 401. And that's something that might cause grief. I just want to save, like if we're going to do this, we do it and incrementally because we don't want you to spend the time to, put a lot of effort in and then come back and say no halfway through. So this is the start of that conversation. It's just the ... is 10 to tens of millions of dollars to bring it probably to fruition. So as long as we're doing that with open eyes, and that's perhaps a council question, and I almost called you Councilor Haley. Mrs. Haley has a comment, but it's just to give you, like, that's the next steps, probably.
So if I could just have two very quick comments. The environmental impact study is also going to look at the quality of forest because there are woodland constraints. And let's say we don't move forward. And at the end of the day, council decides that this is not something you want, but you may want to either hold on to the land for tree cover because maybe there's great quality forest in there, or you want to dispose of the land. So what we've done to date and what we're planning to do in 2023 will not be a waste of money. It's going to be a great resource for you to make decisions moving forward, whether it's disposing, keeping, or developing. So I'm confident that we're doing the right thing just to be good stewards of our own land, to understand what we own and what the constraints may be. So thank you.
I just wanted to bring those up because they are, like, you want to see a few steps ahead of where we are, and as you said, we'll take that incremental approach, and it's good that we have the information that this will be good regardless of what the outcome is. So it appears that, Councillor Bougie, but it appears before you speak that council is mostly we're in favor of putting this in.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just had a quick question of the area. What's the area of that
Oh, how
line.
many acres?
Yeah, acres. I don't know if you know that offhand.
Ah.
I'm just curious.
It's well over 100. I'm sorry, I
Okay.
don't have that
No,
exact number with me.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay, great. And then looking at the zoning bylaw, given this,
160? Thank you. Is that?
it's
thank you.
160 acres is what Councilor Jaworski mentioned. With the zoning bylaw, instead of going in, because it seems it's something we have to do, you've done it through joint tender, you've saved the township money. I'm okay without explanation if council is too, or if you want to hear the conversation, because it is in the budget package. Or we can have a presentation from Mrs. Haley. It doesn't. Would you like the presentation? Excellent. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll make the presentation very quick because, as you said, it's really something that we need to do. When we have a new official plan under the legislation, we have 5 years to adopt a comprehensive zoning bylaw that conforms to the official plan. Because our official plan process took so long to complete and be approved by the province and with the appeal that occurred, we actually have a lot of our zoning bylaw written. Some members here today may recall that I had retained 2 University of Waterloo students a few years ago, and that was a project that we started in-house. So when we do things in-house, it certainly saves a lot of money, and then we also have the benefit now with the United Counties using their modernization funding to retain a consulting firm that's going to assist all 6 municipalities. It really is a cost savings for the municipality, and it's both in terms of staff time as well as consultant time. So we're only projecting a $20,000 expense, and honestly, I feel like I'm on the high side. I feel like I'll be coming in quite under budget in 2023. It's just difficult to come up with a number because there's, costs associated to the public consultation, mapping, printing. There may be, other things that need. So I'm hoping that, we've budgeted well and maybe even beyond the need. And we should be able to have a bylaw in place by the end of 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Okay. It has been requested that we take just a quick moment for a health break if at this break before going into fire. So I suppose then we okay, so we'll just have a quick recess for a health break and then return in 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. Hello and welcome back. Thank you for waiting with us while we had a health break. We will be now moving, we're continuing on section 5B, capital budget transfers, but we'll be talking specifically into fire. We're just going to change the process of how we were doing it. We were going item by item. Now, if Fire Chief Dave, if you could go through the whole your whole process, and we'll have questions afterwards. That way, we can make sure we're done by 2. Thank you, and to you, Mr. Robertson.
Good morning, Council. I'm here.
Sorry, I cut you off there. I pressed the wrong button.
Okay. Yes, once again, I'm here with 2 capital purchase asks for the 2023 year. The first project would be the Williamstown Fire Station, a roof replacement. The 2016 roofing analysis of many of our municipal buildings showed this roof as in fair to good condition. This actually is the roof for the new Williamstown Fire Station location, which is the former Rhodes Garage in Williamstown. As renovations of that project have moved along, we've noticed fairly significant issues with the roof. The roof has deteriorated more rapidly than was expected after that 2016 evaluation. There's 2 ways that we can look at, 2 options for roof replacement of this building. We could continue on with a flat roof, an asphalt roof, as seen in this picture. This picture, of course, a new roof will look much better. This is showing some of the issues with the current. So flat roof, which is very, very common on industrial or commercial facilities, buildings such as this building. We've had a quote from the current construction project of $184,000 for that roof if it was to be replaced as is with some minor modifications, raising of the parapet walls, so we'll have better performance out of the roof. So that would be for replacement of an asphalt roof. The other option is to investigate, and if we proceed with that as an option, to replace it with a wood truss style roof with a steel or a tin sheeting. So more commonly known as a tin roof. In effort to do that, we've been advised by our engineering companies that it would require $10,000 towards a feasibility study. That's the quote we've received in 2022. That feasibility study will evaluate whether the building, as it is built, as it is designed, will support a different roof structure. So we don't have a firm number on the cost of that style of roof. We're carrying a budget price of $250,000 at this time. So, yeah, I guess that's all. Yeah, if we want to move forward with that single project, so or for discussion. So, yeah.
Thank you, Fire Chief Dave. Robertson, if you could go and just talk about the water storage tanks, and
Okay.
we'll circle back with the conversation after that.
Okay, so our second ask would be for a 100. Might we flip to the next? Oh, okay, perfect. So the second ask would be for a water storage system also at the Williamstown Fire Station. This project would be something that was part of the initial 2017 and 2018 design of the Williamstown Fire Station relocation. The Village of Williamstown does not have municipal water, and with that, we're unable to rapidly refill our fire vehicles both after events or during emergencies. So water storage is a very common system in locations for fire stations such as this. This project, as council is aware, is something that we are investigating a partnership with Parks Canada on. Parks Canada has a property to the east that they're looking to do a similar project. So that project, those consultations and discussions are ongoing. The reason why this is coming forward now as opposed to during the construction phase was that I had removed it because of those options. We weren't sure exactly what this project would look like being a joint project. So it was removed out of the 2022 construction. So updated numbers from what we were provided during the past project will bring this in around $100,000. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And if I may start, just looking at the options you presented, should a tin roof be feasible for long-term financial planning? We'll say it's 40 years for a tin roof, and you said 20 for the flat roof. The difference responsibly saving is about $3,000 per year savings over the duration. Also, the money is coming from reserves, and as you know, reserves for this are saved for the buildings, the fleet, the SCBA's, and I believe there's another thing particularly. So I noticed also in the reserves that they're going from upwards of 430,000 to 450,000. So from my perspective, the tin roof does make long-term financial sense, and this is something we need. And I just caution towards when we upgrade those long-term plans, Mr. Jane, is reflect on the cost of this fire hall versus the cost that might be in there currently. So through councilors, Councillor Bougie.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would agree that option B would be my preference, just because you do have the longer term, life of the roof. A tin roof will last a lot longer. We did something similar in Lancaster, I believe, where it was replaced with tin a while ago. I mean, it's probably better, just you can see the condition of the roof as it is now. It would just be more beneficial. Now, if we're going with B and we have to get some engineering done, should we look at if we do want to possibly put, I don't know, if maybe solar panels or a repeater or some kind of structure on there? Can we do that at the same time if that's possible?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. Those are great comments. They are comments that we have considered with other recent buildings, so we could follow that same vein when we're having those discussions with engineering. Yes, we'll definitely look at the lifespan of the building and what changes might occur, including some of those energy efficient ideas, if they're feasible and add value to the building. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roberts. And if I go to Mr. Jane and then Councillor Jaworski and Councillor McDonnell.
So just to further add to Chief Robertson's point, of course, as we look at including including things to this project and increasing the scope of this project, of course, that will incur additional costs to the project above the allocated funding of $250,000. The fire department reserve is the main source of capital investment for fire department related capital projects. That reserve is currently projected to have an opening balance of approximately negative $75,000 in 2023. So I just want to caution council that as we look towards increasing the scope of some of these projects, we will also have to now start increasing the transfers being made into the fire department reserve to be able to fund the increased scope of the project.
Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McDonald. This is an example to me of where it's a good thing, it's a good example, but it's something that I think we can do better at least, with some other things that have happened in the past about having a total life cycle cost approach to all our projects. In this case, I think it definitely sounds like there's an option to spend a bit more now, but save over the long term. And I think that is something that we need to look at for all our projects, and not just from a capital investment perspective, but also a annual operating cost perspective as well. I don't think in this case, roof style would change the maintenance or the operating costs, but certainly if we're starting to look at energy savings options, that could potentially have also a good impact on lowering the operating costs annually. So again, total life cycle costs, both capital and maintenance. And yes, it might increase the scope at the beginning, but if overall it's saving time, it's saving money over the life of the asset, I think it would make sense, not just in terms of the capital cost of the asset, but the maintenance of the asset. And just to add on to what was said previously about solar panels, if I'm not mistaken, is it the Green Building Fund where I don't know if we would qualify. I mean, obviously you can't take it for given that you'll get a grant when you apply, but my understanding was that that's one of the funds where it would even cover some of the upgrades to the roof to accommodate those energy efficiency improvements. So something to consider, and I don't think we should shy away from thinking bigger for some of these projects. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to CAO Mills before moving to Councillor McNell's question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, further to the comments by Councillor Jaworski on the Green Fund, it's reopened for funding, and the date's the end of February 2023 to apply, so staff are going to meet in early January and go on a webinar and discuss, but that's not going to give us enough time to decide that for budget. Right.
I see Mr. Sude, Mr. Jane has a question. Go ahead.
So just a comment through you, Mr. Mayor. If it is the will of council, we can include the larger scoped project on the books contingent on us receiving green funding. So if you would like, we could move forward with this project with the inclusion of some solar panels or zero emissions capabilities, which are contingent on us receiving green funding. So the allocation of $250,000 would not change, and the transfer being made into the fire department reserve would not change. The hope is that the increased scope of the project will be funded through the green fund, and if our application is rejected, then we wouldn't be moving forward with those items.
That sounds fair, and thank you. Councillor McDonnell, and then if I could go to Deputy Mayor Lang after that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess, just a comment on the style of roof as well. I have no problem, I think, going for a proper tin roof. As we saw even with the North Lancaster Roads Garage, often with a flat roof, I don't love the style of it. It allows for exactly what you see in the picture there, water standing on a roof, which just, I question 20-year lifespan out of a flat roof. I don't always find it to be a realistic number myself, but I'd be much more in favor of going with a true tin roof and gravity keeping the stuff off. Okay.
Great, Deputy Mayor Lang, and then if you'll have the final comment on this one, and if you want to have questions on the tank, please lead into those ones too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I think anybody that's been around this table any length of time knows I'm not very fond of flat roofs. I think terrible design, but we don't know for sure if we can put the other one. So I guess my first thought is, yes, I'm perfectly willing to spend the $10,000 to make sure that, and we're going to almost have to spend it either way to make sure we're getting the best roof that we can have on there. I do agree with Councillor McDonnell that they don't tend to last the 20 years that they say, and I do think the other ones last more than 40 years, and sometimes quite a bit more than 40 years. And when it's time to replace the tin, it's not near the job that it was, once the trusses are all there, and if you do it timely before it starts to leak. So I'm in favor of moving ahead with it. If we can work with, a green fund to end up with solar panels or something, great. If not, either way, we need to have a building. Roofs are the best, they're the main thing to a building to keep them there for the next 100, 200 years. If you want to talk about the storage tank, I think we're kind of, I'm in favor of it. I think it's needed for the station, and it's needed for the village of Williamstown. Hopefully we can work out something with Parks Canada, but I guess that's kind of in limbo at the moment, so.
Councillor McNell, did you, oh, no, that was okay. With that one, given discussions, does that serve all needs or our needs for the storage tank? The one at $100,000. Is that would that be the bigger one or the smaller one, so to speak?
That would be the project that would be updated to what was designed for our own needs. That would not be for an upgraded or expanded system. An upgraded or expanded system, any costs above our own needs, above what's proposed today, would be from our partner.
That's great.
And the aim of this is actually so that the price of this goes down in a joint project together, so.
Okay, great. And it's nice to see that the reserves will be returning at the year end. I think by, well, like that 350 spent, 75 is 425 we're putting in for it. It will be back to a positive. And then I believe just for the next 4 years to 20 years, the lean years for the reserve in fire, if I either one of you was to be these next like 2020 to 2025, and then they start to build for the replacement of what we're doing now. Is that correct?
Yes, very much so.
Okay, great. So these were anticipated lean years, and thank you to previous councils for funding fire sustainably. With no other questions, seems you have the direction to proceed as this is, and we'll bring up recreation. And just a reminder, Mrs. Servage, is that we'll allow you to present your whole, and then we'll come back and go through afterwards. So I also reminder to council to, unless you have a meeting question, then please put your hand up, but we'll ask questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So the first project that we have here is the paint room renovation in the Charlene Recreation Center. So this room is located at the back of the Charlene Recreation Center in the workshop. It will include removing the ceiling and the wall to the left of this photo and the entrance wall. The wall that has the electrical panel will not be removed, as that's beside the Zamboni room. There will be some rerouting of wiring. As you can see, there's a light bulb on the ceiling, and there's some plumbing to the left wall that will need to be rerouted. We will purchase a fireproof container to store the paint supplies and chemicals. So essentially, we're removing this room. And as mentioned in the project sheet, it has been identified through the condition study to be completed, and then also through our health and safety inspections. The next project is the peanut line study. The peanut line study is an asset to the township. It's a great trail to have that runs from one end of the township to the other. It provides great connections to our user groups and also recreational opportunities for various numbers of activities. Having said that, the peanut line study has been on the radar for quite some time now for various reasons. The trail crosses through many private properties, and if we were to continue operating the peanut line in this manner, proper agreements would need to be formed. As you can see here, the peanut line is running right through a farmer's field. The goal of the study is to engage the appropriate stakeholders, such as adjacent landowners and user groups, to come up with some solutions. The next project is the condenser. The condenser is located outside the arena and is tied into the refrigeration plant room. As you can see here, that's at the back of the arena. The main function of a condenser is to cool the hot compressed vapor from the plant until it condenses to a liquid. You'll see in the budget package that it has been recommended to replace this piece of equipment by our maintenance contractor, Simcoe Refrigeration. The industry standard for replacement on these systems is 20 years, or approximately 20 years. However, that can be adjusted when the maintenance contractor assesses its condition. So when the contractors are comparing our condenser to others that they have worked on and seeing their life expectancy, they recommend replacement of ours in order to be proactive. Now, I do see that the condition is partially due to the water quality, so I have been in discussions with Simcoe regarding water filtration systems. This project is just to do the condenser, but I am looking into other solutions for the water quality to help prolong the life of the new condenser. The next project is the kitchen renovations at the Glengarry Nor'Westers and Loyalist Museum. This project has been on the radar also for a while now. It was originally put into the 2021 budget and then postponed to 2022. As you can see, we are asking to carry over $15,000 from 2022 and then add an additional $35,000 in 2023 for a total of $50,000. This is something that has been requested by the museum board, and as we began to dig into this project in 2022, it was determined that additional financial resources will have to be allocated towards this. We did try to secure some funding for this project, but unfortunately we were unsuccessful. The current kitchen lacks shelving, proper sinks that meet the health unit requirements, and a range hood above the oven. They would also like to rearrange the kitchen to make it safer, as the oven is in a high traffic spot. This renovation would just be to make the kitchen more functional and provide more storage. The museum does host quite a few events and meetings that do require the use of the kitchen. The next project here is MP Poirier Park upgrade. So unfortunately, we were not successful in the funding for this project, so we will be proposing scenario 2 for this item, which is the $60,000 from Parkland Reserve Fund. As you will see on the budget sheet, the township is required to spend $60,000 of the Parkland Reserve Fund, and that is where these funds will be coming from. This picture is from this fall after the old play structure was removed after it didn't pass safety inspection. So this would include the installation of a play structure and swing set similar to what we just installed in North Lancaster. I have been discussing with some community members in the Glendale subdivision, and we will be meeting in the new year to discuss fundraising, and I will involve them in the process if this were to move forward. The next project is the Karen View Park Concept Plan and Future Development. This project will also fall under scenario 2 due to the township being unsuccessful in the Commonwealth grant. Therefore, this would be $50,000 through the Karen View Park Reserve. This would include hiring consultants to use any information that was gathered through the master plan consultation, as well as additional consultation with the community, and then they would create concept design options that will then be brought to council for consideration. During this process, we will be able to assess the land and see what it can be best used for, and which items can be implemented. I know a portion of this land will need to be turned into a parking lot, as right now there is no parking. There's also been discussions about boat launches, maybe a small craft boat launch, boardwalks, those types of things. This portion of the project would be approximately $20,000, and that is the only portion we will be completing in 2023. The remainder will stay within the capital account for this project and will then be used in future years to implement items from the concept plan. The next item is the Summerstown Estates Parkland landscaping. So in this project sheet, we did provide some background information. This parcel of land is undergoing an analysis at this time, and once this is completed, then GM Haley will be bringing a report to council in order for council to approve the division of this land. Also, this is another item under the Parkland Reserve where we are required to spend or allocate $60,000 of our funds towards a project. After discussions with our master plan consultants, a public meeting with the community earlier this year, and reviewing with GM Haley, we had determined that once the analysis is complete, this will be the division of land that will be proposed when the time comes, as you can see here on the slide. So it would be the red portion for parkland and the green portion for a development piece. So this would be approximately 2.5 acres of parkland with approximately 1 acre of land for development. This project would just be to provide some landscaping and a parking lot in order to prep the site for a playground in the future. I have been communicating with the community representative, and I believe they're also looking to do some fundraising for this park in the future. The next project is the Charlene Recreation Center drainage. This drainage is definitely needed after seeing the condition of our foundation and concrete piers from the arena floor project that we did this year. This project will provide drainage on the east side of the building. In future years, the west side of the building may be considered, but for now, we are just looking at the east side. As mentioned in the project sheet, administration has already looked into easement agreements and have consulted with the RRCA for drainage purposes, as well as the adjacent landowner. So this next slide, I have 2 quick slides here, just to go over some items for our department. So this slide just speaks to the items that are in addition to what I just outlined for projects. This certainly doesn't include everything, but these are just the major things that we will be doing in addition to the ones I highlighted in our capital list, just so that council is aware. So we do have the Peanut Line Bridge project that has already been approved that we'll be doing next year. We will be completing the Glen Walter Tennis Court resurfacing that was postponed in 2022. That is being done in 2023 through our Commonwealth funding that we received. We also just completed the North Lancaster Playground project, but we will be working with the community to purchase and install additional equipment that they have fundraised for. Another item that will likely be brought to council at some point in 2023 is canteen operations. We'll also be working on establishing proper lease agreements with those that occupy our buildings. And then the last two items are projects, if approved, will follow under the infrastructure's project sheets. However, both the building condition assessment, asset management, and the wharfs involve our department as well. This next slide. This slide speaks to items that have not been brought forward for the 2023 budget, but I'd like to briefly mention them as they are items that have been brought forward either from those that occupy our buildings or from the community. So I've not included them in the budget. They're not something that we're doing next year, but I felt that it was important to still bring them forward for your information. So the Glen Walter Accessible Pathway, as you're aware, we just installed the new play structure at this park. Although there is a paved pathway that goes around the entire perimeter of the park, there is a gravel pathway that goes up to the washroom building, the play structure, and the pavilion. It is our hope to incorporate an accessible pathway as part of the initial project, but unfortunately it just wasn't feasible at the time. We spent the dollars towards landscaping around the play structure. So we have gotten the pathway engineered and Class D estimates provided. So it's my intention in the future, we have all this information ready for the Glen Walter Accessible Pathway, but if an accessibility fund were to come up, then I have all that information in order to apply. The next item is snowflake replacements. We do have snowflakes in 3 of our towns, and we are about to add 2 more to the list from funding from 2022. But you may notice that some they're not as bright as others, or each year we have a couple that are no longer working. So eventually we'll either have a significantly less amount of snowflakes in each town, or we remove one town because we don't have enough. So I'm not including it in the budget for these replacements, but probably in the next 2 to 4 years, we're going to start seeing that decline because they don't last more than, I would say, 5 years. Next, we have park facility signage. So back in 2021, there was a project started to complete all the hamlet signage in the township. Part of the project, I believe, was to replace some park signage. However, it was never really something that our department committed to at the time. So at this time, given the amount of other projects that we do have on our plate, I will be adding this possibly to our 2024 items for consideration, as it's just not something that we can carry out at this time. Lastly, we have 2 other buildings. Our 2 other buildings that have requested some renovations, one being the dentist and the other being the library. I'd like to wait until we have done our building condition assessments to see what the priorities are in these buildings before we go forward with any of the items that our tenants have recommended. So that's what I have for our department. So we can move forward to questions right now.
Okay, thank you for your presentations. There's a lot going on. As we know, recreation is a pretty big pillar. I'm an infrastructure individual, and I think council talks about infrastructure. Recreation is probably right there, especially the core recreation. And I do appreciate this last slide, kind of saying that we can't do everything at once, because at times we as council have to be cognizant that we want things done right and not rushed. And this slide lets us know that you're aware of these things, but we can't do everything all the time. So I do appreciate that part of it. If I may just go on a slight YouTube tangent, for the Cairnview Park, there's some interesting strategies about getting kids involved, because if you get too many adults, we're dependent on cars. I'd be interested in seeing what individuals who don't have cars would be for Cairnview, their perspectives. And you can take that for what it's worth, but it's interesting the development of parks with not cars in mind. And that one, I mean, it can be an active park pretty quickly. Otherwise, I leave it if there's probably several questions around the table. So if somebody would like to start, we'll start with Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, do you want us to do one item at a time and discuss it and let everybody have their questions? Do you want me to go through all of the items? I'm not sure how you want to to do this. So there was quite a few projects there, and I have comments on likely 4 or 5 of them.
Okay, go through your 4 or 5 comments, I think, or would you recommend?
If you have, through you, Mr. Mayor, if we have 4 or 5, go back to the first slide on the project and just proceed.
Okay, we'll start with the Charland Paint Room. Were there any questions as to this one specifically? We can give thumbs up if we all just agree with go ahead, because we don't have to all turn the mic on and say I agree. So,
That was just gonna be my comment, yeah, if we can, this one's kind of a no-brainer.
okay, no brainer. We'll go to the peanut line study, peanut line reserve. We'll go to Deputy Mayor Lang and then Councillor McDonnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thank you, Ms. Surridge, for the report. Very good, and you went through it very well and quickly, and it was plain. Didn't take too long. I'll just have to remember everything you said now, though. Comment that struck me when you showed this picture and you said the peanut line is running through a farmer's field. I'd like to disagree. A farmer's field's running through our peanut line. And, you know, we own a stretch of property there 100 feet wide, and somebody is using it. And if we're okay with that, that's fine, but if we're, you know, we got to make sure we keep the attitude right. Like, this is our peanut line, it's our trail, and I say our, I mean the whole township, so everybody that lives here. So anyway, I had spoke to you a little bit earlier, and I'm going to bring it up here today, just because I'd like the rest of the council to know what I'm kind of thinking and see if they're in agreement. When I think Mayor McDonald was with me when we did the Summerstown Trail announcement for their. It was kind of interesting to hear that year to date, I believe they said 22,000 people had gone through that. That if the numbers are right. And it doesn't matter if the numbers are right on or not. Cooper Marsh, I believe we get around 45,000 people go through Cooper Marsh a year, and Grays Creek is higher than that. I don't remember the number off the top of my head. It would be nice if we had some numbers for a number of people that use our peanut line. And I'd like to know the number of people that use, say, Williamstown West, or even close to Williamstown. If we could buy a counter or something. I don't understand how the counters work, if they're just electric eye or how they work. And I would like to know, like down at this end, is it considerably less? I think it would help us make decisions. And if we can, I don't know what these counters are worth, maybe Sherylyn's looked into this, but that's something that would help me to say, okay, you know, if 10,000 people are using it or 30,000 people are using it, is it worth putting money into it? Or, you know, is it something that, you know, would make more sense. It makes decision-making for us a little easier. So that's the only thing I wanted to bring up in the peanut line.
Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the presentation. On the peanut line, I think before we spend too much money on the peanut line, we've got to do an actual, I agree with Deputy Mayor Lang's comment as far as who uses it, how many people. My bigger concern is how many people from the township use it, especially that east half. I agree. I think there's a lot of our residents who really take advantage of the west half, Williamstown kind of west in particular, even parts of the section to the 34 highway. I really question the east half. A lot of it, I'm assuming, is well, it's 90%, I think, ATV travel or maybe horses included in that, but it's not a nice section of the trail. It's generally the worst part of it to ride. I kind of want to see what do the residents want with it, and base it around that east and west half, and kind of draw the line at Williamstown and how much use is actually there, because we do see a lot in Williamstown. My end of the world, we don't see too much. Where there's, you know, the odd regular who uses it. Lots of Quebec vehicles parking on the edge that are throwing off a four-wheeler and going from there, or coming out of the Quebec side. But I don't know that we should be, there'd be a huge undertaking to fix the east half of this, and we better be sure that it's going to be properly used if we're going to do it, or even consider moving forward with putting some kind of aggregates or reclaiming, we'll say, our land. That is the township's that's being farmed, but there might be, you know, use of this more in the winter than anything on the east half, and year-round on the west half. I think we have to decide how much we want to put into this, and go public consultation with the residents, and then stakeholder consultation, especially separating it east and west, and who wants to keep it, and maybe there's an interest to buy it with if we left an easement. I don't know. there's a few different options here, but I think we've got to really differentiate, like Deputy Mayor Lang said, east and west.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McInnell. Mr. Jane?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I believe Gia McDonald had a comment and can perhaps provide some clarity around the numbers.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. And unfortunately, Ms. Servage and I haven't talked about our operational plans yet for the year, so she's unaware of what I'm about to say. However, we do have use of, right now, the SDNG traffic counter. It's a camera, and I was planning on putting those up at the entrances to the Peanut Line throughout the summer and capturing whatever road it's on, whether it be county or township, and it can also pick up the traffic going, like the pedestrian and active transportation traffic on the Peanut Line. So I'm not sure if that helps you, Ms. Servage, but I thought I would throw that out there.
Thank you, GM McDonald. Is this on? Thank you, GM McDonald, for your comments. Deputy Mayor Lang, when we had spoke the other day about trail counters as well, I have purchased them in the past. In my previous position, I can't remember exactly the cost of them, and it probably has increased since 4 years ago. But they definitely have different features where maybe they only count pedestrians, or this one we'd obviously want to be able to count vehicles as well. So that's something we can look into, and I can definitely work with GM McDonald about maybe something that we already have. So,
If I may, just to carry on the conversation, because this is really a strategic conversation in what we want to do. I think the money will be in the reserves whether we spend it now or later, but I do agree that stakeholder engagement, from the conversations I've had, I know there are several farmers that are afraid of the liability that they'll incur with the crossing. I know it is our property, but they are using it, and we often have to think about who is near the land. I know NIMBYism is a big thing, but there are heavily divergent thoughts on what to do with this trail. And I know in the GIS system, I think you can highlight the local individuals and get like a mail out, but given how many times we went through the water mail out, it could be a considerable process that we're asking staff to do, but a valuable one, because we really need to know the adjacent property owners and perhaps a few recreational groups what their interest in it is. So I guess from what I'm hearing is you'd like to hear from stakeholders, you'd also like to hear from stakeholders. I'm just wondering what degree and how, like, if the survey comes back 40% participation, are we going to ask for more? Because a quick mail out should do. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think given the history of this and what has gone on as far as stakeholder meetings in the past and the participation that was in on those meetings, I think you would see considerably higher participation than, say, example, the water. I think most of the people, especially if you survey the east half, I think most of them are going to be coming to wanting to have that conversation, because as you say, one, there is the risk of liability to us, especially in this case, for example, and even in a case where, for example, my farm still has the rail bed in it, and it is probably the roughest section between those two concession roads, and there's not much we can do, and we've tried to keep it fairly level, but if something ever happened there and we were out there grading it at the time, we could be in a huge liability position there. So.
Okay, well then, if we could get a quick mail out to the individuals, and then I'd say it's council's responsibility to reach out and say this is a thing we want to hear from you, because I mean, your properties border the Peanut Line. I guess my property even borders the Peanut Line for the few hundred or few feet I have, because there are differences. So I think before we take that project, if it's possible, like do the mail merge, send it out, and then see what we get back. And then I think it's incumbent upon council to get those opinions, because they are available to us. We probably heard from them. We just have to make sure we're comfortable accepting like a 40% return rate dependent. And now I'm kind of rambling, so I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you're kind of recommending, is that we do a mail out to adjacent landowners before we decide to go ahead with the peanut line study?
I would say it would be advantageous to do that because we are representing the people who are adjacent to it. Like, what if 100% of people don't want the peanut line, and then we go ahead and do a study that gets us on the path to carry on with the peanut line?
I've got two minds there, mainly because there's, in everybody's mind, there's two parts to the peanut line. There's the part that we haven't let anybody alter, and it's being, I think, used quite heavily. And I don't know if that starts at Williamstown, as Councillor McDonnell had said, or if it starts at the 34 highway. There's some, the other thing is you send out a mail out to anybody east of the 34 highway that's an adjacent landowner. They're almost all farmers. They're almost all going to say that they want to have the peanut line for their own and they want to farm through it. But that doesn't necessarily capture what the people who own the peanut line, that's a small percentage of our township as far as members. I do think they do have quite a bit of say because they are obviously adjacent to it and it does affect them day to day. But I do think we have to keep in mind that it is owned by everybody, whether they live beside it or not, and has potential to be used by everybody. So, and I'm just wondering if we do a peanut line study, if some of this information wouldn't be captured in that study.
Okay, then perhaps the study could encompass having that part of it. So, Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. While Deputy Mayor Lang said it very well, that certain residents are much more impacted by decisions that are made with regards to the peanut line. I mean, it is a township asset. It belongs to all residents of the township. I think any public consultation that we embark on should do as best it can to treat all residents equally. But certainly, I think we should work extremely hard also to get feedback from those who live, who own land right adjacent to it, although I think, as Councillor McDonnell has said, I don't think we'll have to work that hard to get that feedback. But I think it's a township asset. We need township-wide consultation. And with respect to how, are there two sections? Yeah, I probably agree that it's more on where 34 is, where the style of the Peanut Road changes. However, and this is where the counter information would be very interesting, and obviously the timing of when those counters are put out is also very important. Is this a summer analysis? Is this a winter analysis? There's certain times of the year that no one wants to be on the peanut line because it's a mud bath, or, well, I guess some people prefer that. But to my point, different times of year, you can really skew the results with counters. So that's very important to put thought into that. But I think there's an element of also, why is one section used more than the others? And there's that chicken and an egg. Would they be using it more if it hadn't been so heavily degraded as what we see in that image? So I don't think it's necessarily fair to start off with that position that, well, because it's been degraded like this, we're stuck in this situation. Definitely has more costs to rehabilitate it, but I think we need to start with more of an open mind, I think, in terms of what our residents, and that's where we need to do the public consultation. So thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor McDonnell, final comment, and it seemed, final comment.
So just through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess in regards to that, my thought on doing the land owners adjacent outreach first is it could potentially save us on this project because it's something we can relatively do cheap in-house. And then you're not asking a consultant to go out. We're still going to have to provide the information to them so that they can get a hold of the adjacent landowners, and they might take it to a different level. I think it's an easy way to start the process and to get some general starting information to move forward with. I agree 100% that everybody in the township does own this, but we do have a small group of individuals that own adjacent to it that I think we will get very good return on the questionnaire should we send it out. And it could, if we're going to be going to include public consultation within this study, save us money and not have to go that we would just at that point provide that information to the consultants. So that's kind of where my head is. I think it's a good starting ground. And as we kind of said, you might it might give us a good way of separating the two halves of it, or if there is even a point in separating them. So I think it would just be easy starting ground for very little cost.
C.O. Mills?
So Through you, Mr. Mayor, respectfully, we're on our third decade of ownership of this Peanut line, and we need the study done regardless, and it needs to be objective, not subjective. And also, staff are not experienced, this is a rail line. Staff aren't experienced, we're discovering things all the time. You know, for example, the bridge work we have to do, and. And is it a tourism spot? Is it a recreation spot? Is it both? That's what an objective study with a third-party consultant is going to provide.
Okay, I'd be curious just for Councillor Bougie's opinion, because it seems like there's it's either do the study or do the survey, and do the study is essentially what we're looking at. So I'm seeing survey, study, and just, you can say, oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, study, survey. My apologies, I did that backwards. Do I have that right, Deputy Mayor Lang? You would like the,
I have no problem if you want to send out letters to the adjacent landowners and see what they have to say, but I wouldn't slow down I'd like to see us approve the 45,000 for the peanut line study, and if we want to do some add-ons in-house, that's not
Okay.
going to hurt anything.
okay, so Councillor Bougie.
I would agree with the study, but I do like the idea of the public consultation as well.
Okay,
Right,
perfect.
just
then.
get the public's feedback.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can do it as phase one of the study. So here, we are agreeing with, then, to move this along, the line study is, we'll do that this year and get the consultation prepared. Thank you for your patience with us as we discussed it. Any questions on the condenser? Wonderful. The Nor'Westers and Loyalists Museum kitchen, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you. It's a pretty small kitchen, seems like a lot of money, but I'm not in the kitchen business, but I've been hearing that it's gone completely through the roof. But anyway, mine is a side note, and you look at the picture there, how long are we going to leave that, whatever it is, on the roof? I don't know if it was old solar panels or if it was a type of trying to heat water. It's been there forever. I don't think it's been used. Maybe there's somewhere you can talk to the people about green energy on the roof. Replace that with something else.
Okay, excellent. That can come up at a future meeting, but for the kitchen, you're approved, like, do take that into consideration. But for the kitchen renovation, is everybody satisfied with that as it's presented in the budget? Oh, Councillor Jaworski?
I mean, this is one that's been going for a while, and there was talk at one point where we would be doing some of this work in-house. I know that's not possible. I know we don't have that level of staffing or expertise, but I guess maybe a rambling comment, but this is sort of an example where there's lots of folks in the community who would love to be involved in things like this, and it'd be nice if our procurement guidelines allowed for more significant community involvement, and so that, you know, the bureaucracy didn't get in the way of folks getting involved and keeping the costs down for everyone, because I think there would be opportunities for that in this case specifically. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I have no issues really with moving forward with this. Unfortunately, the cost of doing these things has increased exponentially, but just along the lines of Councillor Jaworski's comment, there's probably 4 or 5 good local contractors I could think of that would bid on either this in portions or general contracted ourselves, or would somebody good local would do the general contracting. Just, we've learned on some of these smaller projects, we don't get local contractors bidding when there is a bond. So I think this is a small enough project that we don't need to carry a large bond on this. I think we can trust that if we're picking good contractors, we shouldn't have to worry.
Okay, thank you. I guess that's, the procurement portion will be something to come back at another meeting, but we'll mark it as noted to review. Councillor Bougie, are you okay to proceed?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm in favor of the project, and I agree with the comments that were made in terms of the contractors as well.
Okay, great, thank you. MP Poirier Park upgrades, so that's coming from the Parkland Reserve Fund of 60,000. That park was removed last year because of safety. It would be nice to give it back, and I'm glad that you mentioned you're liaising with the community already, so it seems like everything's being done that way. I guess a thumbs up, or, yeah, okay, we'll move on. Everybody's, or majority is in favor. Karen View Park concept plan and future development. That's kind of been on the docket for a little while as an idea, so it's nice to see that the concept plan and future development be included in that 50,000. Did anybody have any thoughts on the matter? We're okay to proceed, great. Proposed Summerstown Estates Parkland landscaping. I believe this was something that came up last summer or fall through to the previous council, so I don't know if there's any perspective needed, or we're okay starting with the, getting that started with the landscaping. Deputy Mayor Lang and then Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. And yes, I think you're right, and I'm in favor of starting with the landscaping. I had talked to Ms. Servage about it a little bit, and maybe put Mrs. Haley on the spot a little bit. Listening, okay, good. The whole thing was set aside for Parkland, I believe. Council, we kind of rushed into a decision that we were going to not worry about the Parkland there. Community came back and was very upset, and rightfully so, I guess, and we were smart enough to change our mind and say we'd like to, work with them. Do we have the ability, and this goes a question for Ms. Haley, do we have the ability to create Parkland in the red block and sell one lot that was set aside for Parkland? And if so, can we take the money that we sell that lot for and use it to build the park?
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. The answer to that is yes. However, council had agreed at a subsequent or previous council meeting that they would not sell the land, that they would consider a park and allow the developer to proceed with updating the hydrogeological and terrain analysis study to determine if a lot can be created. So I feel that if we change our mind, we've misled the developer. And so I did not request them to proceed until the master plan was adopted by council, which was only done so in October. I emailed the developer shortly after, letting them know that the master plan was approved, that there would be a park created, and to proceed with updating the study if they so wished, which means then that we're expecting the study to come back saying that another lot or two will be acceptable, because we did pre-consult with the engineers first before I brought the original report to council. And with that, then, that means the developer would have the lot, the developer would sell the lot, and we would calculate the difference in cash in lieu of parkland that they would be contributing, which is going to be very nominal. It'll be a very low value based on how the Planning Act works. So it is council's decision. I just feel like we're changing our minds to the detriment of the developer when we've kind of led them to believe that we were heading in a different direction. And council, anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you again. That's a little bit of what I was afraid of. I'm not sure what we were thinking that day. Like, this land was set aside for park, and here we are saying, okay, well, we don't need the whole thing for park. We're going to give it back to the developer. So the developer is going to make $100,000 on this land that the township was already set aside for parkland for the township. Like, well, I'm not sure why we didn't seem to grasp that at the time. It just seemed kind of funny that here we are going to give this lot back to the developer. You can sell it for, I'm saying 100,000. I don't know what lots are worth, but I'm just throwing that number out there. Would it not make more sense? The township should have been smart to say, no, if the lot's going to be sold as a lot, we'll take the 100,000 and build the park with it. I'm just throwing it out there for people. I don't know what, and I do agree with Ms. Haley. I do believe that is what we said. I'm just not sure why we came to that conclusion.
Yeah, from a financial perspective, it certainly makes sense what you're saying, but I'm curious as to other council. Councillor McDonnell, then Councillor Bougie.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thinking back on it, I almost think we were on your same mind track as you are now, but I don't recall if we did go that. Anyways, if that's where we're at now, I know it's. We're not afraid to change our mind on this. Apparently, we've done it once already.
Can I throw something else out there? Has the developer spent any money to check this lot out? And if they haven't, if we were to keep it, it should be us that does the study, instead of having them do the study and then we take the lot back.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to answer that question. I'm going to try and give you a little bit more context to it, to the background of this. So originally, administration recommended to council to allow additional lots to be created because we felt that there was a market demand for these lots to be sold and built on fairly quickly. Council had three options in the staff report that I wrote, and the three options were allowed to be developed, we collect the cash in lieu. The other one was accept the land as originally planned, or the other one was accept the land, don't develop it as a park, and wait and see if you want to sell part of it, all of it, or the latter. The reason why administration was recommending at the time for it to be lots, and this would predate Ms. Servage's time, is because there's a lot of cost to maintaining a park, and not every subdivision has to have parkland. So I realized that was maybe the thoughts of myself and the former general manager of infrastructure, as we were responsible for Parks and Recreation at that time. So we obviously have heard from the community and heard that there's a want for this. And now to answer your question about has the developer incurred costs, I don't know that, but I'll gladly reach out to the developer because the email I sent the developer, and we just talked about this yesterday in preparation for the meeting, excuse me, was the first week of November. So it wasn't that long ago. So it's not like we're talking many months have gone by. So I can ask them, I can let them know that council's reconsidering it due to the cost of this plan. And see what they say. And if they haven't, then, I mean, council always has the right to change their mind. I just want us to be, very honest and transparent when we're making these decisions so that I'm not changing, our word type thing. So I'll gladly do that if you wish and let council know where the developer's at.
Okay, thank you for that update and information. I think we're okay with the, Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. To Deputy Mayor Lang's question when he said what we were thinking, clearly I didn't do a good enough job of advocating for the opposite point of view on this one because I definitely wanted us to keep this land and have public consultation before we made a decision. And I certainly would like Ms. Haley to do as she's suggesting because, I think, with all the press that went around this situation, I don't think it's, I'd like to think no one has it in their head that what was happening with this area was baked in, and I'm not aware of what contracts we'd already signed with the developer. But I'd like us to do, but my question with respect to this one is, so as I see, if I understand correctly, what staff is proposing is that what's in green becomes a developing lot, and what's in red stays as parkland, all subject to all these other studies that need still to be done. And if I understand correctly, this in red is 2.5 acres, which just like in comparison to like Rosemont Park, that's about 2.9 acres. So it's a reasonable sized park. My question is to Ms. Servage. So the community group, how are they, I assume they've seen this, and what is their response to that? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. When we had our public meeting with the community earlier this year, they were in favor of a section of it being, the park, a section of it being developed. They want a play structure in their community, and it wasn't necessary to them to have the entire lot because you can build a park on 1.5 or 2.5 acres. So that's kind of what was discussed at the time at the public meeting. I also just want to mention, this is for the funding for the landscaping. As I had mentioned in the report here, it'll be brought back to council later when the analysis is done for council to determine, what portion is parkland, what portion is, this is just based on what we anticipate we will be proposing in the future. But this project alone is just for the funding for the landscaping of the land.
Just supplemental though. So this specific image, this specific breakup, that has not been specifically discussed with the representatives of the community group at this point. I was at the community discussion. I remember what was done a year ago, but I'm saying more recently. Maybe not a year ago, but you know what I mean.
This image wasn't necessarily sent directly to the community, but it was discussed that a section of it could be for development and then another section for parkland.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, perfect. It sounds like council's, oh, okay. Mrs. Haley?
I just have one more comment. If there's still, I think, another option that I just thought of. If the developer comes back and tells me that they have incurred costs to update the report, and let's say that report is several $1,000s, we would need that report done anyway, even if we collected the land, or we kept the land, because if council wanted to create a lot, that report has to be done. You could always offer to pay for the cost of that report, and it'll give you, more options on the table. So I can communicate that, and again, then we're being, very forthright with the information, and then we know what our options are moving forward.
That sounds like an agreeable position to take. Any costs that were incurred that we're going to incur anyway, because Deputy Mayor Lang has a point, and like when governing, you do the greatest amount of good for the most amount of people for the longest duration. And if we can get that lot, sell it, and put it back into that park, it saves taxpayers potentially, and it also makes the park easier to get what they want. So I think you have your yes on that 20,000, and Mrs. Haley, if you could make that reach out and say strongly considering that, open to compensation for costs that we need to do anyway. So then moving on to the Charland Recreation Center drainage. Did anybody have any questions there? I guess taking care of your foundation is generally a good business, and that looks like what it is there. And Councillor Jaworski.
So tangential to this one, I just wanted to make sure that, like CIO Mills mentioned about that green building fund opening up in February. I know we've talked about projects in the past for the arena. I'm hoping that the arena will be one of the ones that are also discussed for that. I just want to put that plug in now. Thanks.
For sure.
Excellent. And just looking at this as a whole from council side, a lot of these projects have been funded by reserves. Those reserves, I believe, historically were there in anticipation for the floor at the arena, and we were fortunate with the funding and costing there. So we're kind of coming to the end of those extra reserves, so we do have to, through the asset management plan, we'll get some numbers back. We'll get those numbers to see what we have to put in to make recreation and buildings sustainable. So it's great whenever it works out, because it makes budgeting easier on the taxpayer when it comes out of reserves. Mr. Jane?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. There is a recreation buildings reserve that I believe we have a projected opening balance of about $400,000. Sorry, a projected 2023 closing balance of $400,000. Those monies, and I'll detail this in the latter portion of my presentation, those monies are currently being set aside to fund projects that are going to be identified through the building condition assessments. The building condition assessment is a project that will be presented by GM McDonald and will be administered through her department, and those funds will be used to fund capital projects that are identified by the building condition assessment that will be completed in 2023.
Excellent. Thank you for that update. I know that our lunch is coming around 12, so I don't know if it's prudent to take a break now or to just carry on for the next half hour. So we're going to keep going. I agree with that too. So we will bring in Mrs. McDonald for infrastructure at this point. Okay, and the aim will be to have the discussion of everything beforehand, and if the conversation happens amongst council before or after lunch, it will work out that way. So if you could go through your presentations now, and if, yes, please proceed.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Would you like me to run through all 11 of the infrastructure projects, or would you like to segment it into maybe the first 5 and try and hit those up before lunch? I arbitrarily picked the number 5.
Yeah, I think as many as you can before lunch, and then that way we can have the conversation after on full belly, so that you don't get as tired and
That's
hungry.
Fair. All right, so I have just a few things to say in advance. So we have 11 proposed capital infrastructure projects before you today. Kind of in follow-up to what Mr. Jane was saying earlier about the increase in costs, I pulled some of those for council just so they have an understanding of what we've experienced over this year. So in terms of fuel adjustments, our waste collection contract is about $90,000 each month, and there's a fuel adjustment on top of that. Every month, the township is incurring between $7,000 and $10,000 in fuel adjustment over, like, so that is the money that we're incurring in addition to the, anyways, that just gives you an idea of how much fuel has gone up. So any contracts that we put out have a significant fuel adjustment on them, and I expect that to continue moving forward. Subsequently, the AC index, so for asphalt, at the beginning of January, or 2022, so in January, the, what is this word? Sorry, the price per ton was $917, and now in November it's $1,182. So the AC index has increased substantially. If you can compare that back to the last few years, it was roughly $750 to $800 in terms of the price per ton. So we are many hundreds of dollars above what the previous AC index was. So hopefully that provides an understanding of how costs are increasing. Like, it's our fuel adjustments are increasing, and our AC indexes are going up, in addition to we're paying premiums for contractors to come out to our area because everyone is very, very busy. So hopefully that is okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's just one question that, if it's a high-level question, would repairs and maintenance also be considerably up, if you're aware of that? And maybe that's a question for a subsequent meeting to answer. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll come back with an answer through the operational.
Thank you
budget.
kindly.
Yeah. Excellent. All right, so our first infrastructure services capital project is fleet renewal and growth. It has an estimated funding requirement of $310,000 funded from reserves. So that would be the roads equipment reserve, the Lancaster area sewer water reserve, and the Glen Walter sewer water system reserve. This is a request for a new backhoe, which would be a fleet renewal. So we're renewing our 2002 backhoe. These pieces of equipment have an average lifespan of roughly 15 to 20 years. So we're at the end of that lifespan. In terms of fleet growth, we are looking to purchase and add to our fleet a valve trailer. This is a really neat piece of equipment. It can do a lot of things. It's very versatile, and we can use it, I think, in any of our outdoor divisions. But right now I'm just speaking towards water and roads. So it can turn valves, it can turn posts, it can dig little holes, it can clean valve boxes using its vacuum function. It can vacuum out stuff in culverts. It has a pressure washer function on it also, so we can blast out debris in pipe, well, probably not pipes, but in culverts. So it can be used across the board. And I can see an application also with parks and possibly in waste. Our second infrastructure capital budget request is for structure design and rehabilitation. It has an estimated funding requirement of $330,000, and the funding will be provided by the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. This is a design or study or capital improvement, let's say, to 6 structures. Council will remember that we updated our roads, our bridges capital plan in October, and these would be the projects identified on that capital plan. They're located across the project or across the township, and they are much needed. I want to highlight number 5. So number 5 is Butternut Lane, and that's the picture that you see. Butternut Lane is a truss bridge. It doesn't carry vehicles right now. It's on the edge of it crosses the Baudette River, and I believe it's used primarily by active transportation or recreational users. So this one, it's an options renewal study to see what the future may be for Butternut Lane. Just if you're wondering why one of our bridges looks so precarious, that is why it doesn't carry vehicles. Infrastructure services project number 3 is the culvert replacement on concession 2 at Wesley Creek, and this is an estimated funding requirement of $200,000 through the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. And this is one of those culverts that isn't 3-span, so it's not picked up by our OSIM, or Ontario Structural Inspection Manual inspections, which is where the projects all on project number 2 are from. We had 5 projects identified by our drainage superintendent, Mr. Gary McDonald, and in 2022 we did emergency repairs to one of those culverts. We've selected this one to do next, simply because it's in the worst condition of the 5, or the 4 that are remaining. It's the most simple one, So it's a straight culvert on a straight road. There's no concrete work. It should be fairly straightforward. So in a year where we're going into some tough decisions, it will cost hopefully less than the others. The Wood Creek drain, it's on a curve in a road, and the two on Grays Creek involve likely some concrete work. So we would expect them to be a bit more in cost, but we'll look to include those in future years. And the picture on the slide was the culvert in question, so you can see it's in pretty rough shape. Project number 4 is the Summerstown Wharf Renewal Options Analysis with an estimated funding requirement of $50,000 through taxation. This is something that should be fresh in Council's mind because we spoke about it on Monday and Ms. Servage referenced it in her presentation. So the Summerstown Wharf is at end of life and we're not entirely too sure what to do with it. Do we rehabilitate, do we replace, or something else? So this $50,000 will go towards a structural options renewal analysis and also some stakeholder consultation. So in this case, stakeholders include both people locally and nationally. If you look at the picture, there's that little blue building. That's a water level gauge house that's federally owned. So there are stakeholders, across the board, and that's going to take some doing. So we'll need some assistance from the consultant that we're hoping to hire for the renewal analysis to help us engage with those folks and get everyone at the table. So it's a bigger and more complicated project than we would have hoped, but there she is. Project number 5 is the roadside safety study with an estimated funding requirement of $30,000 funded through the Canada Community Building Fund. This one, councillors who were here in August or September may remember we had a few conversations when we reallocated our guide rail budget. So this study would be to go out and to inventory and assess our roadside safety devices, so namely our guide rails, and then determine what mitigation measures may be needed to get them up to code and prioritize that list. So it is going out, finding them for us, and giving us that list so we can pick away at them over the next 10 years. This picture is actually at the Concession 3 Wood Creek Drain. So 2 projects ago, that is one of the culverts that we're looking at rehabilitating in the future. And this study will help us prepare for that rehabilitation so we can kind of figure out what kind of guide rail we need to put in when we do that project. So you can see how all of these studies are kind of interplaying together. So that is a hope with this one. And if I may put in a plug that I believe, if I recall correctly, that former Councillor Luck was in favor of us moving forward with this. So thank you, Rebecca. Project number 6 is a big one, and I'm expecting to have plenty of discussion on this, likely after lunch. It is the Roads Capital Works. So it has an estimated funding requirement.
Because roads will probably develop the greatest amount of conversation.
Should I skip it?
If we could skip that one and start the one after lunch.
Absolutely. C5, blasting through 5 was not, in fact, all that arbitrary. Anyhow, number 7 is the Active Transportation Plan, and it has an estimated funding requirement of $80,000. Now, we have been successful in obtaining $50,000 in funding from the Infrastructure Canada Active Transportation Plan for this project, and our transfer payment agreement will be coming to council very soon as the feds provide us with such an agreement. And then the additional $30,000 would come from the Canada Community Building Fund. This price tag may seem a bit high to council for funding an active transportation plan for a rural municipality, since we're not going to go out and put in bike lanes everywhere, given that much of the infrastructure belongs to the counties. However, I can, based on my previous experience, active transportation plans involve a lot of stakeholder consultation, gathering a lot of opinions, and we found, again, my past life, that there's a lot of back and forth and nuance in developing this, especially for a rural area. So in Eastern Ontario, there have been many successful townships, so not just counties and cities, but townships of our size have successfully created plans interconnecting their hamlets with their broader communities. So it's looking both in the hamlets and how we get AT working in there and then connecting those hamlets together. All right. So many projects. Project number 8 is a sidewalk accessibility improvements project, and it has an estimated funding requirement of $75,000 through the Canada Community Building Fund. And I know in Mayor McDonald's opening welcome speech last month, he noted that there are must-do projects, 3 anyways, the ones you need to do, the ones you should do, and then the ones that are nice to do. I'm going to be honest, this is a nice to do project that we will eventually have to do. So if council is looking to trim some fat, maybe this one, but I wouldn't have put it forward if I didn't think that it was worth embarking on this journey. So what it is looking at is a transition between sidewalks and the roadway. So it is not improving sidewalks themselves, and it is not improving crosswalks across the roads. It is very much looking at that transition between the elevated sidewalk and then the lower road. So depressing curbs, putting in tactile walking surface indicators, what you see on the screen, those are called TWIZIs, and just kind of developing a long-term plan to get that transition across the township on our 13 kilometers of sidewalks up to snuff, let's say, so to speak. So it's kind of a neat one, and it's not getting it all done, it's just getting the plan and tackling a couple this year and developing the funding requirements for future years for approval through council. Project number 9 is a fairly robust one, so it is asset management planning, and it includes 3 different projects under one. It has a funding requirement, of $250,000 for the Canada Community Building Fund and the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. So the first project that would happen under the asset management planning are building condition assessments. These are required to meet the requirements. Oh, that sounds silly, but these are required to meet the requirements of Ontario Regulation 588/17 and the next deadline of July 2024. I know that we've talked about asset management a lot over the past many years, and we'll continue to do it in the future years. Neighboring municipalities have gone out and engaged in consultants for this particular bucket of work. I know South Dundas is doing it in-house because they have someone who can do it, but we don't have such a person at this time. So we've estimated our budget based on what our neighboring municipalities have seen their costs come in relation to their number of buildings and the scope of work that they've done. Project number 2 on this bucket is a road rationalization study, and this is a big one. This would be looking at, and I believe Mayor McDonald, in your opening today, you were talking about your restaurant analogy in terms of putting up food, and I've forgotten, but it was excellent, and it ties in exactly to this. So this project would be to determine the level of service that we're offering in terms of our roads. So not just what surfaces go where, but what kind of maintenance we provide on them and when. And I'm expecting that this project will be fairly robust. It will build on the work done last year by EVB and the Roads Committee, and it will involve at least one committee of the whole meeting, since this is a really big topic in determining what level of service we want to provide moving forward. And considering that we are a rural township and we have, our urban, our rural, our gravel, our surface treatment, and on and on and on. Project number 3 is a general bucket of funding, let's say. For once we finish our building condition assessments, we get our road rationalization study rocking, and we want to move on and start developing our asset management plan for 2024. This pot of money will allow us to do the subsequent studies. So if we don't get there, I believe we'll carry it over into 2024, but it's so that we are ready if we can advance our projects fast enough that we can do something in Q3 or Q4, if I may use the financial lingo. Thank you. Project number 10 is the Glen Walter Water Tower and Water Main Replacement Project. So in August of this year, Council approved signing of the transfer payment agreement for this. We have funding from the federal and provincial governments to the tune of $3.646 million, and the Township of South Glengarry has committed to providing an additional $1.326 million over the lifespan of the project. So in 2023, which is next year, Mr. Jane has talked about kind of where we're expecting to be. So that funding, the ISIP funding, will provide some money to us, but we will have to fund up to $350,000 in 2023 towards this project, and that would come from long-term debt. And I'll just pop over if there are questions on that to Mr. Jane later, how that might work. However, the project in a nutshell is to build a water tower, do water main replacements, and some pump repairs. And it is much needed, and we've already embarked on this journey, so we need to fund it somehow. And the final of the 10, I suppose, is the Lancaster Lagoon Dredging Project. I'll just take this opportunity to say that even though we don't come to council and talk about the inspections that we do in infrastructure, we are continually inspecting our assets. It's just how it goes. We inspect our signs. there are countless, I can't see Mr. Sege, but we have our Director of Water and Wastewater here today. And if there are questions on this project, he will handle them. But through these inspections, it has been identified that the Lancaster lagoons are in need of this dredging. And what it is just pulling out the sludge from the bottom out of our active cell, putting it into our dormant cell and letting it dry there. The $70,000, we are very cognizant that in water and wastewater, we are drawing from our ratepayers. So $70,000 is our lean estimate of what it will take to do this work. And there's a ... here. $70,000 isn't it. Like, we're going to need to, we don't know how long it's going to take, so we don't really know how much sludge is there, just that it's there. We don't know how fast their work will progress. So with $70,000, we will do what we can. Obviously, the more money we have on this, if there's one that council considers upping our recommendation, this would be one that we could go up to 100, let's say, and see what we can do. But the ... is we start this year, we see what we can do, we see how fast we do it, and then we get on a program to every 2, 3, we're not sure how many years it will take, and get it done. So it's unfortunately open-ended, but that is the Lancaster Lagoon dredging. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McDonald. I guess if we're all probably turned to that last page, we can start there and work our way in the negative space, like going the other way. So the Lancaster Lagoon dredging, I do know that it's coming from, or I should mention it's coming from reserves, and reserves in that particular one are quite healthy. I believe they're at, well, with this involved, the end of the year expectation would be near $2 million of reserves, and I'd like to thank, again, previous councils for their work on the water rates. And I often think to former Mayor McLeod, as he mentioned, with your dredging program, you do want it to be more consistent, like CCTVs, have that schedule so that we're not finding ourselves in a situation where we have a lot to do at once, where we're kind of continually, it's built into operations, because really it's something that we need to do. So with Lancaster Lagoon dredging, is there any comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Lang, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yeah, I have a few questions because I don't know anything about it. Do we own this equipment, or are we hiring a company to come in and do it? And I'm fine with Dylan answering.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor, we do not own the equipment going forward. We'll be hiring a company to come and do it. We will be able to help them in the back end by providing some of our staff to keep the cost lower, but we are pretty much just hiring a company to rent their equipment to dredge the lagoon. So just a quick an idea about it. It's like a snow blower that goes across the bottom of the lagoon, and it augers it all into a slurry, so it can be pumped back to the dormant lagoon where it will be dried.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm just wondering, is there one company that does this? We just hire a company to do it, or do we put this out to tender and a company comes in and measures? I mean, I'm sure we could probe it and see how much sludge is on the bottom, and they give us a price. How do we go about doing this? Like 70,000's well over our procurement thing, so I'm thinking that we're not just going to be hiring somebody and saying, we want you to do this, and run up a bill till we get to the 70,000 and stop. I'm thinking we might want to get a price ahead of time and estimates and this sort of thing.
I believe given our procurement policy, we would have to follow the process you're mentioning. So, I mean, approving it means it will come back to council as present, if I understand, because it's over $30,000. And that's something that council may wish to look at, because many other municipalities have found that those policies and those numbers were set in the 2000s. Numbers have gone up, and we are putting a bureaucratic process in place. Like, say we approve $70,000, if it goes over, administration comes back. So that's a good question for something for us to review, because I'm sure it would be nice for administration to get the budget approval, come in under budget, and not have to prepare another report, because they've already done all the work and they followed the rules that we have set forth for them. So great question. For the way I'm receiving it is something that we should look into. Don't know about the single one. That's an administrative question, but the question in front of us would be to just from the legislative side is to approve this, and the administration would deliver it. But you might have some ability to answer. Sorry, Councillor. Oh my goodness. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Lang. This question, Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor McDonald. I would envision this as an RFQ for a unit rate, so it likely would not come back to council.
Okay, great. Did you have a subsequent question?
Not against that, especially, I'm not sure what's, and who's out there that's even doing this sort of work, and it may be very limited, I suspect. I quite seriously suspect it's very limited. And it's something like Mayor McDonald said, maybe we need to look at our procurement thing. Like, costs have gone through the roof. Are we at the right limit right now? Like, maybe staff needs to have some more leeway on what they can do and what we can do as council. You know, I know if you look at somebody like Cornwall, I know through the airport, we looked at their procurement rate, and their numbers are, I can't remember, but like 5 times what we are.
Yeah, and fair question, because we vet it through the budget, and then we do it again. So it does create an extra report and an extra meeting time. So eventually, townships will get stuck going through procurement every meeting because everything's going to hit it. I did see Councillor Jaworski and then Councillor McDonnell after that.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. I guess I kind of have 2 questions. If I'm understanding correctly, we don't really know how long this is going to take or how much it is in terms of a cost implication. But is the intent that eventually we're going to get to more like a regular schedule when it comes to dredging? I'm sort of reading that in to as much as you can project. And then my second question is this something that if we get into more of a regular, maybe even now, is this something that we could do joint purchasing or joint tendering with neighboring municipalities? I'm assuming we're not the only ones who have to do this kind of work. Thanks.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll try to hit both questions here at the same time. So I know the first question, sorry. Are you able to repeat the first question, please?
Trying to get to a regular dredging schedule where we have a better sense of cost and timing.
Yes, yeah, that is definitely where we're aiming. It's been, the lagoon as it stands now has never been dredged since the project back in 2000 for its upgrade. So with this project, we'll be able to, pardon? Approximately 20 years ago. Yeah. So we're definitely looking at getting on a more schedule now that it has sludge to be moved. Just an estimate at $70,000, we're aiming for about 200 dry tons of sludge to be moved. If we were to increase it to the 100,000, we'd be looking at approximately 300 tons of dry sludge to be removed. Yes, there are opportunities to get in with other townships in the future. Just, we'll save on costs for them probably for mobilization, as they are not local companies to do this. So yes, there is potential in the future, but this is definitely a step forward to get it done this year.
Thank you very much. In full transparency, I did not conceive that this was a every 20-year type operation. I thought this was that we would have done this more recently, which is why I thought we could maybe partner on an earlier time frame. Thank you.
No, but an excellent question. Sharing that burden with municipalities does save everybody money, so it's not just South Glengarry. I know there's many lagoons out there. And Mr. Mills mentioned that this is, at a 20-year project, less than $3,000 per year, which is great. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Seguin, is this essentially when, I've seen it before, primarily in Quebec, where you'll see these more or less like a large black ag bag that drains itself, or it kind of, it's set up that it more or less drips out and runs back into the lagoon, all the liquid?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor, that is exactly what this is, but because we have the dormant lagoon, we are cutting our costs in half. So typically, if for $70,000, if another municipality was to do it, they'd be looking at $140, including the bags, and they would have to spend a lot more time doing it. Where we have the dormant lagoon, we can allow to let it sit and dry by itself, and not pay for these $40,000 bags to be filled and then hauled away.
Perfect. Just through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess, that was just my question, just having had conversations with colleagues actually at work that are also on local municipal councils on the Quebec side. They've said this is normally a lot more expensive, and that's where I was kind of going with this, was if we're going to a bag, this seems very low, but no, thank you for that information. The only question I'd have is who will be responsible for the product after it's dried? Is that going to be us? Are we just going to use the dormant lagoon as a storage? Are we going to be trying to get rid of it through like a third party?
So that will still have to be determined. Right now, it's just a storage. We also use the dormant lagoon for all Glen Walter sludge, which we haul about approximately monthly to it right now. So there's lots of room for storage there. But in the future, it will have to be hauled away, either to a landfill to be used as fill, but right now it's just storage.
It's maybe something we should be looking into. I know there's often, there's a few local applicators that do have the licensing for farm application. Not that I love it on farmland, but it is an option and can be relatively cheap for a municipality that way.
Thank you for that. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor McDonald. I know Ms. Servige indicated some of her carryover projects. One of our capital carryover projects is our Green Valley sludge removal. So we have, and tell me if I'm wrong, we have dried sludge at our Green Valley Lagoon, and we have approvals to bring it, I believe, to our North Lancaster landfill to use as interim cover. So we have approval from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks to do that. So it's something that we would look forward likely to do when the sludge dries.
Yes. So like for example, Green Valley's sludge is dry now, so we will be using it as a fill at our landfill.
Excellent. So then it seems to carry forward this project, and do always look for opportunities with neighboring municipalities to time those tenders to, as you said, the mobilization. If it can save us a little bit and them a little bit, all the better. So lunch is downstairs.
Just a comment to that, do we have any idea how that could impact us come time to close our landfills? Just because I know on my side, like the reason I don't like it on ag land is it is full of heavy metals and is known to tie up nutrient. I don't know what kind of an impact that could have on us environmentally when it comes to monitoring those closing costs. I mean, it can't be any worse than anything that's going into the dump, but I'm just, in general, if we are better to try and get rid of it in another avenue or financially, just an idea that way.
Okay, I believe Mr. Jane had his hand up, or did it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just before we break for lunch, so as far as this capital project is concerned, is it the direction of council to increase the funding allocation to 100,000 for this capital project? Just wanted to get some clarification on that.
We can do thumbs up or down. If it has to be done, I guess it has to be done in 20 years. It's saved for the reserves in theory, so thoughts around the table? Quick thoughts, please.
Go ahead.
Councillor McInell and then Deputy Mayor Lang.
Cost of operating a business goes up every year. Are we going to get better bang for our buck this year over next year? Maybe a little bit. If the reserves are there within that, if the reserve is there to do it and it's, a difference of 30,000, maybe it's worth doing some more this year, less mobilization.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lang, and then Councillor Bougie.
I would agree with that, but I don't feel we have very much information yet. I'd love to see one of these companies come in, look at it, and give us what they think is, like, I can't be that hard to, to go out there and put a probe down and see how much sludge is in the bottom and give us an idea what they think it's going to cost.
Okay, then it seems like proceed with preparing for it, and then maybe an information report saying how much it's coming back to, because I think we have to do it. We just want to see how much it's going to cost us before we do it. Okay, great. So, did you have a question, Ms. McDonald? Go ahead.
Sure, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the question was related to how the sludge would impact our future landfill closure, since we do have approval from the Ministry of Environment and they've amended our ECA. I think we'll be fine since we're doing it within the confines of what we're approved to do.
Excellent. With lunch being provided, I suggest either we break or because the water tower is a big item, so we should break for lunch and then we'll carry on thereafter. Thank you for everybody's time up to now. Thank you and welcome back. Just coming back from lunch, we are going to head back into infrastructure services where we'll conclude our conversation on water. We are looking at the Glen Walter Water Tower and water main replacement. We had gone through it earlier before the break, and then I suppose if you want, does anybody need a catch-up or a reminder of what we're talking about, or are we ready to go into the discussion? Seeing none, if there's any questions, now is the time to ask them. I did have a financial question on it, just to start off. The 2023 budget shows a $347,000 financing long-term. That is the immediate funding requirement from financing. I believe it's like when the project gets going towards 1.3 million. Would it be advantageous to take on that debt earlier so that cash flow is not at risk?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a great question. So currently, we're not projecting any cash flow issues for the project. Certainly, we don't want to be in a situation where we're borrowing excess funds to what is projected to be spent, because we will be incurring debt servicing costs on those funds. And so as part of sound debt management, we would want to have cost certainty before we go and borrow funds. So currently, we're not projecting any cash flow issues to be able to fund the project. About $1.3 million is needed for 2023, and the debt will be issued likely at the end of 2023 once we have achieved a level of cost certainty. Like I said, we don't want to be incurring debt servicing costs on money that's just sitting in the bank.
Excellent. And if I may, just with some understanding of how Infrastructure Ontario works, there is construction financing, which might offer you a better rate instead of locking in that amount. And when you use construction financing, as you may or may not know, well, you probably know, yes, of course, it allows you to carry it on until conclusion, then you lock in at that rate. So that will be contingent on council at that time, but there are those options available to you. So I think the water tower and water main replacement has been fairly well conversed through the previous council. I understand it's a necessary need for our side for water coverage, as well as for fire, and to ensure we can flush out our mains without losing pressure. It provides us a lot of safety that way. Councillor Bougie, did you have any questions to the matter that perhaps either this council or the general manager of infrastructure can answer?
Maybe just one question here. When it talks about the 4,000 meters of Glen Walter existing water mains, that is just around the water tower area, like Kilkenny Crescent, in that general area? Or does it expand beyond that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be going from the water treatment plant directly to where the water tower will be situated, with maybe a branch or two also being touched. It's the main transmission line from the water plant to the water tower that will mainly be touched.
Did any members of previous council want to, or have any thoughts or matters they wanted to share on this? Because I'm correct to, like, it's in motion, it was approved, so we'll just carry on. I just don't want to talk for the sake of talking, that's all. Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yeah, not a lot to add, because we have obviously, as you're saying, talked about this a few times. As far as the water mains, we understood that when we originally applied for this, that there were certain water mains that needed to be upgraded to make this system work and to have the flows for fire and so forth, so I think I'm comfortable with it.
Excellent. Then we will move, so please proceed as was previously discussed through previous council, and then just carry that good work on. We'll move now on to infrastructure services, fleet renewal and growth. The discussion was roads equipment reserve for a CAT, oh goodness gracious, I'm not great with the fleet. So this is page 28 of your packages. If you could, we're going right back to the start of infrastructure, sorry. And then there's a valve trailer in there as well. I'll allow a moment to talk about that. I believe Ms. McDonald might have a follow-up question. I do have some history on valve truck, but I'd like to hear the conversation as to where our valve trailer before I mention it. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yeah, I've been kind of encouraging staff to put this valve trailer in for some time. I think it's going to help the fact, especially with Lancaster, we've got an aging water system, and I think if everybody remembers last winter we had a water main break, and there was an issue getting a tap shut off, and we were losing pressure out of our tower. And I'm hoping that this will address a lot of that. And, you know, maybe it'll be reactive for the first while, but hopefully we can get to a point that we're proactive with it. And from what I understand, and I'm not an expert on this by any means, but this trailer can go out and we can have a system set up where we take the valves that are underground, that maybe some of them haven't been turned in 20 years or 30 years, and we can free them up. Like, it'll slowly just kind of work the valve back and forth. And so if we do it regularly, then those valves won't be seized. And I'm hopeful that we'll use this to do that and get our valves to the point that when something does need to be shut off, we can do it quickly.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on these two capital items? Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you through you, Mayor McDonald. And I'm sorry, Ms. McDonald, if you said it during your earlier explanation, but what was the cost breakdown for the backhoe and the valve trailer approximately?
Through you, Mayor McDonald, the valve trailer is $110,000 and the backhoe would be the remainder.
If I may just share with council something that I think everybody's kind of in support of this idea, but just to show if 20 curb stops are done in-house annually with this new piece of equipment, and again, it's just to justify it to the public perhaps watching. If contracted, there's typically 2 hours travel time, which is billed for. There's a 4-hour minimum on it, and then there's always a gas surcharge. So this piece of equipment at $55,000 will probably save $27,000 to $30,000 a year just by having it, and can be used by roads and water, and it does afford for the ability to keep our infrastructure great. So it's kind of one of those nice invest now and save later. My one question with the distribution, would Kennedy Redwood or Glen or Green Valley be benefiting from it? Because I know finance has a rate that was approved by previous council that we might want to distribute the cost if it benefits everybody, but if it typically chiefly benefits Lancaster and Glen Walter, then I'm perfectly fine with this.
Excellent question, Mr. Mayor. And so Green Valley, no, it has no water system. However, Kennedy Redwood will, but they have approximately 9 valves.
5 in total.
Okay, so it's negligible. We're splitting hairs here for that. So the breakup works well for me. Any other questions from council, like Stephanie, Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you through Mayor McDonald. I apologize. I'm asking the same question again because you just said $55,000 for the valve trailer and Ms. McDonald said 110, or maybe I misunderstood. So if I just clarify that again.
Of course, I can answer that through you, Mr. Mayor. It is $110,000 for the valve trailer, split between those two water reserves and the roads equipment reserve, since roads will see benefit from the trailer.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Sorry, I read that the same way that Councillor Jaworski did. Thank you very much. With this fleet page too, I noticed that you had put fire, roads, everything together. Is the intention of administration to have a fleet budget as a whole, or is that just to kind of give us the scope of our fleet?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is the intention definitely to have one fleet management plan for the entire township, and how that is funded and bundled, I will leave to Mr. Jane.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the roads equipment reserve currently, I believe, is projected to have a closing balance at the end of 2023 of approximately $800,000. We know through our long-term fleet renewal and growth plan that about $3.5 to $3.6 million of fleet requirements across the board for the township are required over the next 10 years. And so we will be making budgeted contributions in each subsequent, this year and in each subsequent budget, to be able to fund those fleet requirements. And all fleet requirements will then be funded through the roads equipment reserve.
So just to be clear, fire infrastructure or fire fleet would also be funded through that reserve?
Correct.
Okay, then when that moment comes, we probably have to decrease the amount to the fire reserve, because in that fire reserve, it houses transfers for the fire fleet. Just to keep that in mind, there's a good portion in there for that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as the budget is presented right now, there is no fleet requirement for fire. As you know, that 3 fire fleet vehicles were purchased in 2022, so fleet requirements for fire are relatively met at this point. The large fleet requirements really are in the roads, water, and wastewater divisions.
Yes, and just to clarify, I mean, the reserve transfers to fire had traditionally, and maybe the reserve, maybe fire has increased considerably like the replacement cost of the buildings, but in that reserve transfer that will come for operations, it typically housed the 15 fleet vehicles, if I recall correctly. Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And thanks for asking that question, 'cause I didn't catch that. That's something new for us. If we're going to make that change, then I want to make sure that we're all, I'm not like saying against it or anything, but I want to make sure that we're all on board with it and that we're comfortable with it. Because fire had always looked after its own fleet out of its reserves, and I don't know if the others were all under infrastructure. I guess likely they were in the past because infrastructure did look after Parks and Recs for a while, but now we have, with the new general manager, I think, so I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with this. Are we good having just one fleet reserve and it's not being split up anymore? Because that isn't the way it was before.
Okay, so we'll let Ms. McDonald speak, and then we'll go around.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's not the decision today. Like, that is somewhere where we may be going, and that would need to be approved by council before that happens. So it's a direction that we're hoping to go, but it's certainly not how it is and not how it's being funded currently.
Okay, no, sorry. Thank you for that clarification. And if it is worth anything, I would appreciate that coming back, because from an administrative side, it means you're having a conversation on fleet, not by silo, but if fire has a need and road has a need, talk about which need is greater in that moment. So you're not just one or the other. It's nice we have one fund too. Mr. Jane?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the strategy that we're currently employing with our roads equipment reserve, and hopefully it will reach council or meet council approval, really is because we're looking at fleet requirements over the next 10 years for the entire corporation. And so the hope is that regardless of what department generates that need, taxation dollars are being put aside into a reserve to fund fleet as a whole for the township. What we don't want to do is unnecessarily limit ourselves by saying that the fire department reserve currently is projected to have about a $25,000 balance at the end of 2023. If fire needs fleet, it would likely have to come from the general reserve, which is earmarked for funding operating surplus, funding operating deficits and houses operating surpluses. At the same time, we have about $800,000 projected at the end of 2023 in our roads equipment reserve. So at the end of the day, to me, speaking as the treasurer, it doesn't make a ton of sense to say that we will now start borrowing from the general reserve to fund fire fleet when we know that there is money in the roads equipment reserve for fleet purchases.
All right, thank you. So it looks like a good discussion to look forward to in the future for how to set that up. Then with nothing on those, we'll move to infrastructure rehab. So the structures, was there any questions on those? I believe the highlighted one was Butternut, a recreational one, but I think this comes back through 2022's budget did not include considerable increases in engineering and to get these off the ground, so I don't think there's any surprises here, but if somebody wants to say something. Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and at the risk of looking a little stupid, the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, and I'm looking at most of the things under infrastructure. Is this, do we have it? Is it guaranteed? So the only thing I see under taxation is the wharf. So everything else is being funded through outside sources.
So
Is
through you,
that
Mr.
true?
Mayor, if I may, yes, external funding is the largest source of infrastructure capital investment at approximately $3 million of external funding. We have just been informed today, actually, of what our OSIF allocation will be for 2023. It's coming in at approximately $690,000, so that money is guaranteed. The OMPF funding is guaranteed for 2023, and that's coming in at slightly over $1 million. The Canada Community Building Fund allocation as well has been guaranteed for 2023, and that's coming in at about $435,000. That being said, as I outlined earlier, this capital budget represents a shift in strategy of how we're funding capital. So what you'll see is a lot of projects getting funded through reserves. And so, yes, the direct taxation budget for infrastructure is the 50,000 Summerstown Wharfs analysis, but that's not to say that other capital projects aren't incurring a tax burden. And really, it's the reserve transfers that are being made into the reserves that are incurring that tax burden.
Can I,
I would like to, just because the transition is.
you're the mayor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. It is the five of us. It is our meeting. I think, just to answer your question in a different way, because like I understood exactly what Mr. Jain is saying, is this isn't unique funding. It's not like a grant. It's like. It's not COVID funding. It's not coming out of reserve. Like this, previous to this year, was kind of baked into your budget. So these projects are not they're not free to taxation because they're built into it. But the way that Mr. Jain is presenting it is the money that we receive from the three major sources go into reserves, and then we fund capital from reserves. So this isn't. This would be considered in past years kind of part of the budget, offset by this money, where Mr. Jain is saying it's offset from this reserve transfer. So this isn't like a reserve or like the Commonwealth Fund where it's free to taxation in 2021 and previous. So that was a good question, and I hope I clarified a little bit of that. So that would be Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, and the Canadian Community Building Fund have been staples of our budget in the past. It's just this is actually a nice way how to demonstrate it moving in and out of our accounts. So I appreciate that effort, Mr. Jain.
I won't, thank you for that, and I won't belabor it too much, but I may bring it back up again a little bit later. But just quickly going through, I didn't see a lot coming out of reserves either. So my point will be, and I'll bring it up a little more when we get to the road section, is are we getting to a point where the only roads infrastructure, even infrastructure services capital projects are only funding, there's nothing coming out of taxes? Have we got to the point where our taxes are all going to be used up just on, day-to-day? It's something that I want us to look at here closely. If we've got to the point that there's going to be no infrastructure upgrades except through funding, and I think funding is something that we can't really count a lot on in the next few years because the governments are very tight. So anyway, we'll see when we get to the road, so we'll talk about it a little bit more, but thanks for now.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. To that point, I believe there is a $525,000 transfer to the Structures Reserve this year, and that will be hit up fairly hard next year when we are doing the implementation of these designs. So it's not that we're not using that money, it's this year we're choosing to use the OSIF funding for structures, and next year it'll be a larger burden on our reserve transfers.
And Mr. Jain, just a follow-up?
Yeah, if I could just move forward in the slide, and I was planning on talking about this at the end, but I think now would be a good time. So here we have our plan for the roads equipment and the roads, bridges, and structures reserve. So for the roads equipment reserve, the fleet requirements over the next 10 years equal approximately $3.5 million. And so a reserve transfer is being made in 2023 for $250,000 to offset current year capital costs and to be able to plan for long-term fleet renewal and growth. Additional funds will be allocated to this reserve in subsequent budgets, as I previously outlined. The hope is that council will approve this budgeted transfer and then increases to this budgeted transfer going forward so that we are able to fund those $3.5 million of capital investment requirements that are needed for fleet. For the roads, bridges, and structures reserve, an addition of $525,000 is currently budgeted in the 2023 budget. It is expected that significant bridge rehabilitation projects identified by OSIM inspections and background studies and the studies that Ms. McDonald was talking about here will have to be funded in 2024. The estimated cost of these projects is $1.5 million, and this projected cost is likely to increase by the time projects become tender ready. As we have all sort of seen that we can budget as well and as appropriately as we can with current market conditions. That's going to change in the next couple of months. And so it's currently 1.5 million. We're expecting that to be well over 2 million by the time those projects start becoming tender ready. And so this reserve and future OSIF allocations will be used to offset those capital costs. The three funding sources, OMPF, OSIF, and Canada Community Building Fund, those allocations are largely guaranteed by the government. So as far as OSIF is concerned, our current allocation is about $690,000. OSIF funding is based off of the asset management plan. And so OSIF funding can only fund items that have been identified through the asset management plan. And the OSIF allocation does change year over year, but the government has enacted a plan to not increase or decrease OSIF funding by more than 15% in any given year. So we're currently at $690,000. If we were to decrease in 2024, it wouldn't decrease by more than 15%. Canada Building Community Building Fund, which is formerly GasTAC, it's a relatively safe funding allocation as well, $435,000 for 2023. Future allocations of the former GasTAC have not been decided yet, but we're expecting those to be decided in the next couple of months. And then the OMPF funding, which is about over $1 million, again, a relatively safe funding avenue that is relatively guaranteed. And we have to rely on those funding allocations to be able to fund infrastructure projects. As I mentioned, it's about $3 million, over $3 million of those funding is being used for infrastructure projects currently. So that's the plan for the roads equipment and the roads, bridges, and structures reserve. There's significant spending forthcoming.
And may I just ask a question for OSIF? And I know it's very specific. Is last year's contribution versus this year's contribution, do you know the difference? Is that a fair question? Or like where it went, come from and went?
Yeah, so it was a decrease this year of about $20,000. So it was $710,000 in 2022, and it's going to be around $690,000. I don't have the exact numbers, which I can get for you, but it'll be about $690,000 in 2023. Again, it's not going to be more than plus minus 15%.
Yes, and just for council's perspective, in 2018 it should be around 333.
Correct.
So it's considerably more than when we had started, or when you had started last term. Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McDonald, and sort of building on what Deputy Mayor Lang has already spoken about, how the funding for infrastructure, apart from these two reserves, is these funds that are relatively stable. Although I thought, I mean, maybe I don't have the numbers, the historical numbers, but I thought OMPF had been decreasing over time. But that's not the point of my comment, though, is when it comes to roads, we don't have a roads reserve. We have roads equipment, we have roads, bridges, and structures. So I think where we're going is we need another pot of money or to identify something where we need to start putting either money aside to be able to build, like to do roads infrastructure projects that are above and beyond these other funding sources that are annual. So that was my comment.
And I think that's the great thing about Mr. Jane and strategy here is once you start talking in this manner, it's very easy to look at your budgets and say, we get our OSIM report that says we need 600,000, and then you see that 600,000 in reserve, whereas before sometimes we'd take out 550 and, tax would pay for some. So I think once we get accustomed to this, it's going to make budgeting really easy because we'll see our targets, like 2.4 million spending on roads. If we're spending 1.1, let's get there incrementally, or if council is so inclined, through debt for the interim. So it will very much show our financial position, and a little uncomfortable to change the look, but ultimately long term it will very much make a budgeting easier, especially for capital. So thank you for that.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, as part of the 2022 budget deliberations, council did approve an allocation of about $1.25 million to offset roads-related capital costs. Significant capital activity has occurred in 2022, and significant cost overages have occurred for roads capital projects in 2022. An analysis will be conducted once capital activity related to 2022 has been fully expensed, and it has not been fully expensed as of yet, to determine the funds remaining from this allocation. So council did approve the creation of a roads capital offset reserve and did fund it $1.25 million. Unfortunately, with significant cost overages and honestly a lot of capital work that was done in 2022, we're not expecting significant funds to be remaining from that allocation in 2023. Thanks.
Okay, yes, just too quick. I see Councilor Jaworski and Deputy Mayor Lang, and then we'll talk about the bridge unless the bridge conversation is okay as presented. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd wanted to do a subsequent to what I had asked before, is because I remembered we'd talked about this, but then because it wasn't, unless I'm missing it and it's not on the list, I was wondering, well, maybe we talked about it, but because of changes that it didn't happen. So it's still there, but there's no money in it, I guess is what you're saying. So the pot's still there. We just have to figure out what we want to do with it, basically, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So as I mentioned, yes, it was approved. So the pot exists. However, the pot has been largely used.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thank you, Mr. Jens, for that. It helps a bit. These extra slides, every extra slide we get helps a bit. They weren't in here, though. But you're saying that you're expecting significant overages, but we don't know what exactly they're going to be. But I would like those numbers even when you're not sure what they're going to be. I think it helps us. It helps you. I'm sure it helps you. And I think it will help us as well. Even if you can kind of give us some projections of those as you're getting, like, and I'll tell you the reason why. We got our final 2021 numbers this past fall, a few months ago. We can't wait until next September, October, before we know where the heck we were last year. We need to have these numbers sooner, and I'm pretty sure that you're going to be doing that for us. I'm pretty confident that you're going to be doing that. But if you have an idea that, you know, the 1.26 million is going to turn into 1.45 million or whatever it is, give us those ideas. Say it's not written in stone yet, but this is where we project it's going to be. And it helps us a lot to have those numbers. We need to know this stuff.
Thank you. And if I can just shield administration from that, from the finance side, an audit entry can change things $400,000 pretty quickly with a misallocation, and they do happen. But as long as council is okay with hearing expected and also not making decisions on non-audited statements, because if there was anything the former treasurer Sampson would mention is don't give council unaudited numbers because they will make decisions on them. So just as long as we're aware of them.
Effectively, we have no choice. We have to make decisions on the finances. And I don't want to come across too frustrated here, but I didn't get last year's numbers till a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
And I still don't have a detail of last year's numbers. I have an overview of last year's numbers. And you're asking us to make, this is our job.
No, I appreciate that.
I fully respect where staff is and what they have to do. And you guys have got the hard work, but we got the responsibility.
Yeah.
So got to give us everything you can give us. We need to have it. We need to take it seriously. We need to look at it. And I don't want to come across confrontational. I'm not trying to fight you on it. I'm just trying to say, I think we're going to be able to get to a place where we're all happy. But we need to have that stuff. And I kind of, I don't know what everybody else is feeling. I kind of feel like we're not getting everything as soon as maybe we could have.
Okay, well, then that's, I guess, the direction. When information comes, do inform council as best you can. I would be, again, just if we're asking for that information, we have to be very cognizant of the nature of that information. And in fairness to administration, I do know that the auditing firms this year are facing staffing shortages, so they were waiting, probably done in March, waiting until July. So that typically doesn't happen in a given year, and some of that is across the board. Like South Dundas was the same, I can assure you, that just waiting to give the information. But if there's, I guess, tentative information, I guess you are right. Council needs to be informed as best we can. So back to the roads, the structures, if I may. Was there any questions on those particular items? I know it's been a while since lunch happened. Okay. Councilor Jaworski?
My apologies, but so the other roads that had I'm not on the roads committee, so I apologize if
This right
I'm-
now is bridges, just to make sure we're not skipping.
This is just bridges. Okay,
I had said roads, sorry.
okay.
Okay, so we'll get to the roads because that is a full conversation there. Looking at the culvert replacement on Wesley Creek, I believe this has come in front of council in the 2022 budget, probably through several meetings in between then and there, and then again here. So I don't think there's much change. These are culverts, and I'm sure the farming community is very aware. 1970s there were a lot of municipal drains, so we're going to find that a lot of 50-year culverts are coming out. So these will be very typical and very expensive. So any question on Wesley Drain in particular? Deputy Mayor Lang.
Big thank you to staff for being on top of these things. I think this has kind of slipped. Well, when you look at this, obviously, there's a lot of them are overdue. It's too bad they weren't done, 5-10 years ago. So I think it's great that we're finally getting on top of it. We're getting records. We're knowing where we stand and what needs to be done. And I'm sure it's daunting when you look at the cost of doing it, but I appreciate that they're on top of it.
I see a lot of head shakes, so thank you very much for getting on top of those because, yes. Summerstown Wharf renewal options analysis. This is $50,000 for that wharf. This would be one where the side of me would be like, what do we do with it? Do we want to do anything with it? And then if we're not doing anything with it, do we keep it? These are all options that should be considered, perhaps through strategic planning. But for this particular analysis, my conversation is a conversation for another day, but I just want to put out there. Any thoughts towards this analysis? Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's a conversation for another day. I think it's a conversation for right now. If we're not going to do anything with it, or we want nothing to do with it, why study it?
Okay, great. So do you have any opinions on that matter?
I don't think we need it.
Are there any opinions that share that opinion? I see some hands up. Or sorry, as a question, Councillor Jaworski, and then Deputy Mayor Lang, then Councillor Jaworski.
I thought he had pointed at me, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'm going to kind of agree with my colleague across the room. Like, is there any obligation because of the Government of Canada's station out there, whatever it does, reads water levels or whatever, do we have any obligation to kind of keep that? I see no benefit for us as a municipality to keep that.
Okay, that's not a question I don't know if we have an answer for presently. I mean, it would be great to return it to the federal government and let them provide the service. Any comments? Councillor Jaworski had her hand up, so please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. I mean, I didn't even know that we owned this till when it came up the first time, I guess was that last year. And now a new piece of information that this little hut at the end has a water level. So it's always new surprises, it seems, on this one. So I guess where I'm going with that is I really feel like I don't know very much about the situation to know what we can and cannot do. So I personally, because of, things perhaps in the past where we've made decisions hastily where it's come back, that perhaps we should have taken a bit slower look at it. I'd like to have a bit more information before being able to say, yeah, we should get rid of it entirely. So I don't know how that fits into exactly the project, amount that's being put aside here. But again, if lots of other residents who had viewed the YouTube the last year, they also reached out to me. They're like, really, we own that? Oh, it's new. So I don't know. I feel like that information needs to be more widely circulated first. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bougie, then Fire Chief Robertson.
Through Mr. Mayor, I kind of echo the same sentiment as Councillor Jaworski. I feel like we should find our obligations in regards to that building and what we as a township need to be doing. It was just recently we had the presentation with the CBSA and that agreement that was in place as well. So I feel like, I agree with Councillor Jaworski. We need to do a little more, maybe research, or maybe staff can come back with what our obligations are before we commit to putting any money into it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Few things I just wanted to add to this. Excuse me, along with administration, feel that the options analysis is important. This is something that fire services uses as part of one of our assets. It's something that, it's one of the few remaining waterfront areas that we have as municipal ownership. It is a link to the islands, and many of our residents use those islands. I I think those are items that we should be considering before we make a decision on. That's my personal opinion.
CEO Mills, and thank you for your opinion.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, there also should be some consultation with Akwesasne on this because of the use, the access to the islands. We also had, there was an emergency situation with Cornwall Electric, I believe. I don't know if it was an emergency, but certainly power's provided. And I think they will go off there too. So it's just, there needs to be a lot more consultation, whether it's a $50,000 study, but if we encompass it all, and to Councillor Jaworski's point, we have moved ahead with certain things that we've regretted before by just making a snap decision. So we can come back with something and gather as much information for the next meeting if required, but.
Yeah, and just to vet out Councillor Jaworski's thought there, because what are there particular decisions, and were they like this one that have given us grief before? Because like I lean towards, we have a lot of assets and we have a limited funding from taxation. So this asset was relatively unknown to us until 2022. So I guess I lean more of the way of Councillor McDonald and Deputy Mayor Lang, just on the onset. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yes, I did ask you. Sorry, yeah, I saw a hand up. Sorry. Go ahead, please.
Well, it sounds like maybe because even though I wasn't aware, it sounds like the fire service is aware. And I guess, again, this is more information for me. It's like, oh, wait, we're also that? I mean, and if you want an easy example, I mean, the Summerstown Estates Park, that was an example where we may be in a situation now where we can't use a lot to pay for a park that we really should have from the beginning if we'd, well, anyways, that's an example of making a snap decision if you wanted one.
My mic was on there, sorry. CEO Mills, and I think
Okay.
Councillor McDonald and
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Haley.
there's also considerations for the landowner across the road. And I don't know if you want to call it the neighbor to the wharf, I'm going to turn it to General Manager Haley. I'm not sure if that's what you're going to say, but.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have two comments to that effect. Council may recall last year I brought a staff report forward in regards to land and ownership and acquisition for additional lands in that location that we're currently using that we don't own that potentially is a liability. And so we are following through with that very slowly, might I add, between the surveyor and the lawyer in terms of dealing with obtaining those lands. This is maybe more of a comment for Ms. McDonald because I believe she reviewed the agreements recently, but the township acquired both wharfs, I believe it was in 2000 or 2001. We had a commitment to, first of all, maintain them for 5 years, and then we received ownership, if I remember correctly. What I don't recall is if there's limitations in that agreement of what we can do with these lands in terms of the terms and conditions of when we accepted ownership. Now, maybe Ms. McDonald did that research, but I'm not 100% convinced we can sell it as easily as you may think.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, an excellent question. I'll have to review the agreements in more detail to answer that, but upon my preliminary review, the really only stipulation that we had was to operate the sites as a public facility for a period of 5 years.
Well, if that's it, we've fulfilled our obligation, so we have some decisions to make. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, do we have any idea of how structurally sound they are? I believe we have a driver's report, and it's not good. I don't know how much value there is to it in general. I just wanted to be sure we were allowed to go into that and open. This is, to me, it's a useless asset that's at the end of its life. Let alone even if the public is using it. It's a safety hazard, so if we're using an asset at the end of its life that is now dangerous, it is like a bridge. Do we replace it or do we do away with it and put a detour? Which, there's no other side to this, it's the water, so. To me, that's where you're at the struggle. Do we want to put millions of dollars into something that we didn't know we really even owned in the first place? That's my question. Do we want to start putting money into this? For what intention will we have in the end? You know, do we have to do this analysis to do away with it? Or?
I think that's a very fair question. Is regardless of what we want to do with it, keep it, extend it, build it, grow it, demolish it, put a Jersey barrier, and do we need 50,000 to make that decision?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there are two parts to this $50,000. The first is the options renewal analysis, which would look at, do we want to rehabilitate, do we want to replace, or do we want to do away with it, or something else entirely? And that would be about $30,000. The additional $20,000 of that 50 would be to support or consultation with the stakeholders, which we could, it'd be tough to do it in-house and it'd drag out the project. But if council is looking for a number to come up with an answer, it would be probably $30,000 to engage people to help us figure out what's involved in, because even if we do away with it, there's money involved in that, right? Decommissioning an asset is not $0.
Okay,
So this study would give us that, and then the stakeholder consultation is that additional 20,000, like I said, to assist with reaching out to all of the folks that everyone here has mentioned.
So then it seems 30,000, regardless of what we're doing to get that information, would probably satisfy most of what council wants to do, as much as we don't like seeing 30,000 invested in an asset that we seemingly are torn on. Deputy Mayor Lang?
30,000 seems like a lot to consult with the people involved, who I assume is the Government of Canada. Pardon?
The 30,000 is for the engineering, the 20,000 is consultation.
Engineering to do what?
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be to review the structure and come up with a variety similar to what we've done with another recent asset that is crumbling. Anyhow, it's to take a look at the structure and come with a range of options and tell us what the costs are associated with them and when we might need to do them. So if we want to rehab, how much money? If we want to replace, how much money? And if we want to decommission, how much and when and how?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I guess where I'm leaning is not spending too much money at the moment until we find out exactly what our options are. I think it's been mentioned a few times. Do we have a responsibility to maintain it for that building out there, and for the water level, whatever it does? I've never even been in that building. And are we, and I'm not saying we decommission the thing. Can we sell it? Maybe somebody'd buy it. Maybe there's who uses it the most right now? It's the barge company or somebody like this, or there was somebody that docks alongside there quite often. Maybe somebody would buy it, give us 10,000 for it and we're done with it.
yeah, CAO Mills just mentioned it's Westfront Construction.
Sorry, I guess it's not the point to timed, I guess, to talk about, and Kelly will likely get after us if we go too far down the road of selling assets or something in open session, but I do think we need to find out. I'm willing to spend a little bit of money, but I don't want to spend the 50,000. That's just my personal thing until we know what we can or can't do with it. And we could do an engineering study, but I'm pretty sure Ms. McDonald likely knows better than the rest of us. It's not going to be cheap to fix it, I don't imagine. Would you venture to guess that it'd be hundreds of thousands or over $1 million? So, I mean, then that kind of makes it easier for me to make that decision.
And that's a fair conversation, given the infrastructure deficit on the roads we already own and bridges. So, Councillor McDonnell, final comment?
Yeah, I guess my final comment is that if we know we're not going to fix it because it's going to be over $1 million, don't study it too much. Really don't go past what we think we could scrap it for, more or less. To me, at this point, it's an old car, for an example. The next thing that goes wrong with it is going to the scrapyard, so don't put any more than we can get out of it in it. I don't know that you have to engineer it to decide we want to get rid of it. I just personally don't see the use in that. If we know we're not going to fix it, why are we going to spend any money on it? Just to take it out anyways, or to sell it. But
Okay, then based on the administration's recommendation, 30,000, it looks to be the maximum budget. We would very much appreciate if that could be lower. 30,000 gives some movement in case we think it's going to be 10, it goes to 15. You don't need to come back to council for $5,000. And it looks not so much at the options as perhaps 2A, and one would be our obligations first to council, perhaps if you can get a report, and that can be done outsourced with that money, to let us know what our obligations are first. Because if we don't have any obligations, I think it's leaning a certain way. But in those obligations, you might vet out something that Councillor Jaworski would say. That's why we look at our ideas and options, because it is very valuable to develop options to consider at times. So 30,000 in the budget, and then info report. road safety study, $30,000, the Canadian Community Building Fund. I believe this is to do with, is that steel beam guardrails in particular? So, did anybody have any comments? I thought I heard perhaps a comment mentioned during, like just on lunch, that this was wanting to be talked about, but I could have been wrong. If okay, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I've pushed for us to know more, and I think you're doing a really good job at this, Ms. McDonald, at getting us so we know what we have and what, but I'm nervous about this one. If we get a company to come in and go through our township and say which guardrails need to be fixed and where we should have guardrails that we don't have guardrails, might be looking at $1 million worth of guardrails that we need to put in. And are we ready to do that right now? And maybe we need to do it, but I drive our roads and I see places where there's guardrails, and I see another place where it looks like the bank drops off just as quick and just as steep, and we don't have guardrails. And are we opening up a can of worms here that we're going to find ourselves with, you know, a bunch of things to fix that we didn't even know we had to do?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor Lang. If I can go to Councillor McDonnell, and then I will let administration through Mr. Jane and Ms. McDonald answer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm in the same boat as Deputy Mayor Lang. I'm concerned that we're going to open a can of worms that we can't put the lid back on. And once we know, we can't go back. So that's kind of where my head's at. I think we know where we have to fix our guardrails. We know that. Our roads guys know that. The ones that are on the roads know. The guys on the plows know. But I'm just concerned that we're gonna get this done, and we're gonna find out we have $1 million or $1.5 million worth of guardrail to do, and then next budget we're gonna have no roads we're gonna be doing because we'll be doing guardrails. That's my major concern now. With ignorance is bliss.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to administration. I believe Councillor Bougie has a question afterwards.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So one of the things that I would like to sort of tell council as we look at our infrastructure assets across the board is that there is objective truth to what is happening to our assets. The condition rating of our assets is not influenced one way or the other by the studies that we're doing. These studies that we're doing allows us to arrive at that objective truth sooner so that we're able to plan for the future. Yes, the roadside safety study might indicate that there's $1 million of guide rail work that needs to be done. The sooner we're able to find that objective truth, the better we are able to plan it. Funding this safety study does not mean that we are now going to allocate additional monies, additional $1 million to fund the projects identified by the study. All those projects will come to council for approval. But as we look at our infrastructure assets across the board, regardless of whether we do these studies or not, objective truth of what is happening to our assets exists, and we need to be able to devise a plan to arrive at that objective truth so that we can better plan for the future.
Okay, thank you. So in that regard, like the hard thing would be now from a scary spot with the numbers and then bringing in insurance. This is a public conversation, so us being made aware of a potential, once you're kind of made aware of it, you should respond to it. It's like toboggan hills nowadays. Once you know there's a risk, you should try to take care of it. There likely is hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars of work to be done. I would advocate from a prudent financial standpoint, council would look at that and set aside a certain amount per year, because if you do that $1 million in a year, you are right. We do know roads, and I mean, there's so many assets out there, and this is the reckoning of, I mean, infrastructure spending in the 70s and the 80s coming due, right? So that's what we're looking at. It's a hard time for all municipalities. To say, though, like, we don't have to do all $1 million at once, and I do appreciate the worrisome report that somebody will tell us that we have to do more, but I mean, we can set the level of service as well. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I understand having the objective truth and knowing what we are going to have to spend. I agree. I would prefer to see us go out and fix the stuff we know is broken, like in this picture, for example, or spots we know where we're lacking and we know we have to increase it. before going and doing this study, because to me, you do this, you open yourself up to a lot of liability, because if we get that report back and we have $1.5 million worth of guardrails to do, the next time something happens, we could be held liable, because we knew and we did nothing about it for 3-4 years. I'd rather see us take our time, fix what we know is broken, and come back to this later, because I don't see this ending well for us. I think it's just going to cost us a lot of money. But
Respectfully, Mr. Mayor, we've made the recommendation. I'm not, just a second. And yes, the roads department works hard to fix things, but the roads guys are not someone who can study this and are the professionals. With all due respect to them.
Yes, I don't think we're thinking of the roads guys do this, but I did see Deputy Mayor Lang had a comment, or perhaps.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I appreciate where you guys are coming from, and that's your job, and you have to do that. So, but maybe appreciate a little bit where we're coming from. There's $30,000 that can't go into fixing that guardrail in that photo, or another guardrail that we maybe drive by every day, or we are very well aware that needs to be fixed. So we go out, let's say we do the study, we go out and we spend $30,000, we get a study done, and it says you've got, even if we ignore what they might find that where we need guardrails, we don't have them. If we just look at the guardrails we have, and then we say, okay, there's $300,000 worth of guardrails to fix, we start fixing them slowly. 3 years from now, we're going to need another study, because the plow is going to hit another 10 guardrails, or an accident, or a washout in a creek, or whatever is going to happen. It's a study that is going to have to be redone you guys know that you're the experts, but I would say every 5 years. I would say you'd likely have to redo this study, because it's going to be a working document that as things need to be repaired, they get added to the list. So my thought is spend the $30,000 fixing guardrails we know we need to. If we kind of get where we're not sure where to fix, we put all the money in we could, then let's go out and look for some more. But we're looking for more and saying we're going to do it over 5 years. We'll have to do the study again in that time, because there's going to be more things that have broken or worn out or whatever. I'd rather fix what obvious things we have with that $30,000. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay, CO Mills, then Councillor Jaworski.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just, it's a question for, I should know the answer, but do we have a current roadside safety study? That's the point. That's the point.
May I? Sorry, I'm sorry, Councillor Jaworski. My two comments would be through you, Mr. Mayor, that one, the liability exists regardless of the study or not. The liability to the township, whether we know about it or don't have it written down, the same. It doesn't change. In terms of, yes, we know generally where things may be. However, guide rails have changed, and we don't know what to do with them. And the big part of the study is inventorying it, putting it into our GIS, and really providing us with that prioritized mitigations measures list to tell us, like, okay, well, you can go and fix that post, but in the long term, that doesn't meet current safety requirements. So what do we do to get us there over the next 10 or 20 years? And that respectively, that's kind of all.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Jaworski, and then maybe we have a decision to, like, whether we proceed with this one or not, take it out of the budget or not, because it seems like opinions are fairly formed, but I'd like to hear Councillor Jaworski's thoughts.
Thank you. First of all, I did have a question, but you answered my question, Ms. McDonald, because I was under the impression that the liability didn't change whether or not we wrote it down or not. But we've never done one. I feel like this is the kind of study that once you have it in the books and your GIS mapping is good, that means the next time you do it, it's going to be much faster. It's going to be much more targeted. You're not driving around trying to find them. You're driving around because you know where to go to double check them. And I don't expect our roads crew to, like, you sort of piggyback on the example you were giving of getting out, looking at it, understanding, you know, is this a high priority one? Do I need to replace the whole thing? Is it just one post? I mean, yeah, it's a lot of money, and all these things add up and add up. And it would be great if we could do more of this stuff in-house. I mean, that would be fantastic, but that means we have to change our staffing levels, and that's a whole other discussion. So I think it's, I mean, it's never been done. We should probably do it. And I wish it was not so expensive, but I think it's important to do. And I think it'll make us more efficient in the future. And yeah, we might have to do it every 5 years. I don't, well, maybe not quite that frequently, but I think it'll be a lot more efficient the next time we get it done because we have a good starting place. Thanks.
Okay, with that in mind, go ahead, Councillor Bougie, just get your opinion on it.
Through Mr. Mayor, just a quick comment. My concern was based on liability and the fact whether we know or not, we're still liable. And the fact that we have not had a roadside safety study, I feel it would be beneficial to have the GIS, have it on the books, so in the future it will save time. So I mean, hopefully it's cheaper than this, but it is what it is, and at least we'll have a starting point moving forward. So I would agree with the study.
Okay, so it looks probably not looking to include it or quasi. Okay, well then we'll put it in the budget at $30,000. We have to keep in mind that whenever this comes due, there might be pushback from council, and that like whenever looking at William Street, there was few guardrails. Now the whole thing's guardrailed. So if that's an example of what will happen, I mean, we're going to have to set a level of service and communicate that perhaps even in the tax brochure, saying like, don't drive on a steep road. Or drive safely. I'm not trying to be too ridiculous. It's just we are always acceptable liability, and like there's going to be a lot of recommended guardrails. Roads capital work, we had to save that to the end, although it's probably the meat of it. Active transport plan. So the next slide there, we got Mr. Hirschman on his bicycle on a laneway. So does anybody have thoughts on that? It's $80,000 as a reminder. So you're in favor, Councillor Lang?
Can I ask for more details? Like, I'm in favor of it, I think. I'm just, I'm not sure what we're going to get from it. Do you have an idea what we would end up with?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, the results of an active transportation plan is usually a 20-page document with a lot of maps showing the future, I suppose, active transportation network in an area, and a prioritized list of projects based on funding levels available. So it'd be a look to how we would connect our communities together, both within the small communities and connecting community A to B, and how we may work together with the counties and provide some policy suggestions and procedure suggestions. And it would go very nicely with some of the work that GM Servage has done with her recreation master plan, and it would likely also bring in the peanut line in a small way.
Yes, please do.
Just a follow-up to that. Would the counties come on board with us to do this? I'm just thinking community connection. Lancaster to Williamstown is a county road. Williamstown to Martintown is a county road. The counties would be an awful big part of it if we were to kind of do this, because a lot of our connecting roads are county roads. Would they come on board with this?
If I may, I had that same thought too, because connecting communities is a county responsibility. I saw this as a county responsibility, save for perhaps inner hamlets. They're mostly slow, and then the peanut line. But those were my thoughts initially. Would be great to come through the county, given the Ontario building plan and single-use dwellings and not densification. It's hard to put in our hamlets as they're designed from Ontario.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just note that we have received $50,000 in funding specifically for this project from the Infrastructure Canada Active Transportation Fund. So the additional expense that we're looking at from the township is $30,000. And we may be able to lobby the county to provide a bit of money towards that $30,000. I'm not sure.
Would there be any chance to change the scope and just utilize the $50,000, or is $80,000 required?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would have to check the funding application and the transfer payment agreement. I'm not sure.
Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was my comment as well. I don't see this as our initiative. I see this as the county's. It would all be strictly on county roads, and we don't pave those roads or do any of the update to them. For the most part, if you think of any community within our municipality,
Purcell, Tyotown, Railroad.
I'm thinking more if you're looking at our hamlets overall for the full coverage of the municipality, and you look at it across the entire municipality, not just Glenwalter. We have 3 roads in our entire road network that would apply for this, but anyways, that's just my thought was if the counties could be involved in some way on this, maybe they kick in half the 30.
I mean, we could advocate for that at
all
the
of it.
upper tier level. And in fairness to those roads, with good planning, you have to keep in mind that the wider your road, the faster people travel, and I'm sure we're not lacking for speed comments throughout those roads. So, trying to get to a decision, it seems like yes, we are going to like 50,000 we already have for this specific thing. Councillor Jaworski has a comment I can see there. Sorry, in the corner of my eye. Go ahead.
Absolutely, it would be fantastic if the counties comes to the table on this. And I certainly would look to you, Mayor McDonald, and to you, Deputy Mayor Lang, to advocate for something like that. But I would be careful to think that the active transportation plan is really only or majoritarily a counties-focused project. I'm certainly not much of a cyclist myself, but I think it's, I think there's way more use of active transportation throughout even within our hamlets, around our hamlets, people who go from one end of Lancaster to the other who are not using a county road, connecting some of our recreation facilities. I think there's way more to it than using just county roads. And I mean, I'm in support of it because the majority of it's already, it's funded through the Active Transportation Fund, and then the other part is the CCBF fund. Again, it's funding from upper levels of government. And again, I mean, maybe maybe Councillor Bougie is an active cyclist, but I get the feeling that on council we're not perhaps the best example of folks involved in active transportation throughout our township. So I think we might be making some assumptions here about what this kind of project does, based on certain assumptions that are maybe not correct. I mean, again, I wish this cost less. It'd be great if it was 50,000 and if it was only the grant. And if you can bring it down, fantastic. But I think this project is not just a county's roads focused one.
All right. So that would be, it looks like we're moving towards yes, maybe in the discussion. So we'll proceed and yeah, well, then Deputy Mayor Lang and I will advocate to see if the counties can move a little bit towards like any of those connected routes, right? Because, okay, thank you.
If I may, sorry, administration will come back through you, Mr. Mayor, to council when we bring the transfer payment agreement for approval, and we'll have more fleshed out information on whether or not that 30,000 is required, and perhaps by that time we'll know if the county is interested in pitching in.
Okay, thank you. Sidewalk accessibility improvements. So this would be considered, I think, a level of service increase in that we're adding those Twizzys. This is very much a council discussion. And is it a level of service we wish to see? So that's an open question. Is this a level we wish to see? Because this will cost more than just your regular things, and I mean, it's a standard increase, so it's very much a council decision that way. Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think maybe we start doing it as we do work on sidewalks, but I don't think we go out and run around and do them all in a year or over 3 years even. I think as we do the work, maybe we put them in, but I'm not too committed to going too far. We haven't been very close to cutting anything in this budget, so just a reminder.
Yes, that's very true, and we have that asset management as a asset infrastructure deficit to slay as well. I do see there's a little note here on the accessibility of Ontarians with disabilities. So I don't know, is that a requirement that is legislated upon us just before we, Ms. McDonald?
Excellent question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes and no. So if it's new infrastructure, then it's absolutely required. But there's a note in the project sheet that says that municipalities may want to exceed this minimum requirement and consider retrofitting, but it's not necessary. So it's something that, as you said, if you want to increase the level of service, we can. And if not, that's okay. However, I will note that most of our sidewalks are in county right-of-ways, so we're at their behest for when they do capital work.
Okay, so Councillor Bougie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I feel like this is an increase of service. I feel like our level of service is adequate. And I mean, once we do this sidewalk accessibility improvements and look at it. I think we're going down a very expensive road here, so I'm happy with the level of service, and I feel like it's not necessary immediately. I mean, the work that was done in Lancaster with the crosswalk, I think that's adequate. That was an improvement. I think that was a great improvement. But in terms of doing this, I don't think it's necessary at the moment.
Excellent. Without seeing the other side of the table, I would probably be on board with the same thing. When, like, it was a nice to do, but soon to be a got to do. So for now, we'll just, we'll keep our levels of service, and as required, we'll update. And I'm sure if there's another comment, it's just, there is, yeah, go ahead.
A brief comment. I tend to agree with you and the other side. My comment is, do we have them in Martintown? Because Martintown just did the sidewalks last year, I believe. So I would think they would have put them in if it's a requirement now, unless it's just happened in the last few months.
Through you, Mayor McDonald, I know not all of the sidewalks in Martintown were rehabilitated as part of the work, and I can't see it in my head, so I'm not sure.
So Councillor Jaworski, if you have a thought.
Yeah, I guess just when I see that this is something that is specific to complying in the future for, you know, the Ontarians for Disabilities Act, just it's concern. It's difficult for me to say yes, no, we're okay with the level of service we have when we know that it's not meeting the needs of folks with certain disabilities. So I don't know if there's a midway option between the 0 and the 75, but I feel like, oh, well, we're only going to do it when we have to, which could be quite some time into the future. I mean, I think we should be trying to do something before we are mandated to comply with an act that is supporting the residents. I mean, I know maybe we don't have tons of residents, but I don't think that's the point. So I guess I just wanted to say, I think it would be nice if there was some sort of halfway point where it's not a yay or nay, or yay, we'll do it when we have to.
Yeah, and just hearing the will of the council as a whole, it seems like we're leaning towards the nay at present. No disrespect to that opinion, because it is a fair one. It just, yeah. Did anybody have any? And then Deputy Mayor, or sorry, Councillor McDonnell, and then Deputy Mayor Lang.
I think my comment was, it's not a nay, it's just, let's not go out and start cutting holes in our sidewalks. We'll do it when we're fixing them or when we're changing them. At this point, we don't currently offer the level of service, but if we're putting a new sidewalk in or rehabilitating a sidewalk, we'll put them in at that point. But I just don't, have we had anybody come and ask?
I didn't hear whatever during. So, and maybe you have heard. So it seems like council's telling you to remove this from the budget and make the updates whenever they're being done anyway. Okay. So then we have asset management planning. The community, that was building condition assessments, road rationalization study, asset management planning. Some considerable monies to be spent for the planning. I do know that the 2022 council was quite good at increasing consulting fees. Would any of that help in this matter? Because they knew that the asset deluge was in front of us.
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, capital projects, the way that they were budgeted in the past, had been running through operating, partly through the $3.8 million that were budgeted to capital, and then partly to some of the planning and consulting fees that were budgeted elsewhere as well. So what this capital budget represents here today is the sum of all of that put together. And so this includes the consulting, and this includes the rest of it as well. Of course, there will be some consulting fees needing to be budgeted by departments for a variety of different things, but as far as capital projects are concerned, the consulting fees are incorporated within this capital project.
Thank you. Any questions of council? I know Deputy Mayor Lang kind of doesn't want to go first if he has any comments, is looking around the table for anybody to, any comments? Councillor Bougie, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I'm definitely in favor. I think an asset management plan is critical, right, to forecast our future costs. I mean, we have some big costs coming up, and I think the more we can narrow or focus on those numbers to forecast the cost, the better. So in terms of the road rationalization study, is that looking at all roads and looking and developing a plan as to when to get them done? What else is incorporated in that road rationalization study?
May I just interject? Would it be wise to talk about the road rationalization, the road rationalization study right before going into the roads portion of the budget? Because I think one will lead to the other, and that's our last thing to talk about. And I'm sure there will be some discussion. I'm not trying to, just to segue into it. If people had questions on the building condition assessment or asset management planning budgets at present. Okay, then proceed with the answering of, oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Lang.
I didn't really need to make comment. I just thought you were looking at me because you wanted me to make a comment.
No, sorry, just making sure I was looking to.
I'm looking forward to an asset management plan. Let's get it done.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then building condition assessment, we do need that for asset management planning 2024, and it is expensive. I've seen other municipalities spend 120,000, so I'm very happy to see 75 is a likely answer. And we have a lot of buildings, so that might be something that comes from the asset management plan, is to look at how many buildings we have and assess our needs there. Asset management, and then, yeah, so those are those two. So road rationalization study. Councillor Bougie, if you could rephrase your question, and then we'll walk into Ms. McDonald, if you could kindly go to the roads capital, where we'll finish up there. Oh, sorry, no, then we have reserves after. Okay, go ahead.
Through Mr. Mayor, I guess I'll repeat the question, just in terms of the roads rationalization study. This is going to develop a plan basically to look at our whole road network, come up with what roads to be done based on engineering or consultation. Is that basically what we're going to be doing here? And then build it into the asset management plan so we have a solid plan moving forward.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, and more. It will also take a look at the levels of service the council is providing or authorizing administration to provide in terms of our roads. So right now, our levels of service for roads are provided through bylaw 1100, our right-of-way policy. And I can't remember if I did this whole spiel when I did the first bunch of sheets, but for an example, our level of service for the surface of a road is 0 to 300 vehicles per day is gravel, 300 to 400 vehicles per day is surface treatment, and over 400 vehicles per day is asphalt. So I'd be looking at something like that and coming up with a more robust kind of codified level of service. And then once we get that surface in place, and the roads committee had done some great work, especially in terms of the gravel road maintenance, but then we look at the hard surfaces and when do we do what to them that's not, doing it again. So like when would we crack seal? When would we maybe do a micro surface? When might we go in and do, like there are a number of different technologies that we can look at, or that the township can choose to employ at whatever kind of schedule. And as I'd mentioned, that would be a committee of the whole meeting, one or two that would come to council through this project. So developing those levels of service and then preparing the larger capital plan for inclusion in the asset management plan.
Thank you, and if I can tie that back. Oh, sorry, Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification on the purpose of the study. So just so I'm clear, there's no discussion of levels of service in terms of snow plowing. It's only in terms of like the physical maintenance, correct?
Correct. So as it stands in our right-of-way policy, and as it really should be, our level of service for winter maintenance operations is through the minimum maintenance standards for municipal highways, and that I would recommend not changing.
The reason, if I may, the reason I bring that up is just because I believe we had increased the level of service on Glen Road. I think there was a couple of roads, 2 roads where I think we were asking for a higher level of service, and I know, with more housing and areas of our township being built up, I think there maybe might want to be a discussion on if there's certain areas that we, based on how those communities are developing, that maybe we want to have a more discussion about the snowplow routes. But I just wanted to make sure, if it's not part of this, then it's for when it's more appropriate, but that might be a discussion people want to have.
Sounds like an excellent discussion for a committee of the whole meeting, because like, yeah, because I guess it's the strong part there would be increased level of service, increased amount of cost, but that's very much, again, a council decision. Like, we have to balance what we want to do and what taxation can afford. So Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So this one's $75,000. What are we going to get back? Are they going to come back and give us look at our road network and give us a recommendation that this is where we think you should be your level of service? These ones should remain gravel. These ones should be, like, is this the sort of thing I'm not clear on it yet, so just kind of educate me a little bit.
That's all right, and through you, Mr. Mayor, so it would give the township the tools to do that on our own year over year. So as we collect more data and as things change, as we boom and develop our rural areas and suddenly we have more vehicles, we don't need to go back to a consultant again. We have our own thresholds that we would review annually and apply, and then that would be approved through council when we're going to, shift up the level of service. So administration will come to you and say, per our right-of-way policy or whatever we want to call the new document that falls out of this road has now exceeded that threshold. Do you want to increase that level of service? Or it may be something that we codify into the policy that just when we exceed that threshold, administration is automatically directed to make that change. And again, that will be a big and exciting committee of the whole meeting, I think, 1 or 2.
So that sounds like we're delivering, this delivers a system in which we can make decisions kind of without so much discussion, not discussion, but we set the standard through a system. Excellent. Moving to roads capital, or did you have any further questions on that? Because we will
My
probably,
brain is going around and around here. I may have further. I'm just trying to follow it through to the end. So,
we'll remind you too that some of this discussion once the operational budget hits here, we might see that we're at 10%, and then we'll look back at this and say, sorry, that's a next year thing too. Like there is that to it.
So I'm just thinking to myself, we're going to spend $75,000. The company's going to come in and they're going to, I assume, in consultation with us and with yourselves, and they're going to say, you might want to look at setting a standard that if you have 500 cars per day, you're going to go to this level of service on that road. And if we wanted to really run with that, council would no longer be needed to even think about those things. It could all be done with staff. But that kind of takes people out of the equation. I don't like that part of it. I like the part that it's going to trigger things to bring it to us and say, do you want to have a look at this? But I just want to be careful we're not spending the money to take us out of the equation. I mean, and not just us, the residents on those roads. It's a simple answer. It makes things simple for people. If a person phones it, I want my road paved, you just look at the thing. No, you don't meet the number of cars per day. We're not paving your road. Simple as that. But maybe there's more to it sometimes, and I want to keep that part of it in there. I don't want this document, if we decide to go ahead with it, to be, okay, this is how we decide we're looking after our roads from now on. I've enjoyed the roads committee, whether I'm on it or not. I was thrilled to be on it, but I think we've been making progress. I think we need to have these discussions that maybe we haven't been having, and I'd love to see a committee of a whole, like a roads committee meeting just for a committee of a whole, maybe once a year or something, just to say, where do we want to be on some roads? And I think we did classify our roads a certain amount, our gravel roads anyway. We kind of went through and made, but I kind of look at it as a document that should be willing to change once in a while. I've had people phone me and say, what classification is my road? And they want to put it up. Well, we need to look at that. We need to look at, do they have valid points? Is there a reason that, that road should be a little higher? This sort of thing. So I don't want this thing to come through and we have the study and then that just takes everything out of it. I think we need to be very involved in it. It's the biggest thing in our township, as far as our residents are concerned, that we do is our roads, plowing and looking after them.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Lang. Councillor McDonnell.
Just a comment through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if anybody remembers why we came up with the roads committee, because I believe our roads need studies at our next 2 roads that we should turn from gravel to hardtop, or the very far east end of the 2nd concession, as well as the Forest Road. That was our next upgrade. I don't think anybody in the township really agrees with that. So it's nothing against consultants. but if they don't live here, they don't know. If that's the first one that comes up.
I'm just going to jump in. You do have an engineer on staff, so we buffer that
Yeah.
for you. Like
And that predates UGM McDonald. That's for sure. But it's just a comment that let's not lose sight of why that committee was started and what ultimately, we won't know until the road rationalization study is done, if it's done. But just that's what the consultants gave us when we didn't have an engineer on staff. But that's also could be what the engineers come back with that are off staff.
And if I may, just to put a good governance thing, and I guess this is a discussion more with council and not to come across as disagreeable, is we took our what was that last evening? Ministry of Municipal Affairs Housing on the responsibilities of council, and the committee, which was the roads committee, would have been seen on an overarching and good governance model to have politicized roads slightly more than it typically would be. I would speak generally in terms of what I understand governance to be is certainly understand, and I can see eyes across it because I do want to have this conversation, is the committee of the whole more than once a year, certainly for this. If we could have an asset management plan committee of the whole 4 times a year, that gets us involved. The budget process also gets us involved because if we see something, as you mentioned, like those roads that came up, this doesn't make sense. We can question those as they come up, and whenever people have those, would like a level of service increase, excellent. That is council's purview and governance model, is to bring those concerns of citizens to administration. However, the roads committee, as it was formerly, would probably be considered an extension of the political realm, legislative realm, into the administrative realm. And I think most of the reasons for that, you can still have that pushback because we can't pass a road without our approval at budget period. So that's just on the governance side. I understand it was well liked. It was based on what I understand from the Ministry of Municipal Housing. Oh my goodness, Municipal. I can't say. MMAH, so Affairs and Housing, Ministry of. It is. I would lean away from that model, but I would be very open to a dedicated 4 times a year committee of the whole asset management planning where we bring in those things because I think it does warrant the discussions and our oversight. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Respectfully, I don't know that I'm ready for that committee to die. I think my council colleague across would agree with me. I'll come back to the roads rationalization study. In my mind, I'm trying to justify it at the tune of 75,000, and I'm going, that's a kilometer of township. What do I feel would be more beneficial at this point? I'm not sure. I feel we've studied our roads to death. We have to do our roads need study. It was just recently done. I don't know. I struggle with this one. I just don't see it as I don't know. It could be a great investment, but I'm just skeptical given all the other road studies we've done.
And that's fair. I think municipalities, and in particular their legislative bodies, are tired of seeing studies, and you see studies where something could be done. So that's fair comment, and I'm sure it's echoed by, at the very least, a considerable amount of people east of 34. That being said, do we have an opinion to proceed with that? I know we kind of got segued trying to get into the roads and kind of the second last thing on our budget. So then perhaps we include it, and then whenever we see operating, it might be something that has to be removed for the sake of making a fair tax rate to the citizens and the residents of South Glengarry. I think we should come up with a resolution sometime in a future council about that roads needs committee because perhaps I'm on an island and that's perfectly fine. I would like to know because it could change and it may be more fluid our planning because we do have even in consultants, engineers, and I'm no roads expert, so I don't. My opinion doesn't carry too much on that. Moving into roads, however. I see in front of us we have the Hamlet plan. So Warren Street, we have rural hard surfaces, Sabrain, Anderson, rural gravel. I don't know why I mentioned this. You haven't talked about this yet. Please present, Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to hit the nail on the head and say that this is likely not what council is expecting to see them before them today, since it doesn't match the capital plan as written. The capital plan as written, if we were to bundle up the 2022 projects that were deferred and the 2023 projects, we'd be looking at a capital expenditure of $4 million, give or take, depending on, as I've said, the fuel and the AC index of the day. So that's where that stands. Through 2022, administration has undertaken a number of additional studies, namely a geotechnical study, which is a review of the road base and subsurface to figure out if the road bases for the roads that were identified for the next few years are up to snuff. So if we were to slap a new surface on, is it a good value for money to the township? We've also done some limited traffic counting studies, and we're hoping to, as I mentioned earlier, do a few more next year and include the crossings with our recreational trails. So in considering those activities that we've undertaken and reviewing the capital plan as written, and hearing council's direction last year where hamlets were important to you and felt they'd been neglected for X number of years, let's say, we've prepared this particular plan, which can be funded through external sources, which includes, so when we did our geotechnical studies, most of our hamlets that we had identified have bought into a full depth reconstruction, which means digging down, blasting everything out, new base digging, and building back up. Hamlets or subdivisions, such as the Glendale, where we know we're going to have heavy vehicles coming in soon for gas. Not an ideal candidate to slap something down if it's going to be busted up in the near future, but certainly a candidate after gas goes through. Places like Lancaster, where we have a potential long-term care facility being built on some of our local roads, also not exactly a candidate. We want to wait until those heavy construction vehicles, especially the excavation, when they're excavating out heavy materials, like that's just devastating on our little roads, because we don't have great thicknesses or bases. So that's kind of explaining why the other hamlets that were on the plan were not selected for this year. Warren Street has the least amount of underground work to do. There is some storm, and then there's that sidewalk that we talked about on Monday. I feel like it was very recently, being not wide enough and tough for us to maintain. So that being said, we proposed a full depth reconstruction of Warren, Middle, and Bethune. These are not cheap. They're going all the way down, taking everything out, putting it back in, and bringing it all the way back up, and it's $925,000. That we would envision would also include a public information session to meet with residents in Warren Street and within Williamstown to kind of show them the sidewalk options and figure out what might work for the community and the stakeholders. Namely, I would think the Fair Board, since that's an excellent access to the fair through the fair, the weekend of the fair. This project, we can complete it, design and implementation through 2023. It will be tight, but this is one that if council is really not in favor, we would need to know today, because we really need to get rolling on Monday to make it happen before the weather in 2023 turns foul at the end of the year. Moving down, we have our rural hard surface recommendation of Sabarain Drive and Anderson Drive. That was on the plan for 2022, and our geotechnical results come back a little bit strange, so we put a pause on that. And it definitely does need to be done, so we're proposing again to bring it forward in 2023 and pulverize it down and bring the surface back up. And in this case, we would also, at the dead ends, I can't remember Sabarain and Anderson, but the north-south one especially, we need to widen the asphalt a bit just to give our snowplows room to turn around, and that is $125,000. In terms of our rural gravel, this one we've discovered in consultation with GM Haley. It's a road that was opened through the Township of Charlottenburg's road naming bylaw. It was opened for X number of meters, which encompassed 3 lots. It was only really built for 2 lots. We have since allowed building to occur because we thought it was a public road frontage, so we just need to extend McDonald Road to the full length that it has previously been opened. So it's just anyhow, it is what it is. So that's a gravel road, and we think we can do that for about $50,000 since it's a rural cross-section. I know there'll be lots of questions, so I think I'll just wait to receive them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And if you don't mind, I just want to ask a question for project funding 1.1 million. what would be an ideal target funding? Because I think that was the quagmire put in front of the previous council, right? Is one, hamlets were not included in the roads needs study, and that was quite significant. And they also were trying to bridge that the project funding versus how much needs would be. Like, is there a number where we should target to be sustainable for roads funding? Like, do we need $2 million for roads a year? Would we need $3 million to be sustainable? And if you don't have that number now, if that could be provided for the next meeting, because I think in the way that Mr. Jane is presenting the budget, it's very good to know, like, here's what we're spending, here's what we need to spend, and then here's those levels, because this is a big quagmire for all municipalities. I'll go first to Deputy Mayor Lang and then next to Councillor McDonnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. And I'm hoping that you'll indulge us to come around more than once. We'll make a few comments, and then I'm hopeful that we'll get a chance to make a few more. I don't think this is the item on the agenda that we can just make a comment and it's settled. I think we'll have to talk more than once. Ms. McDonald, thank you for the report. And to start off on a positive note, I think it's great. I think it's a great start. I do want to see all three of these. I'm 100% in favor. Let's get them done. I mean, and I'm really happy to hear you say you're going to consult with the residents, just because council promised them that we would, and we have not done it. And I don't like to tell the residents we're going to do something and not go follow through. So I'm really happy you're going to do that. And it is all about the sidewalk. That's all the concerns they seem to have, whether they want a sidewalk, whether they want it clean, whether there's any point in having a sidewalk, a quiet little street like that. Maybe you can walk right down the middle of the road in the middle of the day and you're fine. Or maybe we just make it a little wider and paint a white line and call it a sidewalk/bicycle lane. Something like that might be cheaper and easier to do, put it on the south side. So I have no issue with any of these things. I want to do more. I want to do Heron and McGilvery. Let's be specific. We talked about them. We replaced the culverts in them. We've been working towards it. We've got, and I'm not going to try to remember them all right now, because I did not bring my big sheet there for what we planned to do for the roads and which years. I know we pulverized Cemetery and North Branch. I don't think we pulverized them with the intent that they were going to go back to gravel forever. I know Councillor McDonnell is pretty adamant about Chapel Road. I don't drive it too often, but I do know it's in rough shape. My issue is, and then we can go back to what Mayor McDonald said, we don't know, I don't believe we know that level of funding that we need every year. But my issue is, if costs are going up 20, maybe 30% per year, it's not going to be cheaper to do them next year. We're going to be we're going into a hole here, and we're going to be in a deeper hole every year that we put some of these things off. They're not going to get cheaper. They're going to get, so either we have to come to the conclusion, we have to say, okay, these roads are not going to get done. Like the gravel being upgraded, we're either not going to upgrade the gravel, we're going to leave them gravel, or even are we going to say something like Cemetery and North Branch, we're going to go backwards. We're going to go from hard surface back to gravel, and we're not going to maintain the levels. Or I'm going to say the bad word, or do we borrow money and do them now, pay 7% interest to save 20 or 30% increase in cost next year? I think we got I know it's not easy, but we got to talk about it.
No, I certainly do enjoy that conversation. I'm glad to be here for it. So, Councillor McDonnell.
I'm 100% with Martin. Sabri and Anderson Drive, just to put a little context to this, we're talking about hard surfacing 120 meters with the exception of the hamlet stuff. 120 meters is what we're talking about doing next year. Or 170, the one piece of 120. I agree with Martin. We've got to do more. We are going to fall so far behind, and inflation costs are going to catch us. And I'm looking at this going, there's Chapel. We went to the people on the North Branch and Cemetery Road and said, we're putting it backwards, but don't worry, we're coming back next year. We're going to fix all the big issues, and we're going to hard surface it again. Now we're going to go and tell them that either we're going to leave it gravel or they're going to do 2-3 years with gravel. To me, it's not acceptable. We need to do more, or we are going to be so far behind, it's not even going to be funny. We won't ever be talking about increasing service levels on gravel roads again, because we won't be able to afford to keep up to it. And maybe we have to face that. We aren't gonna, maybe we won't increase any more service levels because we have too many hardtop roads right now that are not satisfactory. I don't care what the roads, road need studies say. Those benchmarks set by the province are well below, I think, the standard people expect. That's for, those standards are set for small municipalities to encompass them up north where they don't have near the budget we would have. They don't have near the population, and they got double the roads. To me, that this isn't enough. We gotta go well beyond this. I think if you wanna start, if you wanna go back, we can go back all through infrastructure and recreation and everything else. If you tell us there is no more money in the pot, start cutting everything else, because this is not enough in roads, and this is what people expect. Personal point, but I'm not satisfied with this. It needs to be more. I'm happy with what's there, but it needs to be more.
And I think that's where we can find some common ground, is that we do need more money to be invested in infrastructure. They say in debate, common ground is the thing to find. So there it is. We all agree that there needs to be more investment in infrastructure, and I don't have the short answer for it, but we appreciate these roads need to be done.
These roads need to be done, but go back through all of the planning. We haven't cut a single thing out of this. Go back through all the planning, just in infrastructure alone, there's probably 5 kilometers of tar and chip there. We're talking about doing 120 meters.
Yeah, and again, I'll delegate to administration to I mean, they're the experts that we hire to do this, and the consultants we retain to encourage this. When it comes to increasing roads, I mean, it'd be interesting to see the traffic numbers for, like, say, Cemetery Road. It's one we talked about, so, like, to me, a good gravel road is a good gravel road. I had a few conversations, and just anecdotally, I guess, on Heron Road, where there were not several, I should say, 2 specifically of 4 people I talked to. 2 said, pave my road, and 2 said, I just want a good gravel road, because a paved road is faster. We take different complaints. I think the big thing was to have a good road, and there are such things as good gravel road, and I applaud last council for going and doing the drainage. At the bare minimum, you've made those roads manageable, and then that discussion now is in front of council. We're obviously approving these roads, I believe, is what I'm getting from the 2 who've spoken, profoundly approving it. We're just saying perhaps more, and I don't know. That's that debt conversation, and last council had kind of determined that way. If there's a tie break, we know where I'm going to lean on that. But for this specific item, but I'm not opposed to a fair level of service for a fair level of taxation. And then if we have to review things and get a little tighter elsewhere, because you did mention there's hundreds of thousands of dollars of studies in here, it's a hard situation to put council in front of, and it's nothing to do with administration. It's just years and years and years and years of previous federal government funding that now is unavailable, and it's coming to roost, right? If we didn't have all those culverts, there's another $400,000 right to our budget. I'd like to hear from Councillor Bougie and then Councillor Jaworski. I'm sure they have some thoughts, and we'll circle back, because this is the big conversation of the day.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. McDonald, for the report. I am in agreement with all of these projects, 100%. And I kind of echo some sentiment of Councillor McDonald. It doesn't seem like it's enough on there. I mean, people do expect roads, bridges. That's a big expectation. That's a big part of our budget, but it doesn't seem like there's enough there. So I would definitely be in favor of looking at, I guess I'm wondering, in the asset management plan, what roads were left off? Because if we have that plan, we need to stick to it. And whether that's borrowing money to get those roads paved, or buildings built, or vehicles, right? That's why we have that plan, and I feel like we need to stick to it. So I'm just curious, what other roads were on the docket that are left off?
Are you referring to the asset management plan or the roads need study?
Well, roads, need study, whatever.
Yeah. Is that a question you can answer at present on just recall, or would you like to answer this at a subsequent meeting? Because it will come up for the next meeting.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, could you clarify the asset management plan or the roads need study?
It might be,
Is it not?
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, from, I guess, let's start with what we put off last year to this year that isn't on the list, and then subsequently what was initially planned for 2023.
that conversation, like, fully method would be a heavy one to have in this moment. I'm not trying to, because like, we're agreeing on this. I feel like if there's a special meeting committee of whole, to have this conversation would be more fair to administration because they can prepare. I do see, Councilor Jaworski, I don't know if you have a thought there. Oh, great, please do.
I just have a comment, I guess. We put a lot of work into that. I bet you we spent hundreds of hours working on that kind of plan. And I feel myself, and this is nothing against yourself, GM McDonald, we have a budget that what's available in the budget's what's available in the budget for dollars. And I do not discount Warren Street, Middle Street, Bethune. That's a huge undertaking. But my concern is we spent plenty of time working on this, and I thought we had something that we had a true living working document. And to me, I don't even know if I'm not mistaken, Sabri and Anderson were on there as a discussion. I really don't know that we knew about McDonald Road. Yeah, we talked about Warren Street, but there's a lot missing from what we initially planned for 2023. And I personally think we're talking about doing 1.1. It's 10% of our budget.
That's a fair and telling point. Perhaps then it'd be best to ask administration to review upon this term of council. And again, there are 5 votes across this table. 4 of them go first. So do you wish to entertain debt for the roads in this term of council? And then I see might get some financial and some engineering thoughts on that first, but we'll move to that after these comments. Yeah, Mr. Jane and then.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I do want to caution council as we talk about debt. I began this presentation by talking about the concept of good debt and bad debt. Road rehab work, these types of recurring expenditures really are things that need to be funded through taxation, whether that is incurring a significant tax increase in current year or putting monies aside in reserves to smooth out that tax increase. As council is well aware, there are a couple of projects on the horizon that may incur a significant amount of debt, a significant amount of good debt. When we talk about the Glen Walter water system upgrades, that's a multi-million-dollar project that's going to incur debt. The Glen Walter water tower, that's going to incur debt. The industrial park plan and what comes of the industrial park plan, that's going to incur tens of millions of dollars of debt. Our current debt ceiling of about, give or take, $30 million, it can be expended relatively quickly through those projects. And so I do want to caution council, when we talk about debt for these recurring items, it would constitute bad debt on the books. Through Ms. McDonald, we do have preliminary pricing on some of the projects that we have talked about. So if we want to take a look at our tax levy and we want to talk about what projects need to be done and what happens to the tax levy currently, if we want to do North Branch and Cemetery, we don't have money in the reserves to be able to fund those projects. And so that's going to be, if we want to do those in 2023, without incurring bad debt, we would have to put the entire burden on taxation. And so if we put that entire burden on taxation and we increase this reserve transfer by $450,000, our tax levy increase goes up to about 11.5%. Heron and McGillivray is a large project that will incur about $800,000 of expenditures. If we want to do that project, we're looking at a tax levy increase of 15%. I also want to make council aware that there is a council-approved right-of-way policy that says that gravel roads are not to be surface treated unless the ADT exceeds 300. Ms. McDonald can correct me if I'm wrong, but the ADT on Heron and McGillivray is about 60 to 80. So those are my comments regarding debt and roads.
So in that regard, if I understand, based on fairly standard practices, this debt is not, those two roads are, or at least Heron is not at, or even close to at, you said 60 and 300 is the amount?
Correct. I have the numbers in front of me. So McGillivray is, which one is east? All right, so McGillivray has a maximum AEDT of 90 vehicles a day, and Heron has a maximum AEDT of 114 vehicles a day.
So in effect, this conversation would be a levels of service, because if we do it for one, I mean, and this is not to pick on Councillor Jaworski, but I'm sure you've heard the most of it is you paved or char and chipped Maple Road, which you didn't have any really, like, you didn't have any strong thoughts towards it in that meeting. So it's not a pick on you that way. It's just you hear that. Like, once you do one equivalent road, we are going to hear it from other equivalent roads. And if those are the numbers, I mean, 90 vehicles a day or I guess 90 and 114, some of them was duplicity in that. It's a lot of money for 100 cars a day. And that has to be realized. I do appreciate having a good gravel road. It's just, it is a heightened level of service. Councillor Jaworski.
Thanks. Since I've kind of been skipped a few times here, I might say a bit more.
Sorry for that.
It's okay. And I guess I'm going to go backwards. So the 300 ADT surface in our policy or bylaw for surface treatment, I guess policy, maybe that's something I've completely forgotten, but I feel like, wow, that's news to me. But I'm not saying I mean, it is what it is, but I think it's the first time I've heard it. Yeah, it's easy to pick on Maple Road, but I mean, first thing that comes to mind is I wonder what the ADT was on Cedar Grove and Fallowfield and Frog Hollow and Beaupre that were all done before. And I have no idea, honestly. I don't know what they were. It wasn't part of the discussion as far as I remember. But that being said, this so far is great, actually. Like what was presented, this is excellent information. I think my issue is there were decisions made, there were plans put in place last term that don't necessarily fall to the ground automatically. And while I understand it sounds like they are unattainable now, I feel like that information, that should have been sort of, there should have been a dotted line, and then there's the this and the this and the this that would have cost X, Y, and Z. And because we also did, I mean, again, I don't understand, I'm not familiar with the exact specifics of how far we got down the road of starting infrastructure loans for certain projects, but that we had gone down that path. So I guess unless this completely fell to the ground with change in personnel, I would have assumed there would have been some of those options available to try and catch up with certain things. But moving backwards, Mr. Jane, you said something right at the beginning when you started putting those numbers into the chart where you said, like, if we don't want to incur bad debt. And I don't know if you misspoke or if you meant that if you didn't, regardless, I'd like you to explain in this case why you suggested it's bad debt to have debt for these roads projects.
So bad debt constitutes debt that is taken out for anything that is maintaining current levels of service. So when we talk about road rehab work, for the most part, that's bad debt. Good debt, however, is for assets that are new and can increase levels of service or can provide additional own source revenue for the township. Usually what you will see with municipalities is that when new debt is put on the new debt register, it is usually for projects that aren't usually funded through taxation. So when we talk about road rehab work, that's something that usually gets funded through taxation. And so incurring this type of debt for an asset that doesn't really last a very long time compared to some of our other assets, roads don't last 150 to 100 years. that would constitute putting on bad debt on the debt register.
Okay, and if I may, and, you know, there's a difference between, oh, we're going to put a surface treatment on something versus we're going to improve the condition of a road. And, I mean, again, I can't speak too specifically to Heron on what the roads committee, the plan was in terms of surface treatment or drainage or whatnot. But I mean, if I'm thinking about that one specifically, that, you know, it has issues with where it was degrading so badly in the spring, where folks who were using that road for their farm were incurring major additional costs because the road was so bad that they had to pay their hauler additional fees because they had to go so slowly because the road was so bad. So I guess there's surface treatment, and then there's just having it at a very good condition, even if it is gravel. So I'm not sure if Heron and McGillivray those were definite resurfaces. I don't actually know.
You say bad debt is maintaining, we're not maintaining, that's an improved
Yeah.
level of service.
And that's where I was going with my comment, so thank you.
And so that would really have to be a shift in the right of, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I apologize, that would really have to be a shift in our right-of-way policy. So if council would like us, administration, to review our right-of-way policy, and that is something that through Ms. McDonald's group would be done through the road rationalization study. If that's something that council would like to direct administration to do, council can do so. But currently, the right-of-way policy states that an ADT has to be 300 before that level of service has been increased.
Lots of roads have never come up before.
Well, I suppose that's a fair comment. It hasn't come up before, just so the public can hear the comment. The average daily traffic, ADT. So I suppose better information is better decisions, or at least a rethought. It might be the same decision, but it will be with more information. So it gives some rationalization. In this case, I think some of the pushback was that administration wasn't following the direction, but it seems like the policy is saying ADT and the council was saying one thing. So if we can get on the same page, then we can drive that decision forward. And I don't think we're all wanting the same thing: more investment in roads, more investment in infrastructure, be sustainable. There might be some gap there, and council can decide how to do that as a whole. But I don't want to begrudge that point too much, because I think that's like a full meeting to have that discussion, and I think that the roads study, or however the word was, can get us there as much as it is $75,000. But Councillor McDonnell, I see you with your hands up.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess I'm looking at the Hamlet, the 900, where were we there? Yeah, that's, what, 30 years we get out of that, pretty simply, to be honest. I don't know how I guess if we invest the money in that, GM McDonald, would we, even on a borrowing structure, would that not somehow would we not be able to expect that would outlive the life of the loan, even at 15 years or 10 years? To me, that's a 30-year plan. That's what our initial thoughts were when we did all the other hamlets, and that was the information we had doing the hamlets, correct? And that's what we've gotten out of Lancaster. That opens up $900,000. And I harp back to, we're putting $410,000 into plans, and that just in the infrastructure. Is it better spent in roads? Do we have to go back and redo this entire part of the budget? That's just my plan, or my thought. But my priority here is actual infrastructure.
I think that priority is shared amongst all of council, but well heard and well said. As for redoing the budget, I think because we could probably have two operational budgets.
Sorry, not just restarting the section.
Okay.
Do we need to start from the top on this section and start with roads and start going backwards? Know what I mean? We're doing this, we figured the roads part would be the longest, but we're coming to realize that we have no budget for the roads anyway. So what's a bigger priority, the plans or the roads?
I think infrastructure is the biggest priority, and doing it right is very important. And your point's not lost. I think there's some things in here that we have agreed with in principle, and then the price will come back to council. Additionally, we have the operating budget, which we'll have to set at the end of this meeting, towards the end of January or early February. And whenever we see the operating budget married to the capital budget, we will get a better example of that preliminary 2023 operating expenses. Maybe there's some stuff there, but you are right, Councillor McDonnell, in that infrastructure would be top of mind, and it should be top of mind for every municipality. So a shared point, I'm sure. Did you have a point, Mr. Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yes, I kind of assumed we were going to go around a couple of times, so. A comment, Mr. Jans, I agree with you with good debt, bad debt. I think you've simplified it enough that it's easy to see. But I believe if we're taking a gravel road and we're improving it and going to hard service, I think that's good debt for me. I don't think if we were to go do the Chapel Road, which is already hard service, and borrow to do that, that it would be good debt. But you also have to look at, we're in difficult times now. Inflation's not 2%, and inflation to do roads is not even 20%. Maybe we could, I'm willing to entertain the idea, but do we put off some things and hope that inflation drops a little bit? But it's not going to go backwards. So we're not going to go down in cost. We're not going to get down to back to 2018 levels. That's not going to happen, I don't believe. Something else I want people to think about is what percentage of our taxation do we want to see put into roads maintenance? Because as far as I know for this budget, we've got 500 and some thousand put into bridges and structures, which is good. And I think, did we not say we were going to put about 300,000 to 500,000 over the next 10 years would kind of keep us, I can't remember what the numbers were exactly, but somewhere in there we needed to have to keep us, and we've got a long-term plan there and I think it can work. But right now we have zero taxation dollars going towards roads that I can see, unless somebody can correct me. Is that where we want to be? That we're hoping for funding for roads? Out of $10 million budget, what would we think is fair that we put towards our roads every year?
I think based on what I recall, 2.5 million would probably be pretty close. That's 25% of your tax levy would be what the engineers have consistently come back in and around that amount.
So are we doing that this year and I'm just not seeing it? Am I missing something here?
No, it's very clear that there is an infrastructure
There's
gap.
$0 of taxation going towards roads this year? At the way we stand now, I'm not saying the budget's not done. We've got a long way to go yet, but at this point, we're at zero?
Okay, so in that sense, I'll reframe it as, it looks like we have 1.1 million going towards roads. We should have 2.5 million regardless of the source.
Well, you're not talking taxation dollars, you're talking dollars in general.
Correct.
Because the 1.1 million is not taxation dollars.
That reframing is causing, I think, a little bit of dissonance in the way we're talking about this. But I think 2.5 is where we should be. 1.1 is where we are, would be the simple answers. Mr. Jane?
So when we look at the capital budget as it's being presented, the capital budget is for a total capital investment of $4.77 million. $1.1 million of that is the roads capital work. So it's a bit less than 25%, but it's not, the 10% that we're talking about. When we talk about road capital works, what we have to be aware of is that, as Mayor McDonnell mentioned, 25% of the overall budget, that also includes roads operational costs. So that's not just capital costs, that's also roads operational costs. And when we draft the operating budget, it very well will be that roads capital plus operations are at that 25 or even more level. So it's just the roads capital work currently that is being discussed. So it's the 1.1 out of the 4.77. Now, there may be a silver lining to all of this. We know that there is some money left in the roads capital offset work. Perhaps what we can do is, before the next meeting, conduct an analysis of how much remaining funds there are projected to be at the beginning of 2023 in that reserve. And we can present council with how much money there is, and council can make a decision on what capital projects you would like to pursue. Additionally, what I would suggest here as the treasurer is that we start planning for these things over the long term, so that we're not putting a heavy taxation burden in 2023. So as I understand it, there's several roads that.
I'm going to interrupt you. I think we've already started that. That was the point of the roads committee. That was the point of what we've been doing the last while. And I don't think we've got it nailed down, and we're not perfect. But we started that. Like, you know, we can't just say, well, we're not going to spend anything this year. We're going to start now. It's already happened. And I'm going to go back. The 1.1 is not coming out of the $10 million of taxation. Am I not right on that? Am I wrong? Is somebody seeing something there?
So you are correct in that $1.1 million is being funded through outside sources.
So that's
that being
added to the
said-
10 million.
Correct, but that being said, it's not to say that in previous years, roads capital works was funded.
Oh, no,
through taxation.
I'm not talking about previous years.
Correct.
I'm just saying this year, we're going to tax, I'm just trying to simplify it for my own brain here. We're going to tax our residents $10 million, or 10 plus, whatever we're at there. And $0 of those are going to go to improve our roads. 525,000 are going to go to improve our structures. But their tax dollars are not improving any roads this year. Where are we sitting right now? I just want us to think about that, and I think we should be saying that $1 million or $2 of what they pay in taxes goes towards roads. And maybe it's because our other costs have gone so high but we may have to look at this whole thing and say, what can we do and what can we change? And the other thing, I'm just going to add a little bit to what Councillor Dworsky has already politely hinted at, is we started down a path last year to get some of this stuff done and to borrow $4 million, and where is that? To be blunt, I believe we gave some instructions and nothing's happened. Now, that's fine, but like, we're gonna have to take where we are today and we're gonna have to move forward from today, so I don't wanna belabor it. But at the same time, there was some direction set and nothing has happened there, and it seems to be totally off the table. At least it should be on the table, okay, these things weren't done, and there's some very good reasons. Heron and McGilvery needed to have some work done. We had to do some geotech, we had to fix some culverts, there was a bunch of things that need to be done, and I do believe we've financed, if I'm looking at reserves, we financed quite a bit of stuff. Our reserve has dropped, I can't remember the numbers, you're gonna know them off the top of your head, but it doesn't matter. So some things have happened, but previous council had kind of set a direction, and now we're looking at this from brand new eyes, but nobody is mentioning the fact that there was a direction set and there was plans made. It's like, okay, here's where you are, we're starting now. And some of that can happen, but I want to know what's happened in the meantime.
Just to that point, through you, Mr. Mayor, that direction was sent by 3 members of council that are still sitting here. So that's just my concern, is that there's a majority of council that had requested that to come, and it didn't.
May I just?
There's one point you made that I wanted to harp on. Was it 2.5% of our tax, or 25% of our taxation had gone to that? That did not include roads operation, correct? You're not including that. When you say 25% of our budget, that was for roads works, as in roads and bridges.
Sorry, the point, just to clarify, you're asking me, the 2.5 million I mentioned should go into capital works.
Capital works, not operations. Capital works.
Well, we'll go plus or minus. Would that not be close to the range? Because it was 2.1 million, I believe, in 2019 was the roads need study came back, and some of that included gravel roads.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, quite honestly, we would not be able to fund that without a significant tax levy increase.
Or I think what Councillor McDonnell is trying to say is that, and you've heard me, I'm not, this isn't a, we'll go to that. This is not a previous versus current or previous versus new council discussion. This is very much this term of council, and I think we're all on board with that discussion. I have mentioned this evening that if that is wished to be taken, there's 5 of us around the table that can make that decision. So.
I don't know if you could call this point of order. I'm looking at Kelly, but do we not have some ability as a new council to say what has happened in the past? Where are we in the plans that were made last year?
I think that's a fair
I
comment.
don't think the new council comes in and it just says, oh, forget whatever they said. Whatever the council before made some
Yes, yes.
Some things, and some things were supposed to happen. So that should be
In fairness,
justified, and I mean, things don't always happen the way we want. So I'm going to be fine with that, but I think we need to move forward from that point.
yeah, I'll let the clerk come in for the procedural nature of that. And in fairness to the current administration, the financing body is fairly new, so perhaps that transition would have.
Hold anybody's feet to the fire other than in this, not this part of this conversation.
Yes, and as you know, I'm open to the conversations because good conversations lead to shared decisions. From the procedural nature,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I mean, Deputy Mayor's not wrong. You know, with the turn of a new council, the start of a new term, it doesn't wipe the slate clean. However, the new council always has the option to reconsider decisions made by previous councils. But yeah, procedurally, you'd still continue on with the direction as given by resolution and bylaw.
you have your answer there.
I'm perfectly happy with the answer, and I don't want to. That's the trouble with when we do these things in open council and we have to go back and forth. It's kind of nice to in the roads committee meeting we could banter back and forth and not. But we have to be able to do that here. We have to find a way to do that here without being confrontational. It's not staff against us. It's, you know, we all have to work together. And I think once we finally do make a decision, I'm going to be 100% behind it, you know, whatever we decide. But I just want to have these conversations. I don't want to go home and think to myself, well, I wish I had said that or wish that we had talked about that. I think we got to do this however long it takes.
And I'm along that vein too, as frustrating as it can be, because I'll go to Ms. McDonald because you have a point, then I would like to just make a point to that, address that. I know it's not perfectly on budget, but it is on the strategic portion of the budget.
Thank you, Mayor McDonald. So I've written down a number of notes that I've heard today. And this is going to be very difficult for me to say because I respect everyone here. However, I professionally disagree with the capital plan for roads as it stands. I'd prefer to move ahead with the road rationalization study. In my mind, it solves many of these discussion points. It will give us levels of service that we can follow, both in terms of capital and in terms of maintenance. And it does not in any way take out council's ability to change things or removes you from the discussion. It just gives administration a good standing when we come to you. We're saying we're doing as you directed, and if you choose to send us in a different direction, that's entirely your right. But right now, our only direction for a bylaw is those AADTs. So when I look at this plan, that throws our bylaw completely out the window, and that's okay. Council makes the rules, council can change the rules, and the road rationalization study is the venue by which you can change those rules. In terms of the plan that I've put forward, that's what I'd go with. I don't think that Heron and McGillivray warrant another $800,000 worth of work. The 2016 roads needs study, or whatever it was called at that time, said that McGillivray really needs intensive base work. Throwing a surface on top of what is there right now, some of it's underwater during the spring, is really not going to. I know if something's underwater, the base is bad. So we can definitely look to improve that. However, if council wishes, we will do whatever your desire is in terms of cemetery and North Branch. You know, those roads don't meet the level of service requirements. They have at most, you know, anyways, fewer than 300. It appears that the majority of traffic on those roads is coming from South Stormont, so that's something that this council will have to decide. Do we want to provide levels of service to our own constituents, or your own constituents, sorry, or to others? And that's not a question that I can answer as administration. However, if council wants to return the level of service to Cemetery and North Branch, I'd say there's precedent there to hard service because it was, even though it doesn't meet the level of service as presented. So if it were me, I would, and you were looking for something to add, it would be Cemetery and North Branch, and it would not be Heron and McGillivray, but I would direct administration to do some serious look into that base. So that is my professional opinion, and it's out there, and that is that. Thank you.
Thank you for that candor. Do appreciate it. As I say, we have to have these conversations. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I respect your professional opinion. I take it very seriously. And we'll take Heron and McGillivray off the table right now, and let's go to North Branch and Cemetery, because for me that's a bigger pressing one, because we have gone backwards. I understand that they do not meet it, but there's a level of service that was put there. People purchased homes there because of the level of service. And we have gone backwards with the promise that we were going to go forwards. There's not a person here who's talked to somebody on Heron and McGilver, or on North Branch and Cemetery, who said, you know, well, the plan is to put it back to tar and chip. So if staff's plan is to not bring that service back, then we have a problem. That's the only thing I have right now. My concern is I think there is good debt within the Hamlet project at $1 million. Financing that over 15 years, maybe there is a case to be made there. I'm not saying I'm sold on it right now. I'm saying it should be investigated. I thought it was going to come in this budget. Cemetery North Branch, I think, should be done. And I think it should be done feasibly if it can be done this year. Sorry, I'm going to be very choice. So I'll use the mayor's words. There's ought to do's, want to do's, and need to do's. To me, a lot of the plans and putting these nice big projects together and going further down the line and going 5-10 years, I take those as want to do's and initiatives. Need to do's to me are infrastructure, roads, bridges. When they start collapsing or when they start breaking down, that's when we get the phone calls. And that's not good, because that means we aren't delivering the service that's expected. And frankly, I don't know how many residents really care how much money we spend on an active plan, so long as the roads are good. But the active plan isn't going to be very much good when you can't drive the road. So I'll stop there. That's where I'll leave it for now.
Okay, from a strategic standpoint, it is advisable to, like a budget, to have a plan of where to spend money and what considerations you should have. It saves administration from considerable amounts of back and forth with council. I think we should have this tough conversation fully vetted and then move on from there. The road rationalization study, I think is specifically what you're mentioning, would make it simpler for administration to action council deliverables. And we are facing, again, a budget of high inflation, infrastructure deficit of 50 years. You had mentioned, Deputy Mayor Lang, that the funding is, who knows where you're going to get it. You're going to get it in water and recreation. You're probably not going to get funding for roads because, as Mr. Jane mentioned, like, that's a core responsibility of taxation. The whole we're looking at is 1.1 million is what we have to spend. We're probably looking, if it's 2 to 2.5, but it's down there. When it comes to North Branch and Cemetery, it seems like we have a professional opinion that if there was something, it was to return to the service, which we had previously provided. I know myself, based on the policy that council has provided administration, or they are, like, that is against the policy, but that is very much a council decision, and you present some good points. So in that regard, if not this year, you said this year is ideally when you're looking for it, or next year. However, is that something council wishes to make a decision on presently, or would they prefer to go through this road rationalization study to get, like, our foundational document for decision making in the future, and subsequently to not discount Deputy Mayor Lang's comment is there were plans to take on debt, and I believe that would have been transitional. So does council wish to revisit that current council? Because I think that's a fair thing. We know where I stand, but I mean, if there's 3 people across this table that fully agree with it, that's perfectly fine. It is the will of council, and I've said that many times, and we have all said that. So is there an interest of this current council to take on debt? And if I may, like, bad debt or good debt to do some of these projects in this term? And is that a decision we want to make now, or do we want to have a fuller conversation? Because, as mentioned by both Councillor McDonnell, and Deputy Mayor Lang, it was a decision. So Like, it was a made decision, a resolved decision. So is that something we wish to carry on? And that simple answer I mean, it can kill this whole argument, because if 3 out of 5 of us want to go down the debt lane, then these projects aren't so troublesome, and then we'll go back to administration. And I do hope we can include this road rationalization study. We can have that asset management committee quarterly through committee of whole. I would move to remove the roads committee, because I think that asset management committee can get us involved a little bit more in everything. Still have our opinions, and the community will reach out to us for certain if something's not going right. I can assure you that when things are going well, we had Lyle McLaughlin come in and tell us how great we're doing, and then when things are going poorly, we had a community telling us how poorly they're going. So we will never be out of our mistakes. The community will let us know. But debt then, do we wish to review debt for these assets? That's the question right now, just principally, without, I'm sure then, if you could just give a yes or a no for this particular question, trying to drive this to a conclusion, because there's a lot to say, and I think it's going to come back to debt and doing it now versus bridging that 1.1 million to whatever 2 million some gap within 10 years, because we won't fall behind fully, but we will, like, we need more money, and if taxation isn't the way to do it, then begrudgingly, or, well, I mean, if it's a committee of council, we will willingly take on debt to do it. So, Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I saw Councillor Jaworski's hand up, so I'm not afraid looking at debt. I'm not afraid of looking at debt, but I do want to see if debt isn't the only option here. There are other options, so.
Thank you, and sorry, Councillor Jaworski. Sometimes I see you with your hand, and I don't know if you're thinking, so just. I wouldn't say think less, so. But
No. But so I'll say more than just yes, because I had other thoughts I wanted to share earlier. Yeah, I'm not, I think the whole debt, no debt binary is not really sensible discussion. I think, I think it's all about what needs to get done and in what time frame. And the more, again, I wasn't on the roads committee, so the more discussion that's happening about the condition of different roads, it's like, oh, there's a lot of information out there that I don't have, that I don't know what is the right answer. So I'm thinking, I'm not afraid of debt, and it's in the right place, but I feel like I need a much better understanding of what are the things that Ms. McDonald is recommending in her expertise, because again, the next 2 down the list were not ones on my radar at all. So it would be very difficult for me to have a good opinion. So I'd like to have a committee of the whole where we're discussing these plans more thoroughly, have a better understanding of what needs to be done, and the time frame that is achievable. And then if debt is one of the tools we need to do to get that done, then that is what it is. One thing, though, I'm going to make one philosophical comment, is all of this is about cars. It's all about how the car dominates everything, and cars are very expensive, and running roads to support cars is also and other types of vehicles. And just to defend the poor little active transportation plan, if you can get more people on bicycles and more people walking, I mean, when we were knocking on doors in Glen Walter, there's parents telling me they won't let their kids on bikes. They'll drive them to Glen Walter Park because they're afraid of them getting on their bike to get themselves to Glen Walter Park along County Road 2. If we can get some of those people on the bike the whole way there, we actually are saving, in the end, about implementing more roads infrastructure. So sometimes you have to spend money to save money, but, I mean, again, to the roads rationalization project, that sounds like a lot of information that we really need, or I feel like I would need to be able to have an informed opinion on what is being done in the future. So I got my long-winded answer for my few hands up that got missed, so I'm good now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jaworski. Well-received opinion. Councillor Bougie, and then Deputy Mayor Lang.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would agree that the road rationalization study needs to be done. I want to know more information, what roads were left off, or what roads should be done next based on this study, right? Because I don't know. I don't know what roads were left off. I don't know what road conditions of every road in the township, but we need to know that. And then I think Ms. McDonald could come back with a plan, right, to forecast to the future, to get these roads paved. And if that means going into debt, I'm okay with that. But we need a plan, long-term, looking at the road study, following that as a document, not saying we need to say if the study says we need to do this road, we obviously have the decision to make. We can say no, but I think we need that study to have some information moving forward. And I mean, if we have to take debt on to complete those, it is what it is. But it's a little scary to see only that amount of work done, 1.1 million of road work, when we have a road network as large as we have. So that's some of my concerns and thoughts.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'm not afraid of debt. I think I've made that plain a few times, but I don't want to go in debt. I wish we could go out tomorrow and collect $3 million in back taxes and put that into the roads this year and not worry about debt. You know, maybe there's other solutions. Maybe we don't borrow the full $4 million or whatever we were talking about. Maybe there's something in between. I don't want to go in debt at all. But I just think we are going to be foolish if we let things get worse and worse and we dig ourselves into a bigger hole and then we just can't get ourselves out of it. You know, like if you can get on top of things right away and then, you know, sure, there's debt repayment. But when you have the debt repayment, you don't have the road work to do. You know, and if the inflation is 20% and the debt repayment is 7%, you're ahead. That's just kind of a simple way of looking at it. But I'm all for let's look at every option. I'm still having a hard time committing 100% to capital when I haven't seen the meat of the budget yet. There's a lot of budget we haven't seen. And then there's a lot of things in that part of the budget we can't really do much about either. I know that. There's only a certain amount of money in there that you can play with and you can move around and so forth. But at the same time, it's tough for us not seeing the rest of it. We're looking at capital projects. So I don't know. As far as road rationalization study, I think it's a good idea. It'll help us. But we can't wait on some of these projects if we're going to do them next year till the study comes in, or we're going to be tendering them in August or September, and it's too late.
I think we give approval for because the roads on there, I think, are almost unanimously passed. So I would give approval to go out and tender.
I'd
based
tender
on
them
what-
tomorrow if you can.
Yes, that's exactly it. But I think if this council would be willing, getting that road rationalization, and then from that, having maybe 1-2 committee of the whole meetings, bring your sleeping bags, and we'll find the way forward. Because as Councillor Jaworski said, it's not binary. It's not debt or no debt. It can be, and Councillor McInall said too, like, we can take projects away from somewhere else they're elsewhere. There's hundreds of thousands of dollars of studies. Like, these are things that, I mean, this was initially, whenever I thought about this meeting, I thought it was introductory. Let's let roads tender, and let's go from there. It's turned out to be a much more fulsome discussion. This is my second meeting going hours over what I anticipated, but a good discussion. So tender those out. That carries this particular thing. The roads need study, rationalization study, sorry, appears to be a go forth and get quickly. And from that, we then draw committee of the whole meetings immediately, and we find out how we're going to fund that gap, because that is the core struggle with municipalities right now, is lots of assets. And whenever we have that meeting, I think we pull in like how many buildings we have to, because that is an asset. It's not just about roads. Like, this is a whole community, and to get to that 2.5, it's some. If it's debt, if it's service level changes, and if it's higher tax rate, there's an answer in there. We just have to make that answer once. But we have to have, what does it say here? In order to make a good decision, you need to develop several options, and all those options need to be considered. And I'm open to that in a committee of the whole when that moment comes. So if council's okay with that, we should move on to reserves, because we'll pass.
Can I ask what you're thinking of as far as a time frame?
I would leave that to Ms. McDonald, because I don't know how long that turnaround is with Christmas coming up for getting an answer on the rationalization, because tender tomorrow, obviously, but, or.
I'm just thinking of your committee of a whole. If we're going to have this, and it's a little frustrating, because we all know, and it's going to really frustrate Ms. McDonald if we decide to go with more things in July, and she's like, well, how am I supposed to get this tendered and get a good price now? You know, like, if we decide to do something, I'd like to do it sooner or later. Like, I'd like to see a committee whole January, even if we're not finished budget, just to hash out this decision where we want to be.
I would agree with that because we don't want to have this many staff waiting for us to have this conversation. We can have this with lesser people, not lesser people, like lesser amounts of people, and the specific people that we need, because right now we've kind of gone on and there's a lot of time. So I'd be open. I'll look at my calendar for that, and perhaps I'll reach out to everybody to share your calendars, and we can see when the best time is. For the next budget, which will be after this, oh gosh, I'm jumping. So yes, we should have it as quickly as possible once that study comes, and when can that study, do you think, come?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. If this makes council feel any better, these are upset limits that we've provided for the studies, so there is entirely the possibility that they'll come in way under. Right, so it's not guaranteed that it will be like a $75,000 study. If we provide condensed timelines, and that obviously you can only spend so much money in a certain amount of time. So I think that if council was able to plan a committee of the whole meeting in January, we would have we would have something that meaty for you to dig your hands into. If that's, and by virtue of 1 month, you can't spend $75,000 in 1 month.
That sounds reasonable. Okay, then I will reach out and.
Sorry, just through you, Mr. Mayor, just a question. Is there appetite around this table to increase the percentage, we'll say, of the total budget that we want to put into roads capital, true capital? As far as, do we want to see, like right now we're at 1.1. Can we safely say we want to go to 1.8? Or 1.7 or something? If our goal or our regularly we're around 2.5, we're a ways off.
I wouldn't say regularly, I'd say ideally.
Ideally,
Yeah.
2.5, sorry.
Yeah.
Does that include gravel? guess.
Bridges.
Bridges? I believe the roads need study said somewhere around 2.1 to 2.4 in that time, and we were at the top.
So even with the bridges, we're about, 0.5% or 0.5% off. So is there appetite to increase the budget 0.5% for roads capital, or am I the only one? Because I'd like to see us do more than 170 meters of hardtop this year.
I am willing politically to say that infrastructure investment is valuable, so I would be willing to put my thoughts towards that, even if it's just an increase in taxes, which is unpopular, but that is spend my hard-earned money wisely, and roads are wise spending.
Want comments around the table on that question, or?
Sure, it can be a quick yes as well, or a quick yes and a thought.
Yeah, I'd like to see it expanded. I don't know if we want to go to because technically we had said we wanted to do 4 million last year. So I'd like to get it up.
I'd like to get it up, but again, I'd like to have more information to know what exactly we're going to work on that, because I assume definitely it will be higher, but I don't know exactly what.
I would also agree, Mr. Mayor, but again, more information would be helpful. But yes, I agree fundamentally to a little more in that department.
Okay, well, I guess that gives you some quick work to do going into Christmas and then into the New Year. Ms. McDonald, we have our budget, so we tender what we presented immediately. I guess we're also, with the regards to the how to get a road rationalization study that quickly would be a question that you might have. Like, are we able to action that? Like, get the roads rationalized? Okay, perfect. So then there's your direction. We'll move to reserves to finalize this conversation. And again, my promise would be to reach out to all of council to find a date in January, or 2 dates in January. We could have that full discussion once we get the timeline from Ms. McDonald. Go ahead, Mr. Jane.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll try to keep this brief, but I do have a summary of the reserve contributions that are budgeted as part of this capital budget. So starting off with the election reserve, there's a $10,000 budget addition to the election reserve to fund the cost of the municipal election every 4 years. The election reserve is projected to have an opening balance of $0 as funds were used to cover the 2022 municipal election. The fire department reserve is projected to have an opening deficit of about $75,000, and $450,000 is being budgeted as an addition to the fire department reserve. As we've talked about, The fire department capital equals about $350,000 of allocations from the fire department reserve. What this all means is that at the end of 2023, we would have a projected closing balance in that reserve of about $25,000. That money would really just be a buffer for cost overages on 2023 fire department capital projects. We have the general park reserve, a $20,000 budgeted addition to the general park reserve to fund the projected opening deficit of negative $20,000. So at the end of 2023, that reserve is going to have a $0 balance. The planning department reserve, there's a $50,000 budgeted addition to offset 2023 capital costs and to put funds aside to allocate for the potential additional funding required in 2024 for the industrial park plan. So as we previously mentioned, the industrial park plan, to bring it to completion, would probably require about $200,000 if the developability of the lot comes back positive. And so currently we're budgeting an addition of $50,000 to that reserve. We also have the Development Reserve Act reserve funds. So there's about $330,000 in that reserve. So an analysis in 2023 will be conducted to assess how these funds can actually be spent that aligns with the original development charges bylaw. So that bylaw has since been repealed. It was enacted back in 1994, and we really do have to conduct an analysis of how those funds were raised to be able to determine how those funds could be spent. More than likely, we will need legal opinions on how to proceed with that $330,000. So that's why that $330,000 is currently just being left aside so that we don't run into any legal issues by touching that money. We have the Karen View Park Reserve, so a $10,000 budgeted addition to offset 2023 capital costs and to put funds aside for the potential future development of Karen View Park. There's also the Building Stabilization Reserve, so we're budgeting $10,000 to provide a buffer to fund potential building department deficits and plan for capital costs. For example, building department fleet requirements that may be coming due in the next 5 to 10 years. There's the Recreation Buildings Reserve, so an addition of $125,000 is budgeted to the Recreation Buildings Reserve. That money is being used to offset current year costs, but also to fund the projects that will be identified as part of the building condition assessment that will be undertaken in 2023. So that reserve is projected to end 2023 with a balance of about $400,000, and as I mentioned, there will likely be significant projects identified through the building condition study that will need to be funded through that reserve. We went over roads equipment reserve and bridges and structures reserve, so I'll gloss over those. We have the Zamboni Reserve. The Zamboni Reserve has a budget addition of $8,000. It's a regularly budgeted addition to fund the future cost of an ice resurfacer. Similarly, a regularly budgeted addition to the Museum Reserve of $10,000 to offset capital costs. There's also the Peanut Line Reserve, so we have $45,000 that's being budgeted to the Peanut Line Reserve to offset 2023 capital costs and provide a buffer for cost overages on 2023 capital projects. So that reserve was drained quite significantly in 2022 for the Peanut Line Bridge Rehabilitation Project, and that reserve, even with that addition, is projected to end 2023 with a closing balance of about $11,000. There's the Wharfs Reserve. So as part of the 2023 capital budget, a request is being made to Council to rename the South Lancaster Wharfs Reserve to just the Wharfs Reserve to fund capital costs for both wharfs owned by the township. A budgeted addition is being made to fund items identified by the Somerstown Wharfs Options Analysis Project in 2024. And then lastly, we talked about the roads capital offset reserve. So we will conduct an analysis to see once 2022 roads capital related activity has been fully expensed to see how much money is left to be transferred into the roads capital offset reserve. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jain. I don't know if after the roads discussion, if there's any appetite to carry on with the reserve conversation. If anybody had questions about reserves, Councillor Jaworski, I saw you this time. Sorry about my missing.
It's all good. I'm good. Thank you. No, I just some general statements about reserves. I I understand that from administration standpoint, or what I had understood is, sometimes having all these little reserves might hamstring administration in terms of making maybe the best financial decisions. So certainly when I look at the groupings of reserves, in certain cases, yes, they are specific for use. You don't want them to be touched by anything else. But in my mind, when I look at our list of reserves and how we're moving money into them, for me, in many cases, there's a natural organization to how they line up with certain things like bridges and structures. That's our OSIM. Maybe we need something for the minor culverts to also have a bucket of money. And I'm not suggesting that that's a bucket of money that you cannot touch in any other circumstance, but I think it's helpful to me, and this is what I want to express, it's helpful to me when these buckets are there so that I have confidence that we are planning well for the future based on those different asset categories. And just to touch on the point of the fire reserve, that's been something that I've relied on a lot in my thinking, and how the fire reserve is the fire service and everything related to it. And so when I look at operations and I look at reserve, I have a very clear sense of what it costs for us to run that department of the township. And so that's kind of the thinking I have for all these other groups. And so with respect, I don't want to hamstring administration and force them into decisions that they find financially are not making sense, but if at least on paper, if they can be, I like that way of thinking. So I wanted to express that in case other folks on council have similar thinking, but the more we can align our reserves for how we plan and how we look at the township's operations, that's helpful to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jaworski, and I know that was something that I had always thought was a movement that would be appreciated. So if you can give some thoughts that, Mr. Jane, you might have an idea of how to set them up or how to change them, because your input would be.
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. So there is a very natural grouping to the reserves currently, although it currently is not presented in that way because it doesn't align with our reserve fund policy. There are certain reserves like the fire department reserve or the planning department reserve that are operating reserves. So operating reserves fund operating deficits of departments and also house operating surpluses at year end for departments. Those reserves are contrasted with capital reserve funds, where budgeted contributions get made to those capital reserve funds to fund capital costs going forward. So they're not housing deficits or surpluses. We're making budgeted contributions to be able to fund capital. And then there's also restricted reserves that are put aside by council by way, are put aside either by council resolution or by specific legislation. So when we talk about things like the Parkland Reserve Fund, that is a restricted reserve fund. The Development Charges Fund, that is a restricted reserve fund. So there is a efficient and sort of natural grouping to these reserve funds. But like I said, it's not presented in that way because it doesn't currently align with our existing reserve fund policy. So certainly in 2023, Finance is hoping to bring, Finance will bring a reserve policy revision so that we're able to better align those reserves so that it increases the readability of a document like this.
All right, Mr. Mills, go ahead.
Is this it? Are we at the end? So I don't want to talk before the end.
Yeah, do you want me to say thank you, or you thank you? You can go say thank you first.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, rarely am I speechless, but I was pretty quiet for a while. The way I see this being between admin and council and with the budget is we need to hurry up and slow down. So what I mean by that is counties are not meeting until February 15th and 16th, and that's a big part of the taxation. Counties has come up, so whatever we can, I'm speaking to our member, but you're all members really, but our two members and our alternate, that through the county's roads, procurement, the forests. By the way, Mike, thank you very much for today with your help with IT, Mike Sinoche, through the counties, and we appreciate your support, but we'll probably be asking for more based on the conversation today. Active tourism, communications, and the list goes on. So I want to remind council, while it's our taxpayers here, but it's our taxpayers up there, that we often ask for service with the counties, so that's why my recommendation is maybe we slow down this a bit. I wrote down a number of things related to studies and the ADT bylaw. We need to revisit roads debt, I guess, with the Infrastructure Ontario loan and come back to council. The roads committee is still a discussion, so all of this, a lot of this is committee of the whole. Which leads me to my next point about meetings. And we don't have a lot of meetings in January, but council will be attending Roma, so that takes that out. And it's coming back the first week getting settled. So we'll have to work really collaboratively because I want to thank staff for everything they've done today and continue to do. But we also need to think about the availability of staff. So we'll have to work before you finalize the dates. We want to make sure everyone's available. And also this, this hall, the availability as well. And we're also, I'm working with Mayor McDonald. I'm certainly aware of your availability during the day and not, and night and weekend. And I said weekend, yes, weekend. But there's a lot to do in a short amount of time. So, and then the last thing I'll just say that staff is certainly committed to sharpening the pencil related to operations and efficiencies. That's come through loud and clear too. So, but again, thank you to everybody today for putting in the time and the effort. We had really good discussion. It was hard for a long period of time there and kind of tense, but that's how we're going to move forward. So it's not easy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And thank you, CEO Mills. You are right, tense conversations, but if we get decisions that we all can get behind, it will move us forward. And we're very close. We all have similar interests, and I'm excited for the outcome that comes of this. And I know administration does the rowing, and the rowing is a lot harder than the pointing day to day. Certainly these conversations aren't easy. Following up on them, I must thank everyone at this table, and also at the county level, I guess, to say thank you for rowing that boat, because I think we're in the right direction. I am heavily biased, but I know we're the best municipality in SDNG, if not Eastern Ontario, or the world. The universe, the known universe and the unknown. So I don't envy the current situation for any local municipality. We are faced with high inflation prices, and we don't just buy apples and oranges. We buy roads, and roads are going up high, and these discussions are going to be tough. So thank you for administration for your future actions, your past actions, and currently sitting here while we kind of had a back and forth, perhaps not the usual venue for it, but very much a necessary conversation. Look across the table. I thank everybody for hearing me out. I know that we've come through an election where, in particular, I was disagreeable, and I know I am the one individual perhaps, but I'm not disagreeable to anything that's been presented today. Like this is a wonderful group of individuals, administration, Deputy Mayor Lang, Councillor Jaworski, Bougie, and McDonnell. We're going to come up with some great answers, and we'll get them, as you said, hurry up and slow down, or slow down and then hurry up. But once we get that decision, it's going to be simple sailing, and the plan will be made, and it'll be a good plan. And it will build on the past good plans, because we have to keep in mind we are where we are because of many councils, and I don't want to discourage. There's been a lot of great mayors, and I hope to be better at this as I carry on. I appreciate you, your patience while you learn with me, and I learn to not ramble like I'm doing now. So to wrap it up, Mr. Jane, Ms. MacDonald, thank you very much for the presentation coming through finance. I know herding cats at times with us and with staff trying to get those budgets in, but it was very clear. This is a great budget. I'd say the best budget I've seen in the last 8 years. So that's a compliment, because I don't like disparaging myself too much. But great job. Really love the reserves, and look forward to the next meeting. And then I think that's all. So a whole lot of thanks. Oh, I do have to do resolutions. We still have that. I'm not accustomed to this side of it. Normally, budget meeting for me is like turn the cameras off and run. So moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that bylaw 88/2022, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 9th day of December 2022. All in favor? Any if opposed? Seeing none, carried. Moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry adjourn to the call of the chair at 3:39 p.m. All in favor? All opposed? Seeing none, carried. And I, again, thank you for everyone for their time today.